flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're going to try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead. While the spike, unfortunately,
they're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Savvy AK with a P. Kelly S will respond. Georgie with a trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills. The Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is, at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds 2.
Wait a minute.
Finds 3. Able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have been, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the 2 players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike, and that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead. While the spike, unfortunately,
they're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Savvy AK with a P. Kelly S will respond. Georgie with a trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills. The Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is, at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds 2.
Wait a minute.
Finds 3. Able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead. While the spike, unfortunately,
they're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. Whoa. He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Savvy AK with a P. Kelly S will respond. Georgia with a trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills. The Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in place, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is gonna happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or the contest. Eventually goes up. Marky finds 2.
Wait a minute.
Finds 3. Able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike, and that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead. While the spike, unfortunately,
they're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Savvy AK with a P. Kelly S will respond. Georgia with a trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills. The Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in place, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is gonna happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over
30
the
seconds
barrier
left.
or the yes. Eventually goes up. Marky finds
Oh, wait,
two,
wait a minute.
finds
Player
three,
remaining.
able to get four. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have been, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op.
Ooh,
Can he
360.
scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately,
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. Whoa. He spots out 2. He spots out 2, and Nico gets it.
here we go. Savvy AK with a P. Kelly S will respond. Georgia gonna trade though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the
my
box!
God.
And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in place, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is gonna happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over
30
the
seconds
barrier
left.
or the yes. Eventually goes up. Marky finds
Oh, wait,
two,
wait a minute.
finds
Player
3,
remaining.
able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have been, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op.
Ooh,
Can he
360.
scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately,
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. Whoa. He spots out two. He spots out two! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Xavier K with a P. Kelly S will respond. Georgia with a trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds two,
wait a minute.
finds three, able to get four. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately.
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. He spots out two. He spots out two! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Xavier K with a P. Kelly S will respond. Georgia with a trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds two,
wait a minute.
finds three, able to get four. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. could have, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that... he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately...
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Xavier K with a P. Kelly S will respond. George, you're going to trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is, at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky... He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or the contest. Eventually goes up. Marky finds 2.
Wait a minute.
Finds 3. Able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike, and that... he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately...
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Xavier K with a P. Kelly S will respond. George, you're going to trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is, at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky... He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
You just have a TP at least to go over the barrier or the contest. Eventually goes up. Marky finds
wait a minute.
finds 3. Able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have been, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the 2 players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. It's the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while
last 2 days. Make it count! Ayan ang tema ng mga teams as we come closer to the end of the regular season. Nagmumukhang kalahati ang safe pero kalahati ay nasa delikado. We started the season with 8 teams but only 6 will continue. Sino nga kaya sila? Naku po, magsisimula ng magkaalaman as we proceed with day number 13 of VCTPH Split 2. Let's get this show started!
By now, as next is prepared, he gets again. It's just Relentless. Ace comes for John.
Ang araw ngayon ay Miyerkules, which starts with the letter M, katulad na lang ng salitang Maritres. Dahil ang kasama nyo ngayon ay si Likeable, si Ray Ray, and of course si Honey Glaze with the double E dito sa ating panel. Girls, kamusta naman kayo? Napaka-blooming naman ang mga kasama ko ngayon. Tingnan nyo to si Ray Ray, oh. Grabe yung ngiti.
Ay, hindi pinansin yung bangs.
May bago nga ako napapansin. Yun pala yung nagbago. Akala ko yung ngiti niya lang yung nagbago. Ano yan, Ray Ray? Bigla mo na lang bang pinatubo yan out of nowhere?
Oo, clinip ko lang. Sinok ko ganun eh, habang bago mag-start eh. Bali pa rin mamaya. But anyway, syempre kasama ko na naman kayo. Yung mga naggagandahang maritres ko. Ang tagal na, ever since nag-panel tayo dito. Tapos si HG parang, ang ganda talaga ng eyeliner palaban.
Wala akong eyeliner today, pero siya pack na pack. Galing!
Akala ko isasagot ni Ate Rere. Kaya, kaya daw blooming ngayon kasi inaalagaan na ng tama. Mayabang na yan si Ate Rere.
Grabe naman pala. What a flex nga naman. Pero, dito naman sa ating panel show, meron din tayong i-flex katulad na lang ng mga highlights na nangyari nung nakaraang linggo. Kaya ito na, panoorin natin to.
still are able to clean up 1v2 at this point. One's coming from the flank. Will they peek together? He has to reload. He doesn't have a lot of time as Drax clutches this for Oasis.
Really take him out of that side. Slatham tries to break the Seekers, but now there's very low here on both sides. The double swing from Oasis Gaming. One falls off the trade from Exotic. It is an operator in hand, but he whiffs the shot. There goes the Seekers, pushing him so far back. He has the shorty, and while Oreo just gonna go for a plant. We've seen him clutch this before.
And 2 updrafts. Still very possible. Fortunate timing there. Gonna peek in, and
Oh!
Wild Oreo once again. This guy.
3v3 now. Bogey, that shot again and again. Bogey Wonderland, every single time he holds that sheriff in his hands. And Poppy Chulos, the only one left standing for now. It's 1v3. Firepower in the hands of Owen QT, and Bogey just does not disappoint. A 3K with a thrifty towards heaven. The Rolling Thunder, even the answer, but look who's appeared. It will be Ja fighting on side. Ja just runs them all over. 3 down, make that 4. Almost got the ace. Owen shuts it down. Still in the position in the world to just fight back against GameLab.
My goodness. Who is this player?
And Ja able to hold things down, but the showstoppers do clash, and Ja flies even higher to soar into greater heights. A 3K from Ja, make that a quad. The ace denied by Dritch, but GameLab.Alpha, they're struggling here versus the forces of Naos. Mojer and Wits holding things down together, and the double peak is enough.
Lined up for him, and it's all up to Mid Mathers this time for NCG to deny this overtime. 97 health. He's trying to breathe. He dodges that first flash. How can he isolate the 1v1s here? Everyone's going to be coming from towards spawn, and he gets the 1v1 that he needs. Remember, it's this guy. When it matters, it's Mid Mathers, and he gets the win for NCG. Paired with John's initiating. Oh dear! As I say that, I'm so sorry for that mini curse on this particular round. Zin with a double kill. Wow.
The Rico Hex. The Rico Hex.
2 players! Abandon playing out of his mind, and all up to Walk on Waters to win this for overtime for his team. Naru, Jet versus Jet can't find the target, the jump shots, and ZOL wins again, taking this map and series.
Waiting out here, the barrier to go down though. Still Action PH, they have a good stack towards his A site. And Kelly absolutely decimates GameLab.
Disintegration at its finest. Everyone you see destroyed in the blink of an eye. Owen also just limping away, but the pain shells will be his own demise. Folex though on the board, but Kelly gets the ace anyway. So now, Blurred looking to just lead that charge, but Folex will find him first and foremost. Boogie on board too, and the pistol round here for GameLab.Alpha looking to be successful yet again. Frags about for GameLab.Alpha. Kelly the first to get contact. Now knifed down by the bum rush that is GameLab. Reinforce their arsenal too. Paranoia thrown. Micro Season coming though. Blurred also into the corner. Gets one for his troubles before he's traded out by Dritch. Paranoia this time, and Kelly will swing off it. Well played now and well constructed by Action PH. Kelly not done with his rampage. Here we go again. Mr. Kelly why don't you just take them all? 9-7 here for APH.
Mula sa mga pagtulungan dito ng mga teams katulad na lang ng GameLab.Alpha na pinagtulungan dito kanina si Kelly pati na rin yung rivalry or yung brotherhood na nasira pagdating dito sa ZOL Esports pati sa NCG. Nako po, intense talaga yung mga highlights na naglalabasan dito sa VCTPH Split 2 na of course ay hindi mangyayari kung wala tayong tulong mula sa Riot Games pati sa Mineski Philippines.
At syempre guys, kung lahat nagse-celebrate ng pagkapanalo, meron din tayo guys. So if you're there in celebrating great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day, subscribe na kayo sa Grab Unlimited now. Free on your first month.
Syempre, VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Maraming salamat po. Ngayon naman, doon na tayo sa, let's get down to business, ika nga nila. Dahil, kanina sa Cold Open na mention ko na nga, tingnan na natin yung standings natin so that yung mga nanonood sa atin, magkaroon sila ng bigger picture or better idea kung ano ba yung tinutukoy ko na kalahati ay alanganin. Ray, nakita naman natin. Tingnan mo naman yung NCG at yung rambutan ni tatay. May chance pa, pero very slim talaga.
ilang days na lang bago tayo mag-head off sa playoffs eh. So talagang naghihingalo ngayon at bukas yung mga nakaakdang araw para talagang maglagay sila syempre ng posisyon to be part of the playoffs. Pero HG, sabi nga natin, for MVP Esports, ito talaga yung crucial day din sa kanila para lang talaga makatungtong syempre sa next step nila.
Kaya nga ang hirap sabihin kung paano pa dito makakabawi yung ibang mga teams. Pero at so far so good naman dito sa mga nasa taas na nga ng placing. Pero nakakatakot pa rin dahil imagine, this is the last week for the regular season para magkatagpuan na kung sino ba magpapaalam na eh.
Saktong-sakto yan dahil makikita natin yung today's matches natin kung saan sa nakita nating standings may idea na tayo kung sino nga ba yung safe from elimination. And I'm talking about GLab pati APH. So yung challenge talaga dito ay ang MVP at ang ZOL. Dahil kung manalo sila sa mga games nila today, halos playoff secured na kung di ako nagkakamali. Parang pag kinompute natin, 3 points na yung makukuha nila. Mahirap na talagang makahabol on the side of RNT, pati NCG dito. Pero with that said, ni Glaze, gusto ko malaman, ano ba yung game na inaabang-abangan mo ngayong araw?
Well, mamaya kasi mainit eh. Gusto ko yung naging progress, yung naging growth dito ng APH. So I'm really looking forward for later's match between ZOL and APH. Dahil sabi mo nga, di ba, medyo alangarin na rin yung ZOL Esports dito eh.
Kaya nga para 50-50 literal guys, kumakapit talaga sila sa patalim. Ganun ang mga edge ngayon ng MVP together, syempre, ng ZOL. Pero ako, excited naman ako dun sa first natin na match ngayon. Kasi syempre naman, labanan ng mga atabs, labanan ng mga tutok talaga, di ba? Literal.
Oo. Siguro isa pang phrase na pwede natin gamitin to describe our first series, labanan ng dark horses natin. Kasi ito mismo yung dalawang teams na paulit-ulit nating brinan dito sa ating split 2, pati na rin yung split 1 ng mga dark horses natin dahil sa paulit-ulit nilang pinapakitang progress and growth sa mga kada match nila. Dahil dyan, ibig sabihin lang, ready na tayong ipakilala yung unang team up for discussion. Nako, si HG, alam ko, isa sa mga paborito niyang teams to. Paulit-ulit niya talagang chine-cheer tong team na to. At syempre, mag-hi muna tayo kay Tita May dahil heto na ang GameLab.Alpha.
It has been shaky for GameLab.Alpha noong mga nakaraang araw pero gusto ko silang bansagan bilang the ultimate rookies simula split 1. We saw how dominating they were kasama ng kanilang explosiveness combined with discipline noong mga nakaraang araw or noong mga nakaraang series sila dito here in split 2. Kaya masasabi kong ibang klase kapag nag-pop off na dito, lalo na kapag naka-on ang switch dito ni Kuya mo Folex.
Ay, syempre si Folex, alam naman natin yan. Dalawa lang ang switch niyan, on and off, di ba? Pero parating on talaga yan, literal. Tapos nung na-acquire nga nila si Aeonix, di ba? Nag-iba talaga yung rhythm ng team. Mas maganda yung connection nila as a team, chemistry talaga in-game, tsaka sa mismong habang naglalaro sila. Nakita ko itong mga to nagla-livestream, guys. Nag-comment lang ako natalo sila sa kanilang kompe.
Grabe, ibang level na talaga yung sumpa mo, Riri. Pati ba naman yung mga rank games nila, dinamay mo pa, nananahimik na nga sila. Pero agree ako dyan, may on and off switch sila. At pag on etong GLab, makikita mo talaga na one step ahead sila palagi dun sa mga nakakalaban nila. Kaso pag off naman sila, halatang-halata mo na sila yung naghahabol. But overall, I would describe this team as a mindful and very flexible team. So nakita natin time and time again talaga sa mga team compositions nila. Which is gonna be very challenging naman dito sa kalaban nila. Dahil although nakakita na tayo ng progression sa team na to, kailangan pa natin ng konting explosiveness, kailangan natin ng more cohesion pag pinag-usapan naman natin ang MVP Esports.
last split, super heartbreaking ng kanilang journey. Pero sabi nga nila, babawi nga sila. We have here MVP Esports, Exotic, Kel, Nico, Slathom, at Vanta Black. Dating mga members ng Abaddon Abyss yung iba sa kanila. Pero they added nga yung bagong members nila na si Kel together with Nico. And compared to last split talaga, mas experienced na din sila. Almost on par with GameLab. Kasi GameLab, di ba, nag-acquire sila ng dati nilang kagrupo. At the same goes with these boys. Ganun din ginawa nila. Nag-acquire sila dati na ng kagrupo at magkakasama na din sila halos lahat ngayon, which is really good kasi the comms are going to be better. Tapos syempre wala nang other disruptions na sa other ano natin binalatin other external yun yung hinahap ko na word, factors. Pero ang ganda talaga ng journey ng MVP Esports ngayon and I'm proud of them actually.
Definitely. Gustong-gusto ko yung nagsisynergize na sila well together with the rest of the two players dito. Yes, lagi natin minamention dito yung Wonder Trio na si Slatom, Exotic, and then si Vanta Black. Pero, binibigyan kasi sila dito ng good progress dito. At syempre, yung binibigay nilang assistance coming in from Nico and Kel na inaabangan din natin dito makapag-pop off. At yun nga yung ibinibigay nila. They always deliver.
Ay, syempre, hindi lang sila ang nagde-deliver. Meron tayong mga highlighted players na pag-uusapan natin dito sa panel. Nako, hindi na ako magpapaligoy-ligoy. Syempre, yung mga IGL/controller yung pag-uusapan natin. Katulad na lang ni V-Black at ni Owen QT. Guys, matanong ko lang kayo, HG, alam ko lagi mo sinusuportahan tong team na to. Gaano ba ka-cute si Owen QT talaga?
Cute naman si Owen Cutie. Kasi alam mo yun, tipong sumusunod, may mga alagad siya dito na siya yung may hawak lagi ng tali sa rest of the players ng GameLab.Alpha to the point na alam mong sinasamba siya dito ng mga players.
Talagang merong naisusulat si Owen Cutie. Pero syempre, si Vanta Black din talaga meron siyang naisusulat. Nakita natin kapag sa mga clutch moments, sa mga crucial times, si Vanta Black talaga yung nagiging backbone ng kanyang team into making those clutches work. Tapos napapanalo nga niya with his setups. Ang ganda talaga ng ginagawa ni Vanta Black as the anchor of the team. And yung consistency niya, kitang-kita mo, kada bawat mapa, talagang isa siya sa primary players ng MVP Esports.
Nakakatuwa lang talaga tong dalawang to. I know you mentioned na si V-Black, yung consistency niya andyan. Pero hindi mo ipagkakait si Owen QT andyan din. I'm just so surprised na kaya nilang gawin to. Especially for the side of V-Black, I would say, na ilang beses na nagagawa yung pag-lurk niya pag nandun siya sa Astra niya. And at the same time, nagagawa niya pang mag-IGL, i-guide yung mga teammates niya. Syempre si Owen, ganyan din. Nakita ko na kung paano magawa ni Owen na i-uplift yung spirits ng team niya. And sinabi kayo ni HG parang worship yung peg, pero hindi. I think it's just about respect talaga. Iba yung respeto nila kasi pag nire-respeto nila, pag sinusundan nila yung mga comms ni Owen QT, talagang may results tayong nakukuha. Kitang-kita nila, split one run pa lang na ang sabi nila, sana makapasok kaming playoffs, nagawa nila and they went further down to the lower finals. Ganon kalupet yung team nito. At ganon kalupet yung mga head-to-head players natin. Sino kaya naman ang makakapili ng tamang mapa when it comes to our map selections among these two IGLs? Dahil map selection pa lang, napaka-crucial pa lang. Pero dito, HG, magkakaalaman tayo. Wala na ngang icebox. Sa tingin mo, ano na yung magiging main map ng GLab o kaya naman ng MVPE dito?
Naku, ang hirap nito dahil doon pa lang masasabi natin na mahirap na wala yung icebox dito for the side of GameLab dahil they have been winning previously doon sa tatlong mapang nilaro nila dito against RNT, Oasis, or rather kay ZOL Esports dahil kita-kita mo that they have the consistency, they have enough methods na nakakakuha sila ng mga magandang approach dito to win it out. Pero I'm looking forward to see a Pearl map dito na lagi nga nilalaro ng players from the side of GameLab. But MVP Esports, I think they're leaning towards the split map, lalo na Haven and Lotus pa ang unang mga naban ngayon.
May point ka dyan, HG. Alam naman natin na yung MVP nagulat. Pero syempre, hindi ka din nag-work yan effectively against Oasis last time. Pero GameLab, alam ko hindi ito magbabind. Sure ako na hindi sila magbaban, guys. Natalo sila, ano na to eh. Last time, sila Dritch. Kaya alam ko, at see, nag-ascent na lang sila kagad. And this is actually a new pick for me for GameLab. They don't usually select ascent. But then, they always tell us they come prepared parate sa mga new map pools sa kanila. Kasi wala na nga icebox, nire-work na nga, isa sa kanilang specialty na din. At ngayon, pumili na sila ng bagong mapa na pwede na lang ilabas sa mismong pool natin.
Yun nga eh, isang beses pa lang natin nakita so far dito sa split na to, etong GLab na sumalang dito sa Ascent, and that was against APH. Hindi naman ganun kasama yung naging results, 8-13 yung naging score natin dito. Pero syempre, gusto natin yung win talaga eh. So akala ko they were gonna opt for more like Lotus or Pearl, pero obviously binan nga ng MVP dito. At katulad nga na sinabi kanina ni Ray, split very viable option sa MVP na ito na nga, Honey Glaze, pagpapatuloy nga nila.
Wala eh. Nagkaroon sila ng very close of a series, very close of a game laban sa Oasis Gaming. So that can be a big factor para sa side ng MVP Esports na manatili on top, on the line laban dito sa GameLab. Tama rin si Ate Ray kanina, no?
May galit sa bind.
ng GameLab.Alpha ang bind. So this is going to be huge dahil onti-onti na lang natin na na-formulate na baka Pearl pa yung matira dito here in our veto.
Sa tingin ko, fracture. Feel ko sa fracture mapupunta yung decider, ma'am. Ay, hindi! Ang tapang! Ang tabang na parehas na teams na to. They want to settle in for Pearl. At ito pa, hindi imposibleng mag-map 3 tayo kasi ang GameLab, they might be good sa kanilang Ascent, but then, hindi natin pagkakait na when it comes to split, I really do think may upper hand ang MVP Esports. They come prepared for this map. Tapos pag nag-Pearl pa tayo, parehas silang dalawang magaling. So, ang hirap talaga i-formulate kung sino mas magaling. Kasi kung tatandaan nyo guys, itong dalawang to, sabi ko nga, nag-start sila sa kanilang level, diba, na nagaling sa open qualifiers bago mag-split 1. Tapos, isa na nga sa kanila naging invited team. Tapos, yung mga hardships nila ngayon, nagpe-pave in na talaga ngayon.
Alam mo, looking at the map selection, tapos kung gaano kadikit yung mga previous games nila sa mga mapang to, feeling ko yung Ascent yung, alam ko yun yung unang mapa, pero feeling ko dun pa lang magkakaroon na ng desisyon kung saan papunta tong series na to. So, dahil ang GLab ang namili netong Ascent, I'm gonna have to go with GLab sa aking prediction. Pero what about you, Ray? Agree ka ba sa akin? Or feeling ko agree yung mga Marites. Ganon yung energy na nafe-feel ko sa ating tatlo.
May connection there.
Oo, may connection.
Kung anong next ng Mars, 'di ba? Anong next ng Mars? Ako, Mars, ang prediction mo? Akin, yung MVP sabi ko nga ang galing nilang team. Pero syempre, sa ngayon talaga based on the performance lang din, I'm gonna be going in with GameLab talaga. Iba pa rin sila. Kahit may mga teams na nakakatalo sa kanila, I still do believe na may mas upper hand sila ngayon kaysa sa MVP Esports.
Nako, Laika, para sa akin, ang hirap sabihin dahil feeling ko dito pala sa map veto na ito, may surpresang pwedeng ibigay sa atin on the table ang players ng MVP Esports. Pero I'm still leaning towards it to the factor na yun nga we have the numbers for GameLab.Alpha. So yeah, I'll be going for GameLab.Alpha.
GameLab.Alpha nga kaming tatlo. Sabi sa inyo, iba talaga ang connection pag pinagsama-sama nyo ang Maritres. Dahil, di ko na rin alam guys, siguro kakachika naming tatlo umabot na sa ganito yung, yung friendship namin, na may telepathy na kami pagdating sa mga, mga pinag-uusapan namin dito. Ganyan talaga pag tunay na Maritres. Pero dahil dyan, na-lock in na namin yung predictions namin. Ngayon naman gusto kong tanungin yung mga casters natin. Guys, kayo, sa tingin nyo, sinong mananalo? Alamin natin as we toss our viewers over to the casters.
Do or die today in the pursuit to the playoffs. And, well, in such a momentous occasion that is for today, in our final week of the regular season, we are here to see who will stand tall at the end of it all. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to VCTPH. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue yet again on the English side. And you are tuning on into one of the bigger deciders that we have for today, my friend. To start things off, it's MVP Esports and GameLab.Alpha. And especially for MVP, this is their way to secure them more so a spot into our next few weeks.
Yeah, especially if you look at, the last 3 positions that we do have in our playoffs, potentially qualifying into it. of course, we're only going to get the top 6 from the 8 teams we have in the group stages, and ZOL, rather MVP, they are on the teetering line of really where that kind of ends here in our top 6, and so they're dead last so far, 2-4. They're tied up with ZOL, and if they win this, they could help secure, as you said, their place. And you know, who knows, maybe that could even send here GameLab into kind of a tied position with them, for both of them to be 3 and 4, and then at that point it's anybody's game.
Yeah, and then it goes back to the tiebreakers, the head-to-head, and all the maths behind it in the first place. But that's a really good point there, Black and Blue, because exactly that, MVP Esports needs to win this just to feel secure. With both SR Nakage and Rambutan ni Tatay playing tomorrow at a 1-5 standing, if they can avoid getting 5 losses, then at least their fate is still in their hands. Later on, it'll be the same case for ZOL Esports, but on the other side, I think for GameLab.Alpha, the important part is to stay on a higher seed, right? They felt the Action PH last time around. It was a struggle, especially that weekend, because of their back-to-back matchups not working out in their favor. And this is the best chance now for GameLab.Alpha to bounce back and get ready for the playoffs itself.
I mean, especially with what we've kind of expected to come from, from GameLab.Alpha right in the first place. Now, we were kind of wondering, at what point do GameLab.Alpha kind of show a lot more of what we saw during their playoffs run last time around in a lower bracket to get to the lower bracket final? And they've had some good outings here and there, but then again, you've had teams like Action kind of overtake them to be kind of the projected third, placer here, but they're still not in a bad spot. GameLab.Alpha, yes, they weren't able to win, maybe some series that we would have thought that they would have been able to take here in their previous matchups, but then again, it was against the 3 best teams. You got Action, you got NAS, you got Oasis, so it's not too, I think, out of the question just yet for GameLab to still end up and finish the 4th seed after these next 2 games.
Yeah, exactly that, right? All of their losses here in the regular season are to the teams of a higher seed from them. And one bad weekend does not mean it is a bad team. You have Alpha for the bounce back, MVP Esports for security, and we are going to begin with Ascent here in our 3 map pools. I believe our map pool, right, is Ascent, Split, as well as Pearl to end it all. We've seen a few good things here and there for both MVP and GameLab.Alpha. But as of right now, what do you think will we expect here from GameLab? Some more aggression perhaps from Folex and the rest? Or will we see the double initiator? Seems like it's already answered here, Black and Blue. We have KOs on both sides.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not too, I think, convincing for me either way on this map. It's both statistically one of the worst maps for either side here, both GameLab and both MVP. Arguably a bit better for GameLab, I think, with what we've seen in the past. The KO on both sides is something that we've come accustomed to, especially for GameLab in the past, and MVP have recently been pulling that out. I believe, if I saw that correctly, it was Nico there on the KO this time around, and we have seen him KO the last time when he did play Ascent, but before that, like when they were playing against ZOL, they kind of swapped around on who was playing there what. I believe it was Naru, I believe it was Hydra who was playing that for MVPE, but they swapped things on out on who's playing what, and I think it's going to be a very difficult series, I have to say, for MVP. I like what they've been doing so far. I like kind of the trajectory that they've had this season, but I don't know about this matchup. I think stylistically it can be a very difficult one, especially against GameLab that we know when they get hot, they are super massively hot.
I mean, let's not forget how the shift happened for MVP Esports. The first few weeks, it was that older Abaddon Abyss roster as looking for sponsor. And moving into the later weeks, especially in that matchup where they dominated SR Nakage, they went into the MVP Esports banner. They basically coalesced with a roster that was there already between Nico and Kel, and then they just had that core trio to just anchor down and make sure that there is a foundation for this squad. But we will begin now here on Ascent, and as you can see, this is the GameLab.Alpha map pick. You already talked about their history so far. You know that they're very accustomed to this double initiator, and look at this, Black and Blue, they're gonna begin with this B side take.
Well, want to see it work out for them here in the first place. MVPE on this defense. Nobody really at the ready. It's only Kel at the forefront of this site. He's within it. He has to get a kill to get value, and that he does with a classic Kel. Good for the one before being taken down.
Yeah, you asked for it, and you shall receive. Here we go now. GameLab.Alpha have made their way towards the site itself. Aeonix also watching out on the market position. But look at where MVP is basically stationed. All moving around from the CT side will come as a quad package, basically, with V-Black looking to lead the charge. He's been stellar with the Frenzy so far. all throughout this season. Can he do so yet again? Aeonix, though, not checked out, eventually does so by VBlack with Boogie. Owen in position. GameLab.Alpha take 2 heads. MVP will answer back and recompense. VBlack does not disappoint. The 3K from the Omen, and MVP will take the pistol.
What a sweet retake here coming in from MVP. As I said, with Kel being kind of the sole member within that site there in the anchor, he has to get that kill to be able to get value out of his life, out of his position. And the fact that, those nano swarms are already pre-placed towards a lane allowed him to focus down here on where Fallex was coming and simply win out that fight. And with that, MVP just had more time and had more space to get themselves into site, and it worked.
Yeah, and you look at these two rosters, right? Both of the captains on the controller role. You got VBlack on one side, you got Owen on the other, and they're very impressive with those pistol scenarios, very impressive at also going for those calls. But MVP, more so a little bit of discipline and a better timing there before they went on the site. Because of it, now they run the Bulldogs, they have a few Spectres too to use in their anti-eco.
Well, we know that when you buy these Bulldogs, it makes you ever more so capable of winning those bonus rounds right after, especially if they can hold on to most of them. They've given away their position here towards his pizza, and with that, you can start to see the defense shift in just a sec. Of course, they don't have anyone kind of poised for that short, so it should be Exotic on that rotate, and that he is, just to make sure they don't pour out towards CT.
Yeah, as it stands right now, it's a middle take here from GameLab.Alpha, and MVP, the spray down's through. They're so ready for this one, Black and Blue.
Oh, well, coming on in it. Owen QT is taking some damage, but they get away with a kill. Weapon not exactly retrieved, aren't able to push out as deep as they would want to. Try and fish out and lure that Bulldog back in, so try and go towards the rotate here on towards the A site. I think they have a pretty good read on this MVP. They know this is an A hit, and there it is.
Yeah, exactly that. MVP yet again playing on the more defensive stance here in the defensive side. VBlack though on the board. Boogie goes down while he's busy breaking the door. He gets away with it in the frenzy yet again. The clutch gun to bring out at the right moment. 3v3 time ticking here. GameLab.Alpha needs to get the plat going, but Owen right beside VBlack just holds him up and takes him down. Now then, GameLab gets the plant going. They have the numbers advantage too, and they're trying to find Kel. They make the trade happen. All left to slide him now in a 1v2 scenario. Still the Bulldog in hand. Isolates Fallex first and foremost. The misstep there from the Jet. The scan onto Aeonix as well, but the shot rings through, and GameLab steals it away in that round.
What an eco here coming from GameLab. Simply, subverting expectations, and this is what I was talking about. The firepower that GameLab simply have. If you're not one of those teams that can really play off of each other like the three that have beat them, then it'd be very difficult to try and take these fights sometimes. It can surprise you. And even with the better weaponry here on the MVP side, so many kind of random rat plays that GameLab love to employ, especially there coming from their Omen, just hiding and waiting. Owen QD on that short position, catching MVP off guard.
Yeah, where did Owen even come from? Why was he right beside VBlack? Did he say to him, hey mates, I'm a policeman, and just chases him out of the cinema there? Anyway though, Dritch finding VBlack to begin with. GameLab.Alpha after that eco round wherein they took it away from them after that thrifty state basically. Now they're in such a good spot to just isolate those duels as they love and have the rifle advantage to work with.
Well, they got the pick that they wanted early on. Now they know MVP aren't going to attempt a more aggressive stance here in this round specifically. Due to that pick, they have to. They should be trying to go for something a bit more in this case, to just simply filter themselves in as the site hit comes. MVP won't have much to fight with.
Yeah, exactly that. MVP position absolutely key yet again. They already lost the smokes, the alarm bot also spotting out Exotic very early on, and this is just an immediate alert for GameLab.Alpha to play towards that B site instead. They're also scrambling a little bit with a small lurk to move towards the defensive spawn side. Boogie playing towards Speedway. Keldo, he's already breaking the market door, and the MVP will rush on in just to die. Dritch with 3, make that 4 wide zone 2, and now it's 2-1 in a flawless manner for GameLab.
Well, yeah, that's what I was talking about. You just end up filtering yourself in on the retake. There's not much you can do in that case. MVP, they're on the defense. They lose that round, yes, the prior two, especially the one that they weren't supposed to against that eco, but now they've got some of their own at least to throw out here and utilize. They're going for this very heavy B stack. I think it's a bit of a conditioning factor that GameLab have gone towards them, where they've gone B often this past round early on, and that's where MVP are expecting them to go this time. But no, it's A that really GameLab have an idea for. They get the flank off of Ionix, but that's a lurk.
Yeah, they got rid of the lurk, but now they have to deal with the main force moving towards that A site after that pick. Immediately, GameLab.Alpha will take that as the green light signal. Keldo playing in hell still. Owen now on the plant, and Folex pushes forward to be the vanguard and gets that takedown. Spike's now down, and GameLab have the sights.
The retake has to come on in. 4v4 here right now. Both still got their smokes to really try and slow him down. Owen Cuties, though, on the regen. Paranoia doesn't connect. They get the dash on in towards the site. They're clearing out the hell, but GameLab are holding on, and MVP have no response. There we go. GameLab, what a round.
Yeah, they're on site and in sync. It's the sound of GameLab getting in position and getting things done. And you mentioned it there, Black and Blue. Sure, GameLab.Alpha, they lost one, but it was only the lurk. And as soon as that happens, GameLab will use that sacrifice to move straight into a site. And MVP was understaffed there to begin with.
Yeah, and let them know that there's at least, 3 players here on that B side, meaning the weak side of the map towards that A. And GameLab just knew that they had the right choice in mind and committed to it. And MVP on the retake there as well. Crucial pieces of utility that just didn't connect the way that they wanted to, like that Paranoia there from V Black that wasn't able to catch out their, the anchors within the site.
And you mentioned that here for GameLab.Alpha too, that if you're playing against them, you need to be ready for these main pushes. They're forces of nature that can just find the takedowns anyway. Now then, dash on in. Folex getting towards the switch, and Slada will actually get the takedown. Aeonix, though, quick little trade onto Kel instead. GameLab.Alpha get the site yet again, but Aeonix is not done. Brings the fight towards the market, and it seems like for GameLab, they want to push even more so. Aeonix yet again trying to test those limits and breaks 3 already.
Nico, you maybe get some timing here off the pop flash. He gets the one, stuffs a frenzy in Owen's face. But that's all he can ultimately do. Slavim, I think he's going to try and go for an exit here at the most, or maybe go down to the spike. But this round, it should be almost assuredly GameLab's time ticking. Just barely enough for MVP to actually do something here. So this round is done. And GameLab have been doing a pretty good job of not allowing these eco rounds to be too successful here for MVP.
Yeah, they're making sure that they get a little bit of more map control bit by bit, condition the opponent as you said, and we see it one more time. On Ascent, GameLab.Alpha's bread and butter is those main pushes. Every single time they have a very strong execute, as we're going to be seeing our good friends on the other side. Oi, look at that. That's a Vil Jet cosplay right there. You see that? You see that? You see that?
I recall calling them the Gecko and Wingman duo when we were doing the other broadcast.
Who's the wingman there?
That's up for you to decide and who's Gecko. But because I had a beanie on and they were calling me like Budget Killjoy, so I was like, all right, thank you, Budget Killjoy and Wingman. I think it fits.
Back in the league broadcast, I remember that. You had a very interesting video right there, Nico. So wherein you had the beanie, but it was kind of like over your eyes. You a spy now? You wearing balaclavas here, man?
All I'm gonna say is that I have found how difficult it can be to actually be completely biased. Like, it actually takes a lot of energy to do it.
Of course, dude. This is why we're here on the English side, even if someone can call us that or not. But anyway, well, the score's pretty biased so far for GameLab.Alpha, that's for sure. They get to play the way they want, and honestly, we've seen from MVP Esports, despite that pistol win, they still haven't really found the answer to even put a stop to that first strike from them.
Yeah, like, as you said, it was only the first strike, but no follow-up really here from MVP. We'd see early in the round, sometimes they get a pick-off, right? The anchor would be able to get one, but unlike that first round, they're not able to kind of not just replicate that success, but then turn that into a successful round. They get the good opening, but mid-round, late in the round, it's GameLab who have had a better touch on the game so far, and in each individual round as well, just turning out their way.
Yeah, and then I'm just looking at the stats right now here. And GameLab.Alpha, they did lose last time around towards Action PH, but it was just Action PH really doing such a good job overall. Hasn't really been the best stats for GameLab.Alpha 2, but it does feel like they're very comfortable, right? That they're very strong on the execute. They know what the plan is, and the problems really just do arise when they cannot do what they want to do in the first place. So MVP, they need to bring that sense of discomfort as soon as possible in this game, and from what we've seen so far, they also want to play their own style. So it's a kind of clash where there is red and there is blue, and they cannot find the answer to the other side. It needs to be either all red or all blue here.
I mean, I get why it kind of went towards Ascent, right, for MVP. It was a pretty good outing the last time around versus SR Nakage, but that was, you know, with the newer roster, with the older roster, you look at who they were up against, and they never really had that same success, and so I felt like it was more of SR Nakage not performing super well in Ascent than necessarily kind of MVP being super great at Ascent, and that may have given them kind of a false sense of confidence of this. Now, it's not bad to be confident, but so far we just haven't seen that necessarily kind of dictate and flow into their gameplay and their game right now, and it's been, for the most part, GameLab just sometimes not even outbraining the opposition. They're just actually playing their duels right and their execute right, and if you play the trades right, sometimes you typically are in a better spot to win over the opposition.
Yeah, strong entries, strong shots. I remember what the Ionix can do. I remember the flanks there from Owen, just how we get the entry basically from the jet there of GameLab.Alpha every single time. It's just so reliable, their fall legs. It's just par for the course that we see here from GameLab.Alpha. And because we have a little bit of time, I am looking at the standings right now, and I do feel like effectively, if GameLab.Alpha wins this, they're gonna get that 4th slot. But if they don't, and MVP actually beats them, it gets a little complicated because of how the head-to-head really works. Effectively, right, that we have Naos, Oasis, and Action PH pretty much set in stone because of how the head-to-head works. And tomorrow we're gonna see if Naos can finish the perfect run, if Oasis can get to a 6-1 standing, what else SR Nakage and RNT can do. But effectively, we have already a number of slots here in the playoffs taken. And today is especially the day that the final slots will either be completely secured or still be up for grabs tomorrow.
I'm looking at, like, you know, the kind of schedules that we still have up on here, and this is, by the way, you know, one of our final days of play.
Yeah.
I mean, next week is our final play day for the group stages in the first place. So for a team like MVP, who have this one matchup left, I think GameLab, no, this is actually GameLab's also
this
final
is their last
one.
matchup today. And then also for later, ZOL and Action PH is their last matchup too. So it's really the battle of the midfield. Perfectly placed. Guys, this was, you know, the schedule was made long ago.
Yeah.
This is not scripted. This is not on purpose whatsoever. So it just so happened that the teams that are really vying for position right now are the ones who have to dictate the pace today to finish off our last week.
I mean, I'm looking at, you know, the scoring right now, and GameLab.Alpha, if they do lose this, as you said, that's going to tie them up, MVP and GameLab.Alpha 3-4. If somehow ZOL is able to beat Action PH later after this, then that means that GameLab.Alpha will be kind of tied up with ZOL, but they still should be secured, looking at how they won that head-to-head matchup 2-1 versus ZOL back then in that series in the groups. And I think GameLab.Alpha, no matter what happens, they should almost be secured for this. But we're going back into the game. They have to secure this map, though, to further their standings. And it's a good opening pick here from Drake, but it doesn't go unanswered. And I'd argue that's an even bigger pick here from MVP.
Absolutely, because you already lose out on the smokes here. The sound of gunfire rings true here on the scent. And GameLab.Alpha, for once, actually stifled in terms of their push. A little bit of mid-aggression sprinkle in with the positioning courtesy of Kel. And now GameLab.Alpha, they have to reassess. And for the first time, we see discomfort on the attacking side.
Well, you see Slatham pull out the Odin, and that's always a good sign. That's confidence soothing here in their veins, but it's the A side that's going to be hit. Luckily, setup is at the ready, and that is a really nice looking Odin skin, I have to say.
Yo, look at that. Even has a sensor, but sense this in front of your radar. Well, you just need to look into your eyes as Fallex will get that takedown even. Now then, opening made, GameLab.Alpha moving to the side, but Kel gets 2 for his troubles. effectively a collateral deal, finding Onyx along the way. V-Black now, right on top of things, looks down, says goodbye to Boogie, just stomps him to the floor, and he even knows Dritch is by the doorway. This round, unless Dritch can find the takedown. Oh, the timing! The timing there! V-Black wasn't ready instead! Stole comes from MVP, the double up. Is there a teleport over to the boxes as well? V-Black trying to get a little bit cheeky with the angle, and this time around, he does get the takedown. MVP, that could have gone so wrong so fast, but they get the job done.
A great individual play from Kel and V-Black, respectively there. You saw Kel, the double on the wallbang first, and got the low player on the swing there. I believe that was Fall X, and then coming on in after, V-Black just able to really find himself in position there to get themselves back into the game. He dropped Owen Cutie, and that's why that round was a lot more plausible there for them to win because of that open pick, because they lost the Omen here, GameLab early. MVP had much more free reign to do what they wanted.
Yeah, the angle's so much more unsafe for the side of GameLab. And MVP, no slouches on the duels either. Exotic here, blades at the ready. If anyone can out-frag GameLab.Alpha, it might be him if he gets heated on up. Sladam also a worthy contender, and really the top two fraggers you have from MVP, they can make those aggressive plays early on the defense.
Let's see. I don't think they're gonna try and do that this time around, Dax. I think though they know that there's a lot of ultimates here on GameLab's side, and they don't want to get into a confrontation where they're gonna end up filtering themselves, like maybe towards B main or A main, where you know Hunter's Fury could absolutely decimate them. So MVP here, trying, I think, just to tag up GameLab as much as they can on their execute, and then ultimately go for the retake with that lockdown.
Yeah, but GameLab.Alpha, they already see the bumps on the road, and this is a good sign here for MVP Esports that GameLab cannot just stroll into the site the way that they want to. Effectively now, the execute is a little bit harder, with Bolex just leaping into the fray yet again. On top of the generator, Kel trying to stay in cover, and Exotic gets a little bit of intel because of that peek. Now that Kel takes the time to get that takedown, Nico's there also to help on out in the pinch, and MVP yet again, roadblock after roadblock, slowing down GameLab to a crawl here.
Roadblock indeed. They've simply just haven't had any ground to be able to accelerate into the site. Swing on, punished immediately here by Nico. Oh, V-Black, look at this, Treach, good for the 3, but Nico's got something to say. Both KOs having a great round here, but ultimately enough, MVP, as you said, as they put up those walls, GameLab could not bust through.
And yeah, you saw it from GameLab's perspective. As soon as they turned the corner at the very end, it was already a double hold so set up by MVP Esports that they needed to hit the one shot to even beat it. V-Black in position, Nico in position, and the rest was history. MVP is slowly getting back into this.
MVP so far have been doing quite well.
Get out
here,
of my way!
At least after that kind of small tech that we've had. Bounce back in these previous 2 rounds, and the operator coming out from Exotic, but here comes out the Nulkamap, going his way into the site, and Kel has been absolutely huge on this anchor.
Yeah, he gets one of these, and that's gonna be Bolex falling down yet again, though. It's MVP with the advantage. V-Back finding Onyx, Owen staying down in hell, and look at Exotic go. Has the operator now in hand. Paranoid doesn't flush anyone out, and Owen instead takes time to get 2 boogies on the board as well. And GameLab.Alpha just come out from the corners and get the takedowns. Well done by the offense, finding the timing this time.
That was huge there from Owen QD. For him to be playing that position, that's what you have to do as an Omen. You drop your smokes, you have your paranoia already burnt. Just get yourself into a position to maybe get a multi-kill where they least expected, and hiding in plain sight. They thought he would have been towards hell, but he actually went up on the boost, went for a peek, got Exotic here especially, and Nico one after the other, yeah, Nico, and then as the swing came on in, that just was more than enough space for Boogie to do his Boogie thing.
Yeah, perfect timing, especially because if I remember correctly, I saw someone jump from the rafters position down to the generator itself. So really, just a small glimpse that MVP wasn't able to take. GameLab.Alpha takes advantage instead of that. Now then notice that heavy Exotic gets a takedown. Nico still stays standing until he gets taken down, but it does lead to a 3v3 situation. Lockdown now used up here by GameLab.Alpha. They want to make their way to the site, but then again, they're also a little bit wary because they've lost the jet already. Aldro to scout on the round. Sladam waiting on the opposite of the rafters as the lockdown now gets the space. Hunter's Fury is there too.
That's big though. They get the Hunter's Fury burnt off, but they get the pick instead, and that's even bigger. Lockdown here for that retake. They still have V-Black for the smokes, but they needed to have Slatham alive there for that retake. They needed that man count because as the Hunter's Fury is burnt, now they don't have post-flank utility.
It was only supposed to be an Ember, but it was a White Flame. The paranoia though dimming the darkness yet again from V-Black. One more time, the hue of victory will be the color of MVP. Well done by V-Black, and now we're just one round away from tying it up.
There's that paranoia, especially knowing that that's the only place they really could be anywhere close towards that spike defuse denial, towards that line there. And Kel, I think the big pick here especially is the fact that Kel was able to get breached cleanly. Otherwise, that would have been very, I think, difficult there for V-Black to have to turn around and still take that fight with the spike ticking. Really nicely done here, MVP, these past 3 rounds.
Yeah, they won all the duels, and they took them effectively. V-Black, though, 1v2, isolated the angle with the paranoia, and that was enough. We go again with MVP. Very confident right now, Black and Blue, and look at them go. Exotic with the 1, gets rated out by GameLab.Alpha, but MVP, they need to be a little bit careful. They've been winning some of these trades so far, equalizing the odds, but this time around, GameLab has the advantage, and now they're moving towards market. Maybe a flank here from V-Black can find some value.
4v3, and that leaves GameLab here with a firm advantage, but not for too long. Nice pick here to shut them down, and V-Black, great timing. They've had great intuition so far and instincts, MVP, on when to go for these peaks on the defense.
Yo, that was such a caster curse. He said firm advantage, and
not that
wasn't pretty firm, mate. Needs to be baked in the oven just a little bit longer. And now MVP, they're effectively in good spots all across the map. V-Black making the great escape happen with those teleports. And GameLab.Alpha now slowly but surely moving towards the switch itself. They're trying to find anyone coming in from the CT side. Does Boogie see? Oh, now he does. Now he knows. The dart came from Boathouse. Kel, though, trying to find the timing too. And Boogie, look where you're going, good sir. As Kel will get the takedown. Dritch now versus the Odin. Slatham in position, and Kel will be there to lend a helping hand.
Nice recovery here coming from MVP. Kel and V-Black, just great timing on these peaks to try and gain them some sort of advantage further. This Boogie is wreaking havoc there towards mid, but Kel on that catch, and so did V-Black as well, as we said. Funnily enough, they're both on the counterpart on the opposing side. The opposing Killjoy and the opposing Omen.
Yeah, well, we've seen the struggles, though, from MVP Esports before on defense. This time around, they've really done such a good job to hold things down and put so many roadblocks, as we mentioned, versus GameLab.Alpha. Case in point, the utility of Kel is absolutely paramount to their success. Almost also losing Boogie for free thanks to the power of the Odin. Slatham gets tagged down back in response, but the position is still so clear here for MVP Esports. We're getting ready with the crossfire. A strong market position here for Kel even. And GameLab.Alpha, they dash on in. Paranoia is thrown, but Kel, the timing so perfect versus 1, and now the rest of GameLab.Alpha funneling slowly, timing everything. Kel goes for the kill again. Slatham on the side even, and well, this is all MVP.
One might say Kel went for the kill. In this case, it's Nico who goes for the final one. MVP, they take the lead after being down, what was that, 3-1 early, 4-1 even? That's a great recovery here coming from MVP, and GameLab have only been able to get that one single round, as you can see in the past 6. And the way that the way that MVPE have been winning this has been a pretty good sign for them on the defense. Now, defense typically is where they kind of have more success in general here on Ascent, but I'm looking for this momentum we brought in the second half, just based off the way that they're playing so confidently.
I mean, we saw the angular advantage so many times there from the defense, and this is where the problem arise on the set. They're very strong with their execution. What else is there? Starts the playbook as Kel yet again manipulates the angles and gets the takedown towards Fall X. The smoke in the way of the operator, sure. You have the Odin in hands of Slatham, MVP with the Ascent special, and now the lockdown is play too.
Yeah, the spam on through. No catch just yet, but they're going to keep him back and keep him away from the main part of that site. They know the spike has been out of their hands, and Greek is able to get 2 kills with his Odin. Kel on the retaliation, a third for him. He's been absolutely dismantling here the attack. and GameLab are taken down to the hands of Kel.
This is his site, and this is his team. MVP, give him a gold medal, why don't you? As they end the first half with the advantage. And you see it again and again from Kel. He knows exactly where to go at the right times, where to check, and where to station. He's not just the man who puts down the utility, he puts down lives on the opposite end.
He gets the
16.
kills, as one might say.
No. Don't force it. It's missing an L, and it's the wrong vowel. This is not Wheel of Fortune, brother.
He doesn't need an L because he's got all dubs. Is what's the real thing here from Kel.
That one I like. That one I will take.
All right. MVP.
Okay, I'll give you a 1 out of 2. I'll give you that.
1 out of 2.
Yeah.
That's 50%. That's passing in my mark. Average.
Time for a field test.
But MVP. Yeah, you mentioned it. This man, he's having himself a game. That was his site, and I think they're going to try and do that once more here. As they leave him on this lurk this time around. The scan, it does catch out information that there is presence here from MVP towards that B site. They're just not sure how much, as they're looking to split it and maybe late lurk Kel into that B main.
Been feeling hot, so confident can win those duels. In the meantime, though, Kel now runs into a Ionic to take him down. Kel did find Boogie, though. That was effectively a 2v1, and just because of his mere presence, this site now is MVP's.
Yeah, to get that one, that was huge. That's exactly what he had to do there. And now, at least, MVP know that there is presence from GameLab on that retake coming from B main, and they can adjust their positions adequately and appropriately for the situation. The thing is, though, that leaves them without much outside control of the site. They're all kind of stuck here within it. Good one way.
Synchronicity so important for GameLab.Alpha. Now then, we see the smoke set on up. Nico just trying to find the timing towards the staircase itself. Scan comes online. There's the shock there too to buy a little bit of space even. A window finding Nico to begin with. Advantage here for GameLab.Alpha as they try to clear out the site. Both have position here for Exotic. He's all alone on an island and he will sink there where he stands. GameLab.Alpha, they come back to the sites and they come back onto the board to get this round.
Just with enough time, though. It was nicely played initially there by MVP. You know, the Omen smoke coming out from B block, and he knew he was in committed position there towards that stairs. And then the shot darts late in the round, but I mean, when it comes down to simply no util and just having to shoot themselves into a site, into a round, GameLab are one of the best teams at that here in the VCTPH, and MVP find out firsthand.
Absolutely. GameLab.Alpha, the frag potential is absolutely unreal. And we go now to GameLab.Alpha also picking up the Spectres. We see this a lot right now at the anti-Evo. Some teams like to play mid-range Bulldog. Others love to get up close and personal with the Spectres. And GameLab.Alpha falls onto that side as Fall X makes 2 fall in front of him.
Quick shot here. Accurate. Coming in from Fall X, but this fight, he has to win this. Otherwise, it's good. Good space bot. Drake doesn't let it go unanswered. Quick and easy. No problem here. GameLab so far this round is assuredly theirs, and Cal can't even find the kill with the awkward angle.
Yeah, some Ultra Instinct moves there from Aeonix in the end. And GameLab.Alpha, nothing of value really was lost. That was only the Marshall in the hands of Fall X. Very cheap gun, it's a very small investment. And now look at them go onto their bonus. They have the Spectre still, and they're gonna pick up a rifle in the hands of their Jet. But beyond that, it's now where MVP needs to prove that they can go for the execute. They had a slow start a while ago. Will it be the same case here on the second half?
It's down, guns up.
It could be. MVP aren't necessarily the team, but GameLab are sometimes that just play off of momentum, and sometimes it doesn't necessarily take them as quick as a team like GameLab to get themselves going. But look at this push here coming from Fall X. They get the 1, they get the 2 actually, to get things evened out, and for a bonus, that's pretty good. They just don't have that rifle retrieve. They maybe could go for this mid, but the sight hit, it's coming.
Yeah, Twitchstone trying to stay safe here by CT, and is using that for cover as much as possible. They have to see that lever control, though. They know here MVP's on site, and here we go yet again. Familiar territory from what we've seen so far. Exotic, no, fighting the back. Quick flicks and quick triggers, too. A quad for Exotic. It's MVP still in the lead.
A good space bot there by MVP, holding on to it, as you said. Admirable push here coming from GameLab and Fall X towards that mid link, but just simply at that range, once you lose that rifle, you don't have much of a chance of fighting back. flash as well from Breach there on the retake. A bit too wide, leaving MVP just free to dodge it and having a bit more time to react. Lets him at least hold on to that lead, but let's see how GameLab play this round. They don't have any ultimates just yet, but they could be close to having a few.
They're desperate for one, that's for sure. Fallex, look at him go. He wants to get that orb, and the rest of GameLab.Alpha wants to assist him as well, but no. A victim instead. Only had the shorty there, Black and Blue, and well, nice call here from MVP of realizing the situation early on.
Nice pick they find. Now they know even more information here that Owen is towards that A main. And with this, Owen, I think he's looking to maybe commit to a kill here, and then possibly back on up. And if they just double swing him, there's no chance, and he's so wide open. What was he hoping for?
Well, a hope prayer unanswered as Exotic silences the next priest here in this parade. His name is Rich, and he will be remembered. Spikes planted, and GameLab.Alpha, it has to be a safe call by this point. V-Black trying to find at least one of the exits, doesn't get it there. But you can see sometimes the over-ambitiousness and over-eagerness of GameLab.Alpha biting them in such a bad spot, basically.
Especially when MVP can kind of expect that. Like, when we saw Exotic there, almost preemptively, you know, open upon where Dreech was around the corner of A main. MVP just a lot more able to anticipate, I guess, these kind of aggressive positions that GameLab have kind of gotten notorious for in the first place. And so it can be one of those things where a team like MVP, if they have their wits about them, you can anticipate that and really use it against them, and that they did right there. The double peek is a prime example there towards that A main, making sure that whoever plays that aggressive A main angle is not going to be, you know, is not going to go untraded.
Yeah, he's not going to go home, that's for sure. And we've seen here now MVP Esports exploiting some of the tendencies from GameLab.Alpha. Truth be told, we've seen this so many times on the GameLab.Alpha side that they're so strong at what they do. They are very good at the duels especially, but it does go back to that one-dimensional issue that we see from them time to time. The adjustment still this deep into the regular season, we haven't seen it as of yet, especially on a per-map basis, and that's why they're struggling right now versus MVP, who has found those timings and adjustments instead.
Well,
deploying drone.
That timing is something that GameLab just haven't been able to really find what pace they want to play in as of the moment, but that's one way to start things off. Aeonix off of the nano swarms and the judge peppering them.
Yeah, we've seen this from GameLab again. They tried to do it towards A main, this time so much better towards B side itself, and Fallex, a sharpshooter with the blades. All he needs is a single slice, and well, he's just gonna dice the opposition. Dance around, why don't you, Fallex? Owen's there to be your partner too. And a flawless hold, GameLab get a bit of momentum back.
GameLab, that's a great way to, you know, stop really the push here coming from MVP, who have just been a lot more, I guess, successful in winning those opening duels here on their attacking side, and forces a timeout here from MVP. I like this timeout. I think it's called at the right time. You don't want this to get out of hand, and stop the pace with that as well.
Yeah, I think MVP is one of those teams that call really good timeouts, and they're one of those teams that actually look like that they've talked about something and basically fix up a few problems moving forward. So recovery absolutely necessary. If GameLab.Alpha gets that momentum, then they're gonna be in trouble. And you talk about this a lot, Black and Blue. You're one of the few people that I actually hear about when to really call a timeout. And in this case, right, not only is it for MVP's reset, but just to suddenly put a stop to what GameLab did in that last round.
Sorry na.
Wow! I'm trying to compliment you here, brother. I'm just like, wow, you actually noticed this? You're so smart. It sounds like you were a coach before.
You'd be wrong in that case. MVP,
yeah,
though, I think they do have a coach, right?
Yeah, MVP has a coach. GameLab.Alpha,
yeah, they do.
Not too GameLab.Alpha has a coach now?
No. That's the unknown. I know MVP,
MVP
do
has
have one
one
from that former Brent squad.
Our boy Jay, right?
Yes.
It's still Jay. Okay.
The Game Changers Brent squad, yes.
Yeah. And he's been with the squad for so long that they're very acclimated, and It's something that they've always used as a strength in many dire scenarios. Remember last season that MVP, they were very surprised that actually made it to the playoffs after that clutch win last time around. I wonder if that's the same situation. We'll see this yet again from them.
As Abaddon Abyss in that moment, but this time around, I think there's no doubt on how dark it might be for GameLab if they don't win this round. The economy not in the best shape. They have one more round maybe to buy out another. Cookie gets a good kill off that flank. And look at the rat here from Aeonix. How could you even expect him to be in that with the lockdown setting off?
Yeah, a noble sacrifice, just staying in the corner. And the Fumigators just came a little too late. GameLab.Alpha, they're still in this, and they're still ready to go for more kills. But blinded, and Volex just confirms that kill anyway. Nico now on the board, but he's all alone in a 1v3. Tries to stay by the speedway. The flash is there, and nothing is faster than those bullets from Owen. We get GameLab tying it up yet again, and their momentum won't be stopped now.
Love that finisher from the arcade, but great job here by GameLab to really rat themselves into this site as the push was coming on in there, especially coming from Aeonix, who you wouldn't expect him to be in that smoke that late into the lockdown. And luckily for him, his gamble worked out because MVP, they went a bit ahead. It's not like they had bad timing on it. They just did not anticipate that GameLab were at the ready. If they waited longer just a bit, you know, with the precognition and hindsight of 2020, then maybe they would have been able to get that, you know, punish off of Aeonix.
Yeah, GameLab.Alpha, they love to play these kind of all-in positions. We've seen it just blow up in their faces. That time around, it was able to blow MVP Esports away. So, one more chance here now as we go with the operator from Volex. This is now GameLab.Alpha with that control here, black and blue. With the op in hand, this is their perfect opportunity to take this lead away.
Well, GameLab, even after that timeout here from MVPE, continuing their momentum, and we know this is a team that really benefits off of it, especially. Love to play around it. They've got the operator here from Volex too, and MVP aren't on their wits about this. It could be a quick shutdown of their push. They have a flash. Could potentially force them out of the angle if they're gonna get the right read.
Yeah, strong corner already for Volex. We haven't seen anyone play these updraft angles as of yet this game. And MVP, they don't even see it coming. Despite the flash, Volex fast on the trigger yet again. It's 5v3, and eventually the operator will fall. Owen throwing out the paranoia, but he peeks out just to die. Sladum instead stepping up when they need to the most. It's 2v2, and MVP has a chance here.
Shot darts to make sure they don't go for that default plant. Instead for a bit more of a creative one. Scan to get much information. Aside from that scan, Nico, I didn't see it catch, but it's a lockdown here. It's a big problem for MVP, for GameLab rather. He goes for the swing early.
Too overeager yet again, and Sladum with the punish time after time. 4 kills there for Sladum. That was his round, and that was MVP saying we are not giving up this lead. Just you check out how the replay works out, right? Volex gets the pickoffs, yes, but as soon as they suppress Volex into the corner, it was Sladum who gets onside to get those kills. It was Sladum who punishes the attempted punish there from GameLab.Alpha, and the rest was history that MVP will sign, seal, and deliver.
MVPE, absolutely fantastic job here of gaining that round back. This GameLab just a bit of over-eagerness that we've seen that be characteristic of this team. I think I was supposed to land on the roof. Just went through. Typically lands on the roof.
Oh, well, someone needs to patch that up. Call a carpenter, man.
You gotta ask Key about that.
Is he a carpenter?
No.
Does he do housework? Hello?
No, I just asked him to patch random things that have a problem with the game. Like, hey, patch this.
Bro, I thought it was like, is he a Riot employee by their carpenter at night? Home repair. Why don't you in Singapore itself? Shout out to our favorite Riot employee there. But then again, Volex, our favorite too, and getting those frags. 2 down from him. Aeonix and Boogie go for more too. And in the end, it's all left would be black. In the blink of an eye. MVP just done, dusted, and GameLab is there to tie it up again.
I don't even know what happened. I was looking at the minimap, and all it seemed was like they went for the push, and GameLab were like, no. And now we're 10-10. I want to see a bit of a replay of that, but so far at least, GameLab have been keeping up their consistency in the second half. Now, defensive side, of course, the favorite side in the sense, we know this. It sounds like a broken record, but it's especially true for a team here like GameLab. And they're a team that does typically favor, or rather play better on the attacking side, but now on the defense, this is one of their few maps here on Ascent that gets flipped around on its head, and you're seeing the full effect of it.
Yeah, GameLab, they still feel so acclimated in these kind of scenarios. They have a good amount of stall, and I think what's more important here for GameLab also is they get some really good intel and ways to give them advantage for the fights themselves. Now then, MVP trying to play towards that side, go for that middle take even. But this is such an eco round here for the side of MVP. They're gonna rely on the hero rifle and the blades just to get the job done.
Well, in those moments, the anticipation of where the hit will come can really throw off GameLab, but they have the information now due to that alarm bot placed here towards mid. They've been doing that same alarm bot over and over, and yet it's been effective every time around, as it should be. Back in the sight, the anchor here, the sole defender being Aeonix.
Yeah, well, Exotic though flying on high, getting tagged quite a bit, and Aeonix eventually spotted out by the Itachi itself. Exotic now opens things up for MVP. So it's at B side. You do hear though,
30 seconds
with the low command of GameLab just trying to find the angle. Fallen chasing kill again and again. Eventually they get the takedown. Hunter Fury also is the call. GameLab.Alpha, they want to play this very safe despite the economic disparity, respecting Exotic, forcing him to use up the right click. All the blades gone, and the rest of MVP should follow.
He was simply playing with him there on the lane, making sure that Exotic would have to expend his blades. That he did. GameLab here on the retake. Of course, it was against kind of like the mixed buy at best here for MVP. They had a few rifles, maybe a bunch of them on pistols, and then the blades obviously from Exotic. But even with that pick on the Onyx, just the fact that this lurk here coming from Kel wasn't able to get the kill made things so much more difficult. That was his job. Maybe get off timing on one of the GameLab defenders on the rotate and win them out, but just wasn't able to find it, and this puts MVP in a dire spot. Match point around the corner. They don't take this.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen GameLab.Alpha in the lead. Now they're back to where they started, and especially with the operator in a round like this, Fall X needs to be found first and foremost. This mid anticipation though looking strong for GameLab. If Sladam dares peek this, the Cubby, we're in. We find Fall X looking for more. He's actually creeping on closer and closer, checking towards top mid instead, and well, timing absolutely of the essence, but neither side not gonna give the position away so far.
Yeah, I doubt that Fall X will peek any deeper in this B link without somebody holding his top mid. So the B side hit, it should go really unwavered. There is a single nano swarm to buy them some time. Will he go for another rat play here? The spam is good enough. Drops him after the smokes already are set in place, but that's a really nice pick here.
Yeah, it's still the captain. It's still a shot caller, and now it will be up to the rest of MVP to figure out what to do here on site. They did burn a number of ultimates though on the last round from the defense itself, and instead we hear Sladam here unleashing the Hunter Fury. Gets the kill onto Dritch. Exotic using that for counter, and Sladam yet again coming up big when he needs to the most. 2 down for free from afar. Rolex trying to fly high, but cannot actually get the takedown. Instead, Aeonix and Owen on the board. Aeonix on side, boots to the ground, and the blades are there to end it too. GameLab.Alpha, it's match point for them.
I can't believe GameLab still won that post-plan retake, especially with Sladam getting 2 off there, off of the Hunter's Fury for free. But the last 3 remaining members using really the strengths of their positions to its fullest extent. You see them bait and switch each other on out. You see him initially Fall X updraft to gain that aggro, get some damage in, and then the swing comes in from Aeonix as they're focused on Fall X. And after Aeonix gets a kill, the swing comes in from Dreech afterwards, and it just is a complete shuffle of who peeks when, peeking off each other's aggro, and making sure that MVP can't focus on a single spot.
Yeah, you activated my trap card. His name is Ionix. In position immediately towards the site. And I'm loving what we're seeing here from GameLab.Alpha. We criticize a little bit about their play, but instead now they have that maturity and they have the timings absolutely in position. This is though a very dangerous spot, and now maybe the over-eagerness getting to GameLab.Alpha. Ionix falls, Boogie trying to do the same thing, but MVP with a strong clears, and this is now the site taken.
GameLab down 3-5 this time, and much more, I think, supportive lead here in terms of man count for MVP. Paranoia connects, that's what they lost last time around in their post plan. They did have B Black alive due to that spam from Ionix, and because of their B main presence here, Kel can chime on in and get a free kill on the fight if he times it right.
Over-eagerness there from the side of GameLab. Owen though fighting on back. And Owen again with the takedown. Owen still standing with 11 HP. 1v2. Doable true. And a triple kill even. Maybe, just maybe, B-Black just 1 HP also. But no, the bullets fly in favor of MVP this time. That got way too close though for comfort.
Why are they peeking like that? Like Slatham there at the end, just peeking directly towards that lane. Not from the angle or the timing that you'd want in that case. Unfortunately, Kel wasn't necessarily able to get more than the one. He got the 1 kill, but one really could have been his if he was a bit quicker, a bit sharper in that moment. Obviously, it's a very chaotic sequence, so things like that can happen, but MVP barely scraping by, and they don't have the best buy exactly here for the final round of regulation.
Yeah, that shouldn't have been that bad there for MVP. GameLab.Alpha, incredible kills from incredible players, and this is where they will stand one more time. Last round of regulation, and the Aerodrome plus the lockdown is the initiation.
B site hit once more. Utility here off of GameLab around towards that B site, and the Onyx once again successful, spamming through the smoke. Look at the damage!
They had to go through the nanoswarm just because they were so afraid, so conditioned. Ionix again and again. He has the angle, and now the turret gets confirmation. Even smoke dissipates, and the sightline's clear. Boogie on the board. Here we go yet again with GameLab.Alpha, just getting the kills bit by bit. 4v2 as they mobilize from main. Even Ionix just wants to end it right here, right now. The triple kill from Ionix, and GameLab.Alpha has it in the bag. 13-11. They will take their map pick, and they will take the first map of the series.
And you can see it, they were so terrified that the spam would come in through once more from that CT that they had to run through the nanoswarm, as you said. The problem is they're letting, I think, their lovely others be shown through. And by the way, GameLab.Alpha Bootcamp looking a bit more spruced up than before. It's kind of making me wonder, Dax, where was the Molly? They have a KO, they have their own Killjoys. That's typically where you would put that Molly, towards that CT, towards that marketplace, so that you don't get spammed when the lockdown is placed and when you walk through the smoke.
I just want to say though, first and foremost, that was very humble from GameLab.Alpha. You see that? They're nice boys now. They're just saying hi. They're giving a shout out on the cell phone. No, everyone's awake. That's the most important part. No sleepy time as of yet. But yeah, that's true. It felt like MVP, they had their tails stuck beneath their legs already as soon as they went towards the side. Just taking the damage from the nanoswarm, getting picked off so early from the smoke, and just barely putting up a fight on the initial aggressive angles. By that point, GameLab.Alpha chipped away at the armor of MVP Esports. And even though we saw the adjustments from MVP earlier on, it's when we saw later into the game, in the latter rounds, that GameLab.Alpha made it count.
And they'd be smoking a bit too early as well, which is why their smokes would dissipate by the time that they're kind of already made their way into the site. They lose a bit timing off of that, and the lockdown just, even though it gets in site control, ultimately enough, it's about what you do with that site control, and MVP simply weren't able to. And once I said again, just even on the defensive side a while ago, as we saw with Paranoia not connecting, it seemed like MVP just to brush up a bit more on where and how they use their utility, because otherwise I think a lot of the problems that were happening to them in that round could have been rectified with a bit better utility usage and coordination.
Yeah, I think we both agree it's also a matter of mistiming, right? Where if we had MVP play things a bit more properly in terms of the sync, in terms of when to actually use this utility and when to execute, GameLab.Alpha wouldn't be able to play these angles that out of nowhere they're already there contesting. That they have these rat positions, that they can sometimes get away with extremely committed angles out in the open. And if you allow GameLab.Alpha to do that, they will punish you so heftily because they are some of the sharpest shots this side of the PH.
Yeah, to that point, like I remember when Owen Cutie was in that 1v2 clutch there at the end near one of the final rounds, right? And he got that pick off of Slatham, who was back in that boathouse with Slatham, I think, peeking a bit too wide, a bit too early when his teammate wasn't at the ready just yet. But at the end of it, it's GameLab who comes away with the win. It's FallX who delivers it with Grab Unlimited.
Yeah, close game, but FallX far flung away, finding those frags again and again. Got explosive there by the tail end. Some really big step-up stuff from GameLab.Alpha, especially from Aeonix as well as Owen too. And in the end, it's GameLab.Alpha who's in the lead in the standings and also in the lead in this series. You look at their history also between GameLab and the former Abaddon Abyss Squadron. It has been GameLab.Alpha with the 2 series wins already against them. So third time, can they do it one more time, or will the team formerly known as Abaddon Abyss go for the reverse sweep instead here in this series? MVP, they need this one, Black and Blue, just to secure their slot in a more convincing fashion. They want to be the masters of their own fate here for the playoffs, especially.
Yeah, especially where, you know, they're really standing here currently in terms of where, I guess, our leaderboard is right now. Dead last, as we said, kind of tied up here with ZOL, and if ZOL are able to win their match on later, and if somehow SR Nakage or Rambutan Itata are able to win their next matchup, it could be a very curious thing where MVP could suddenly lose their spot, their place here coming into the playoffs. So it's not a great spot for them to be in, but we're gonna have to find out what shot they've got after we come back from this break.
It got close, but the MVPs could only settle for second place as GameLab.Alpha found the winning formula on that first map. But now we move over to our second map, which is MVP Esports' pick, and we go to Split. We are back though, ladies and gentlemen, to VCTPH, the final week of the regular season. Split 2, the road to Ascension, getting closer and closer. And with you for today are Dax and Black and Blue. But in that last matchup, man, it got very, very close. But what gives? How did GameLab.Alpha really eke it out there at the end?
I think they just, as we talked about, the matter of timing here for GameLab a lot of times, and they were able to really play off of each other really well, like when we saw in that 3v4 retake near one of the final rounds of regulation, where able to peek off each other. Fallex goes for the peek as he pulls aggro, somebody chimes on in, and those type of moments, I think it was Ionix and Andreech, those type of moments are really where MVP have not been winning out. It's a trading game that GameLab are one of the best teams at, especially on their initial hits or on their retakes, and we find that out from MVP. But we're going on a Split here, Dax, and this is another map that statistically neither of these teams have really had much success in.
Well, I'm looking at some of the stats right now, and apparently there are a few colors messed up on our usual stats. So if we go look at VLR, they say that they're 0-2, but they're not actually. So as far as I remember, MVP or LFS from back when, they did win against ZOL Esports here on Split. They also got pretty close to Oasis Gaming, and way back when, back in my day in the semifinals of the playoffs in Split 1, it was that Abaddon Abyss beating Oasis on this map also. So it really has a small amount of history there for MVP to rely on, you know, especially coming into what we can see sometimes on their defending side, that they're very effective at it. But it's really where their attack that's very surprising, because Exotic, he can make that space, Sladom is able to execute along the way, and there is a bit of that aggression that this former Abaddon Abyss squadron can bring to the table to really put such a map on notice, especially for other teams.
You know, you talked about that ZOL Esports matchup for MVP, and I'm looking at their veto. It's exactly the same as what we got here right now. Ascent, then Split, then finally for Pearl. So it's kind of like a second chance, a second shot at redemption here, perhaps, for this MVP squad. But Split, a map, as you said, quite effective for them the last time around. They played with that Cypher plus Sky comp, and I'm looking to see if they're going to try and replicate that this once more. It seems to be the case. Yeah, well, on this side, though, I'm looking at what we get here from GameLab.Alpha. And when they run the Cypher, it's really Fallex who goes for it. It's something we kind of have been talking about all throughout the regular season, is why did they swap around the Sentinels? Because you have Ionix already, right? But Fallex, he's very comfy of playing Cypher. Ionix, he has to be that Killjoy main, and he goes back to some of these older roots playing that duelist role, and this now puts the burden of responsibility for the duelist role to happen to both Boogie and Ionix instead. And the last time we saw them against Action PH, I think the biggest problem that we saw from GameLab.Alpha is there is space made by the duelists, but there's just not enough support to keep them alive. It got very close between APH and GameLab.Alpha, but it was APH who took that win. Has GameLab learned their lesson from that last outing? Well, perhaps, because in terms of support, the last time around, they ran that Astra, and maybe they felt like ONQD was a bit too out of the firefight to be able to really chime on in, especially for a team that loves to play off of the duel, and to have an Omen instead here over that Astra allows them to have ONQD be a bit more active in that fight, as we saw there during Ascent, and that's something they really want to pull out from him. It's the only real change that they've got to this composition here and to this roster coming on in versus the last time we saw them play Split. And for a team like GameLab, I think this is exactly the type of composition and the type of play style that they love to use, and to great effect. Yeah, this is the adjustment you want to see if you are on the side of GameLab.Alpha. In the meantime, MVP still sticking around with the usual composition, running the stage still in this day and age. But we begin now with MVP on the assault. Oh, and having to back on the way, using the teleports to get back towards the back of site itself. He might get sandwiched though, timing going to be perfect perhaps. And Sladom actually gets away with his life. Nico on the board too. MVP Esports warmed up now from that first game, and they have this A site under control too. Well, at least if there's a Sage barrier in your face, you don't have to worry about the spam through the smoke. But still, Boogie gets that kill. Sladom off the long angle. A triple for him already. They know the elbows where Dreech is, and simply trap him in there. MVP, especially off the great hold here from that Sky of Nico and from Sladom. They take the opening round on the pistol and attack.
Yeah, and GameLab.Alpha, they have to be a bit careful now with their adjustment. Yes, we do want to see Owen in the firefight more, and we have seen him navigate by himself with those teleports. But they're gonna lack some of the staying power, right? They're gonna lack that stopping power that the Astra itself brings to the table. So there's a little bit of adjustments here for GameLab on this defense.
Yeah, the only way they can really slow them down right now with this comp is either, maybe a cage, or especially if a tripwire is placed in the right position, or perhaps a nade, or that paranoia, but they won't have the global influence that Astra, as you said, provides, and so GameLab gonna have to take a more old-fashioned way of really slowing down the pusher from MVP, who are overrunning the defense right now.
Yeah, no stopping, and they realize that if they can keep going for Owen on that Omen, there are those growing pains that they can exploit. They even threw the Cyber Cage there towards the ramps. Some strong anticipation so far from MVP, and they just raid this kill though. How does he survive against Fallex? I will never wonder, or I will wonder forever. But, well, no surprise. Angels takes him down. It's 4v3 now here.
Doesn't last for too long. Peek here from Boogie. Absolutely connects, but up close like that, the Bulldog Slatham just shreds him down as he tries to get his way into the smoke. Ionix, maybe off the long angle. He's got this Spectre. Going to try and go for exits. I think he has the right read, because MVP are likely going to exit here from the screens.
Yeah, this is the perfect angle, and well, they run into Ionix and they feed him these kills. 3, looking for a fourth with the shorty. The flick though isn't enough, and Slatham survives to tell that tale. Good damage done though on Eco by GameLab.
That was so close, but
Weapon here.
yeah, I think they come out of that one pretty happy at the end of it there. Great read by Ionix, and that's such a heads-up play for him. He knows that the last time he was spied out was here towards A main, and so he runs away instead there towards that CD position and gets super max value from that picked up Spectre.
Yeah, you're happy to see that. And for once, GameLab.Alpha do have their duelists on top of the scoreboard. We have talked about it, that they effectively use Boogie and Ionix on this map as sacrificial lambs. And that allows someone like Fallex, someone like Trich to clean up instead. A bit of a timeout though called, perhaps a little technical pause along the way. And GameLab.Alpha, I'm trying to figure out what else they can do with this Omen right now here, Black and Blue. Because 2 times in a row that Owen, he's under so much pressure as soon as those gates open.
Well, it's under pressure. You really see how these players can be defined. So far, Owen QD hasn't had himself a great start, but it's only been 2 rounds, and we saw him have a really good Ascent map. Looking for that to be replicated, and we typically do see him on this Omen, so it's not like it's a kind of uncomfortable pick for him anyways. And MVP so far, it simply was just them having the firepower advantage and the timing there in those past 2 rounds, I think. So GameLab, no real reason to kind of panic just yet, especially with how for the first time, as you said, GameLab, they got their duelists at the top, which we rarely see be something that you can expect from a team like GameLab.
Yeah, it's not that. I think last time we saw against Ascension PH, it kind of proved that it wasn't the players that were the problem. Like, if you see one of the duels here from GameLab.Alpha be at the bottom of the scoreboard, it's just one of the, I'd say, growing pains that has hurt GameLab.Alpha all throughout. That they use that space because they have incredible fraggers, and sometimes they kind of just leave whoever's in the front line to their own devices, whether it be Fallex, whether it be Boogie. In this case, it's Boogie and Ionix, who kind of have to work together to keep each other alive here, especially.
Well, at least you got 2 duelists now, which is kind of what we've come to expect from a team like GameLab, especially last season, right? Where they'd run that double duelist so often. You'd see the Raze Jet or the Phoenix Jet or whatever combination of 2 you'd like, the Reyna every now and then as well. And that's something that we haven't really seen be pulled out from GameLab, aside from the map here, like, the split where you move Fallex to that Cypher instead. And maybe these kind of maps where they actually get to go back to what we've become accustomed to for a team like GameLab is really a tool that you can move and use further in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think that's also really how the nature of the map works for them. I do feel like in more urban-looking settlements, I think that's a weird way to phrase it, but you see it a lot on how they play Pearl. You see it in how they play here on Split, that if there's only a little space to work with, they want to take it very quickly and as soon as possible. On the other hand, though, I haven't really thought about MVP Esports much. We have seen them, though, excel at the start of this game, but yet again, getting red early on, losing out a bit on the economy. One thing, though, that they're getting close to here, Black and Blue, is that resurrection from Sladom, and I like that he's on the stage here in a more battle position because he came up so clutch for MVP in that last map to keep them in the game.
Yeah, and, you know, the Sage is, I think, a very underrated pick now. You think, it's simple. What does he really gain you in terms of value? But simplicity is the exact point of value that you gain from it. Simply slow down the position, simply block off an angle, and those can be very effective if you don't have the type of space control taking that a more, I guess, experienced team might have. Dreech here being chased down, but able to get away with his life, barely.
Oh, and that's big intel. The Trailblazer actually spotting out more than one person. Now, Polex confident here to stay by the garage area, and he wants to take it just so he has a position, but he backs on the way instead into the arms of Exotic. Not the best call there from the side of GameLab, and even better now done by Sladom. Stellar shot onto Dritch. Owen there trying to stay by the alley, but this is a big advantage already for the offense.
Exotic here up top on that rafter. It can be a very delicate problem. You see the late lurk coming in from Kel. I'm not sure if they're aware of his position. They're going to check this mail. Don't see anything out towards mid. And that gives Kel a signal to try and go for the backstab. V-Black cuts down the push here from Boogie. There's no way that GameLab get themselves back into this site. His Owen is all alone. Classic right click to the foot. And MVP. Spectacular third round. They only lose one off of the bonus.
And that was just because Exotic had to look the tower instead of where he was initially angled. Good timing from Owen, but even better shots and an even better tactic taken by MVP. That tower take itself was so instrumental. Just because Polex couldn't confirm the kill early on, GameLab lost all their footing.
And you saw V-Black there, right, in that duel versus FallX towards a B main where he didn't commit to the fight. He knew all he had to do was keep FallX busy enough and burn enough time that the rest of the MVP squad can wrap around him, and because of that pressure, FallX pulls back, exposed to heaven, and a clean shot landed by Exotic with that Bulldog. GameLab in a difficult spot right now. The Trailblazer doesn't even see where Boogie is. It finds the Omen, but not the Jet.
It doesn't! I was trying to see if they're looking to make the fake happen, but Nico slap them on the board. Here we go with Kel also getting the kills, and despite the extra angles being taken here by GameLab.Alpha, MVP extra keen and extra sharp on the shots. Fallex towards heaven. We have a flash being taken here by Aeonix, but Exotic, the timing perfect. Kel knows where his opponent is. Aeonix, though, does get a takedown, forces him out with the pain shells, and from the guiding light, guided by V-Black instead, it will be the 4-0 scoreline here for MVP.
Sure, blinded. That's so unfortunate there for Boogie. He had a good angle. They didn't even know he was there, but I think his first initial shot rang out and didn't connect, which allowed them to turn around at that point. Pressure, especially with them moving in such awkward and sometimes unintelligible ways, kind of shakes up your aim a bit. Timeout, I think there should be a GameLab timeout. Of course, they've got that showstopper. Maybe shut them down, but MVP instead. They got the Seekers here and the Neural Theft, so lots of information gathering for MVP to utilize in this round, and if they do win this round, it's going to be heavy momentum, I think, moving forward.
Yeah, and especially that they're on the attacking side. They've already taken 4 rounds here on Split. They have such a strong composition for the defense as well, and every little bit of these score lines going MVP's favor is just extra good news down the line. Timeout, as you mentioned, so instrumental now for GameLab.Alpha because they're just losing out on the duels themselves. The timings have been a little bit iffy. The way that they go for the fights themselves has been more so manipulated by GameLab.Alpha, and that's something we noticed in the last 2 rounds, right? That when GameLab.Alpha tries to push, MVP pulls back just oh so slightly, and it leads to the perfect timing happening for the offense instead.
GameLab here. See how they play on this defense. As I said, that showstopper, it has becoming crucial. The flank is coming on in. Oh, he might get good timing. He's not even looking the right way. V-Black here in the corner. He finally gets a catch, Aeonix.
Yeah, that's exactly what GameLab needs. A little bit of hope at the end of this tunnel here, perhaps. As Rich now retreating away from the Seekers. Fallex though firmly in position. And this is now the classic Fallex anchor that we expect. Finds 2 before he falls. Nico with the clear shore. But it's 4v2 and GameLab.Alpha waiting already on the opposite end.
A nice try there. He gets a 2 Fallex, which is so helpful on the retake. Nades on now. Showstopper just to secure the round. But it's Boogie who opens on up. Didn't even need that ult, I think, in a 4v2. At least they get the round. So GameLab finally get themselves on the board.
Yeah, if that was the party coming their way, the celebration came from Boogie instead. And this is why you want to put Fallex on a Cypher like this in a map like this. He's so quick at getting these duels. Very, very ready for these kind of positions. And we see from GameLab.Alpha, as soon as they get that first pick, prevent any kind of off angle happening from MVP, they do feel that they can be confident on the commit.
That smoke from Owen Cutie as well there on that site, not on the A site. Not exactly in the position that he'd want it. Would have been better, a bit more shifted position to allow Fallex to rotate back around. Maybe he wouldn't have had to take that fight versus Nico. Ultimately enough, they still come out for the round. Aggressive stance being taken here by GameLab early on. And it's interesting that it's Aeonix who's taking this position, not Boogie. Typically, it'd be the other way around with the Jet up close and the Raze back away to maybe chuck a paint shell if it ever comes to it.
Yeah, just a few adjustments here and there. And Aeonix now looking to lead the charge towards mid. Kel will stifle him as he stands. Now then, because of that kill, it's a quick little hero theft. Get that intel so far, and with the wall on that tower, they're able to cross, moving towards that B site instead. Heaven controlled here by MVP. GameLab trying to finish the angles yet again, but they just cannot stand the chance from the opportunities made by MVP.
MVP. Oh no, on through here, coming in from Dreech, but it's a bit of a reach. Hit Nico on the shutdown. There's no way you come out of that when a Trailblazer just gets awkward timing. You hear Dax even, oh no. MVP. That information off of the neural theft, just more than enough for them to know where to go.
Yeah, it's just so clinical here from MVP. As soon as they get the intel, they have the right rotations. As soon as they get Heaven control on either side, they're able to use it to their advantage. And, well, these towers taken here by MVP. Happy to see them succeed so far. GameLab.Alpha, though, a hope, a prayer, and a blade storm. We'll see what they can do now.
They have information that A main is being occupied as of the moment by some MVP presence. Okay, that lets them know there has to be at least 3 here. Make that 4 as they hear the Jet. The full site executes the tripwire, getting the catch and the spam from Aeonix up on Heaven.
Yeah, Aeonix getting some good intel. Exotic found out so early on, and now MVP desperate to get that Rams control instead and just vie for the higher ground one more time. But GameLab so prepared yet again. Distraction though with the tripwire. V-Black takes advantage. Rich though on the board now. The spam coming on through, and you can see Boogie wants to play it close, finding Nico in that dance. The Seeker's also into play to just catch out the final 2 targets up close and personal. Here comes Boogie yet again to get in position. A quick little rotate though here, Black and Blue, and look who's coming their way on the opposite end. Paranoia gets the connection, but maybe Owen actually giving away his position. A standoff yet again towards the corner from the shadows. Goodbye, Kel, you're all alone, but he will fight on back, and he will find the frags anyway. Flat goes towards that B site, and there you have it, the scramble now to the opposite end of the map.
That's what you gotta do there, Kel. And he's been so just reliant on finding those awkward timings against GameLab, and he's been so reliable as well for MVP. Leaving a position on an anchor there. You have to go 1 and done. He gives you more. He'll give you 2 and go.
And look at them regroup. V-Back's like, I left you behind. You're still alive? Yeah, man, let's do this. And they're so confident holding on to the garage. The plant has the angle for them. It's perfectly placed here for MVP Esports and perfectly made and crafted by V-Black and especially Kel. The save is forced onto Dritch, and MVP now has a commanding lead just because of their efforts so far.
Yeah, on the attacking side too, here on the first half, that is great. V-Black and Kel going their separate ways, you know, like Dom and
and Brian
in F6. Yeah, Brian in F6, where they're like, it's been a long day without my friends. The whole part, but, they go left, you go right.
But
and they eventually meet.
He shows up again. They finally come
Yeah.
back. I wonder if they're ever gonna do it. I feel like they're gonna do it at the end of Fast and the Furious, no
have
matter
to.
what. Even
They
though, you know,
have to.
R.I.P. Paul Walker and everything, but they're gonna do something 100% once they're done with that series.
I mean, they mentioned. I think they kind of talked about it in one of the interviews. But moving on to the game, actually.
Why do you sound like you've researched more about Fast and the Furious than this game? But okay, Owen, well, he had the chance, but no chance versus Exotic. And one thing MVP Esports has actually that we haven't really talked about, when you have the Sky and the Sage together, you effectively have double healer to support. Just like a different game, but the Paranoia Go gets connection. The guy like stuck in the corner, Drake with the takedown. Boogie also on the board, so GameLab.Alpha putting up a decent fight so far, and they're still trying to play on side. The flick though from V-Black, absolutely unreal, and the triple kill even to boot. 7-1, and MVP take the round again.
Clean once more from MVPE here, and GameLab, even off of their timeout a while ago, not really able to gain much here in this first half. Exotic there, even though he wasn't necessarily ready for it, still won out in the fight. A small little hop, throwing off the aim of Owen Cutie, who just has had himself the most proficient game so far. They got the res here off of MVPE to just add to the list of problems for GameLab.
Yeah, it's just more and more bad news here for GameLab.Alpha as the flashes do come online towards mid. Intel given, both GameLab and MVP anticipate that there will be contact, and for the first time in forever, we get a mad scramble in the middle. Dritch though on the board to get to Exotic, finding frags for his own end. Aeonix trying to play the game of patience, but he won't be rewarded this time, as MVP will back on the way to the sewer so far, and maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe I'm the impatient one here, Black and Blue. Aeonix is a rock. He's a statue. He's one of those guys in Eastwood that you have to pay to make him move, and he's still there.
He's still there. They don't know they're practically breathing upon him. If maybe Owen had a better nose, he could tell. He's right around the corner. Exotic.
He's moving.
The angle. He sees him. He gets great timing off of it as well and can back off with a single blast pack. Nicely done from Aeonix. That's more what they gotta do. Get that timing going their way.
Dude, that was so statuesque from Aeonix, but he found the timing at the right moment. MVP, though, they still won't let up actually towards middle. Aeonix, he's still anticipating his push no matter what. Sticking around towards tower, it's V-Black, his next challenger. And as the staircase ascends, it will be the ascension of V-Black instead. Paint shells, though, not the best timing as Kel swings it as soon as he hears the Yodja Q. On site, though, you still have one. It's Owen. Fallix trying to get in position. Plant coming online. Paranoia is there. Blinded and found. Owen will get the takedown.
Perfect Paranoia. Perfectly played as well there by Aeonix. Just waiting for his moment of strike. And when he does pick his opportunity, it's in just such the most fortunate of timings as well. Here going for their way. GameLab, that's the type of round that they needed finally. At least they're able to have some economy coming into this round. It's MVP who take the L there, but I don't think they're going to be too shaken from that. They know that they're still in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, it was a little ambitious for MVP to actually play mid like that, especially against GameLab.Alpha. Those quick frags courtesy of Dritch. They threw that round in for quite the loop itself. So we're back to our regularly scheduled A-take from MVP. Aeonix, though, yet again playing towards rounds. We hear the Blade Storm now unleashed by Exotic, leading the charge. And look at the camera places from Fall X, trying to find the tag and use that smoke to get a sudden kill. But instead, they have to give it up. It's MVP on site. Aeonix, though, finding contact early.
Had some Cypher utility towards the site, but nobody really to play off of it, especially off the tags that could have come. Owen trying to make sure he's not too deep there, rather V-Black, and kills going GameLab's way on this retake. It makes things so difficult. Nico has to get this, but he doesn't. That showstopper absolutely stopping any sort of hope that he had. And GameLab, quick and easy take. Hey, yo, Nyx.
What was that in the end?
Like, imagine if his name was Nyx and you're from New York. Hey, yo, Nyx. It's a me.
What the hell did I... Okay. I'm walking here.
I think it's because I watched Super Mario the other day.
Yeah, I feel like you that came from something. Well, We can get a slice of pizza after everything is. We're having a timeout on Times Square. That's as far as I'm gonna go with the New York references. And, well, for MVP, as soon as they see that GameLab.Alpha gets momentum, they do call for these timeouts just to realize what they're doing on the defense. And from what we saw there, right, GameLab.Alpha, they're very responsible and they were very reserved in their hold. They had some strong angles towards ramps, towards tower, but they were not over eager with it. And MVP couldn't punish GameLab accordingly.
Well, it's MVP here who really, in these type of rounds where GameLab just are free to give up the site and then just hit so hard on that post plant where MVP just don't have any kind of outside presence. Maybe their A main lurk isn't working.
Here.
That type of post plant hold,
Here.
it's easily dismantled by a team like GameLab who, instead of a scalpel, they just choose to go for a sledgehammer of all things and really beat down that post plant hold. GameLab, that's what they're so good at, especially when you got a showstopper to lead the way.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Big distraction, and eventually that rocket flare came their way. The wall, though, is up, and Ionix is lifted too. Exotic doesn't expect it, but they have the rest anyway. And now it's advantage here for MVP Esports. I wonder if Sladam did that on purpose. Now he's gone, and Nico will make the trade happen. MVP, though, make their way towards the site. This time around, GameLab go for the Seekers early on, but this should be the plan going the opposite way.
Here it is. GameLab, another retake, but this time with a man count heavily in the favor of MVPE for the most part. And they have that outside presence that I was talking about here. They have A main control and positioning. The brunt of the push coming in from the screen side. V-Black got the one, but that's all he needed to do as MVP were in just prime spots to get the pincer here and shut down that push.
And you saw that adjustment right from MVP. It's something that we saw on Ascent, that they were getting spammed through angles, spammed through smokes, and they were getting taken down. You mentioned this so early on. With the Sage, you feel safe with the wall. You feel secure. And even though someone got lifted on up, the trade and the res was enough for MVP to keep on going. From that point on, they were so stationed on the site and some opportunistic angles to get those takedowns.
Those opportunities. But this is an opportunity if you don't capitalize off of it. MVP were able to at least work with there. They got the neural theft once more from FallX, but the Seekers here from Nico can be used at any time to find out where within the site they're waiting. Trailblazer keeps him at bay. That's another good defensive smoke here being thrown out towards Heaven, and Cutie on the spam.
But look at that, Owen actually winning out versus V-Black so early on. The Garage now taken here for GameLab, and for the first time, they've an extra angle to work with on this. Behold, FallX finding Sladam already. Exactly what GameLab wants in this kind of scenario. The tower, though, being held still by MVP. Rotation from Tel to get in position. Ionix, though, flies further, and Exotic just getting taken on down. Nico on the board, sure, but now it's all left to kill in the 4v1. The defuse coming the way of GameLab. The kills, too, in the end. And it will end with a 4-8 scoreline. MVP with the lead, but GameLab with a bit of recovery at the end of the first half.
Difficult to flick the Rich there, who's on the swing, but the big pick we talked about was this one coming from ONGD, dropping V-Black. Now that's lost a lot of the smoke potential here. The spam as well coming from FallX through that CT, through that alleyway, just catching another target off guard, off the back of the head. And GameLab, they get the round at the very least. Maybe they can continue that momentum, but the problem here is they're on the attacking side, the less favored side by far here in Split. And it's going to be where they're going to have to try and close this series out.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard effort, but they have the double duelist anyway. They also have the Sky to play offensive, and we've seen from them the 4-1 split has been instrumental to their success. Now with the Omen in tow, how does that change for GameLab.Alpha? Can they keep Ionix and Boogie alive more so? We'll find out. The shoulder peek there from Sladam. They figured out that it's a Sage here in position early on the speed take.
Wall stops him in the tracks for the momentary time. FallX, good pick off on Exotic to trade in from Nico. Saw them trapped there within the site. Leaves it to a 2v3.
Yeah, there you have it now. GameLab on site and looking better than ever with this setup. The Omen helping out in pinch with the paranoia. They crack through the wall also. Just to commit yet again from GameLab and what they want to do. Throwing MVP into a loop itself. Nico, though, and Kel in position to go for the high-low setup. Nico now dropping on down to go alongside his Cypher. The smoke though in the way. The guy in light to try and go for the pop flash itself, but Rich and Boogie in position. The crossfire is set, and GameLab get the takedowns. Pistol is won by them.
Boogie dodged that flash as well, anticipating it to probably come and making sure that he's at the ready to do so, and that he was. What's he done here? Coming from GameLab, MVP. He still got a bit of a few rounds here as a cushion, but can't let these go too unanswered. They have the right idea of committing most of their defense here towards the A side. Let's see how they do it, and if GameLab even try to fight for ramp.
Yeah, this MVP can't be too lax about their defense. They have so many ways to stall, yes, but GameLab.Alpha, they are that sledgehammer that you mentioned, and they're ready for the demolition order if ever they can find the timing. Now with the flash into play, there's the Trailblazer scouting out the corners. Aeonix moving towards the site itself, letting Boogie clear the left instead. And that's the beauty of double duelists there, Black and Blue. As the twirl comes from Nico, Owen swaps over to get that takedown. Boogie now moving towards screens, spots out V-Black, gets that kill even. And GameLab.Alpha, a strong execute with that offensive front line that they have there.
Yeah, just no real chance of MVP stopping that, especially if you don't have your Sage at the ready with their utility. Slatham, all he's going to hope for here is maybe somebody comes his way. Maybe get a quick right click, but MVP moving on further in these next few rounds. I want to see them use the strengths of their comp here. They have lots of potential to play these kind of traps off the flash as Aeonix finds them. Like, for example, where they can maybe goad them into B-Heaven and suddenly have a pop flash or a paranoia at the ready with maybe a tripwire, something like that. These kind of trap setups where they could have are just could be very, very, I think, problematic for a team like GameLab who would love to rush in and sometimes a bit too hasty.
No, exactly that, right? MVP has the stopping power. They need to use that just to hold things down. If not, GameLab.Alpha will stroll in, get these kills, and call it a day. So 2 rounds in a row because of the anti-eco. GameLab had the advantage, but this time around, rifles at the ready from MVP. Slatham yet again. No shoulder peek, but this is an even more offensive wall. So quickly broken by GameLab.Alpha. It is dissuaded by the slower, but yeah, that's just broken quickly.
It didn't even get time to harden into its actual, full strength there.
It's just gone. Dude, it's made out of plywood.
Needs a bit more fluff.
Yeah, maybe put some Mighty Bond on it. It'll be better that way.
Let's see how this push comes on Index. Paranoia at the ready.
Well, classic GameLab. They get in there. Boogie. Aeonix trying to clear different angles. The duels, though, go in favor of MVP instead. And with the isolations, MVP are there to call it their homes instead. Fallex, the only one left. Always on the lurk. Always at the ready. And the flicks there to get the takedown. But nicely done by MVP to hold that down.
6-9.
Nice.
MVP. Good shutdown there on that GameLab squad. Luckily for them, they were at the ready. And was that blind timing there for Slatham to place down his wall? It didn't last long, but at least Biden bought him just a few seconds to back off.
Maybe they just need to sacrifice the wall to win the round.
Perhaps.
Like, take these bullets for us. Thank you very
What
much.
the hell?
What?
It's
Yes?
an energy sword. Is that
Yes,
the
it is.
arcade bundle?
Yeah.
One?
Yeah, it's...
What?
you
I thought
changed
they
the
were all
cartridge.
the fists.
No, the fist is the Street Fighter
The orange one.
And
The
then
orange
there's
one.
the Dance Dance Revolution one. And that's the... Like, there's an arcade game thing, the scientific one or whatever. Sci-fi
I didn't
one.
know.
Yes,
that
there is.
Different colorways had different melees on this new
Yeah,
bundle.
it
What the
changes.
hell?
Oh no! Black and Blue's gonna spend his talent fee on this.
Yeah, I was looking at it last night. I think me and Taylor, we were playing for like, I think we played like 8 games of ranked. And the whole time, every time I'd look at the store and be like, today.
Not today. Well, today is the day Fallex will find contact towards Garage. That's 2 actually from MVP who have to back on away. And GameLab actually slowly moving towards tower instead. So, not the timing that GameLab was looking for. The wall there in the way actually surviving for longer this time around. You can gush about the skins later. I can describe to you the skins later on there, black and blue. But now we get the execute, moving towards tower itself. Aeonix is priming the pain shells. They don't expect B-Black is just so close beside them. Slide them with a takedown too. Aeonix gets up close and personal. And the Stinger, a single clip to get the double kill. But Nico is there in position to prevent the rifle from getting picked up. Instead now, MVP climbed the staircase to ascend into even a better position. Can they actually find those final frags though as GameLab get back into cover? Yes, they do! In one fell swoop. It's 6-10 now for MVP's favor.
Nicely done and swiftly as well handled here from that MVP squad. This is looking even furthermore like a map 3, Daxon. And coming into the series in the first place, I kind of expected that for us to go this way, for us to go that deep, and for a team here like MVPE, we're just kind of teetering in their spot. Oh, that's an easier way to do a lineup, but I know a quicker way. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yes? Do you want to take over? Do you want to get in that game instead?
There's one where you can throw it from the heaven and just not have to deal with the awkwardness of all that, but nicely done anyways. I like though that he's playing within kind of like the screens here to actually play off of that trip if he does get the tag.
Yeah, exactly that. They have ways to at least find those angles anyway, and there you have it now. Exotic, 1, 2, 3! You saw that, just so crispy with the shots, and well, they're done. MVP, convincing round taken, and this is where it gets really problematic for GameLab. This lead getting further and further away from the defense.
I'm trying to find what the purple melee looks like. Off of the Radiant Entertainment System. Found much resource.
Last player standing.
What is it like if it's Dance Dance?
Trying to remember because of you. Like, I have to think about it now. I can't believe I'm searching this while we're in timeout instead of talking about what happened. You're the analyst. Tell me what happened in that last round.
Better guns, MVP, shoot, bang, bang, brr, GameLab die. Here. Really, that's what.
There's a different side of you has come out today, hasn't it?
What do you mean?
You feel very energetic today.
Shaved.
I guess that's it. Oh, I think it's only the bazooka badger that gives you the claw. The other ones are the fist.
Oh,
so there you
it's
go.
like a claw.
Yeah,
Or no,
it's a sword.
Oh,
That's the thing, right?
The purple one is.
I'm looking at it. Custom model, different animations, audio team. There's
You launched the game?
No, no. I'm looking at some of the text about it. Thanks for your analysis, by the way. I learned nothing, but I'm learning the fact that MVP looked very secure on the retake, and you saw how quick that was, right? They just pitched GameLab, and that was all she wrote.
Well, let's see if that's all she sang at the very least. At the end of it, GameLab here, as of the moment, just looking a lot more primed for this round compared to the last. After the timeout, the spam for on Fall X just tags him up so much. He's surprised if he even gets a kill, but he needs to get this neural theft off.
Enemy kill.
Neural theft indeed, and well, perhaps Exotic with a find on the Fall X to begin with. We heard the showstopper unleashed, but GameLab get nothing out of it, and instead now, it's such a strong call here from MVP. They catch the lurk, and now they catch the other targets. Boogie, though, advancing towards the alleyway, and it's climb towards kill. It's 3v4. Seeker's there. Nico dropping on down, but Aeonix with a takedown. Turn around. Why don't you, Aeonix? Someone's there on site, and well, we have Sladam now, trying to get back in position. Lifts himself up just to fall. GameLab.Alpha, incredible frags, and this is the GameLab standard. Convenient for them. They get on site, and they get the takedowns.
And that's what they needed to do finally. As I said, looking a bit more primed in this round. Azure,
thank you.
Kind of setting up for their take there. GameLab.Alpha, not exactly in clear waters just yet. It's a good showing here off of the timeout, but let's see a bit more of that. Maybe they can extend this even further. But MVP, they pull out the operator here off the technical pause.
Okay, now you have time to look for it. Never mind. Never mind. Spoke too soon. No tech pause needed. We're all good. And no tech pause. Thank you very much. I do feel, though, that MVP has to be very careful on the retake in those scenarios. They have the good positions, yes, but GameLab.Alpha, one will always be on the advance. you'll always notice that they want to take more space away from you. And the answer here from MVP, bring out the operator towards the ramps, especially the slow peak. Not the call there in that scenario now. GameLab.Alpha knows that there is an up in hand towards this A side. They execute quickly made instead to adjust. The Trailblazer though looking for stragglers and finds Balllex, especially the Cyber Cage though to get in the way. Shorty now, that's on him! Exotic just going gung-ho, and Sladum's there to help him out. Just the sync there from MVP to keep their duels alive. And now Spike's planted, Paranoia, Prime Bogey gonna get caught out, and the swing from B-Black gets the hit. Owen though still sticking on around towards tower itself. A small little lurk and a small little hole even from Ionix. This is Bach, and Ionix in the win! An army of two, left to one. 1v1 indeed, and Ionix will stand there in the end. It's GameLab's win again.
What a great hold there from GameLab within that site, just able to isolate these angles and isolate these fights. Multiple 1v1s given away for free. And MVP crumble at the hands of the mighty GameLab, who you give him those duels. It's the last thing you'd want to see.
You can feel the tide turn so many times in that fight from the push assisted courtesy of Exotic, right? And then that lurk moving into tower, and then that swing towards screens, and then that hold from Ionix. Just again and again, if you get into that chaotic kind of energy, it's GameLab.Alpha who's able to harvest that and reap the rewards from it. Timeout now called for MVP. We talk about stopping power. They need to use that just to slow things down against GameLab.
You know, I noticed something too. I'm not sure when this returned, but we have the series map score on the top left.
Oh, it's been a while.
Has it?
Yeah.
I remember it being gone for a part of Split 1.
No, it was gone for the whole of Split 1 until I think the finals or something. And then here on Split 2, we've had it for a very long time already.
My bad.
It's okay.
You
can't
paying
even
attention.
It's okay. You've been trying to figure out what the skin looks like on the Dance Dance Revolution 1. I know that's your priority right now.
My
Skin
problem
first.
is that the orange and the purple one looks so much better, but the blue one just
has the sword.
It's blue.
Yeah.
And it has a sword.
Either way, I know you're gonna cop it at the end, but of course, we're looking for someone to get themselves a victory here. And the GameLab.Alpha, they do huddle on up for a quicker execute perhaps towards this A site. It's a matter of timing yet again. As a double hold on the ramps itself is something to watch out for. Stinger in the hands of Boogie. Long time to wait. They're just waiting for the timing, and especially now with the call to action courtesy of Balllex, causing chaos towards the B side. Sladum with a takedown, but since now they know the numbers on the opposite end, it will be up to Nico, who does get that kill. The spike left behind, and this is so big. Sladum even finding Boogie. No advanced nade here by GameLab whatsoever, because MVP is putting a stop to all the angles that they can get in the first place. Guiding Light though doesn't get the flash that they want. Oh, and instead stepping up to the plate. It's 2v3 after the resurrection, and here we go again. The shifts one by one. Now from the shadows to get in position on the site.
Well, GameLab, a bit of a premature execution there. They let that contact be made by the Fallex or Owen QD towards that B, and they immediately hit the A. This kill shuts him down. I would have liked for him to, as Ionix is able to get himself within the site. I would have liked for them to maybe wait a few more seconds, have the MVP defense adjust away. Oh. But why is he planting so wide open with no control?
Exactly, all alone and... Okay, well, okay. He anticipated it. He was looking that way, and well, MVP Esports. Anyway, they're gonna be on match point now. Perfect chance to tie things up, and it was just such a solid hold there towards the tower, especially. We saw here from MVP. They yet again do not fall for the miscommunications that GameLab is trying to do against them. With Fallex causing chaos on one side, they still stay stable towards the ramps. And from that point on, they slowed down the pace from GameLab. This is it though for GLab. They need to win this to continue on here on Split.
GameLab, as of the moment here, pressing further on. Try and extend this. They want to end this in 2-0. Breach gets the trade off of Owen QD as he went down, but Cypher utility is not really going to stop them in their tracks. Just swing from Exotic connects, but Boogie's quick on the trade.
Yeah, Exotic's the one who plays off the Tripwire instead, and now it's 3v3. GameLab.Alpha, though, make their way towards the site. You can debate, perhaps. That's there from MVP, but the double peek instead is enough to get the takedown out the Fall X. Big pickup, as you mentioned, and even bigger intel. Now they know it's an elbow hold here from the side of GameLab. They get confirmation, they throw out the slow orb, and Sladom is able to deny Dredge of any value there. Boogie, though, just touches tips with V-Black there on the rifles, and just stick him up, why don't you? MVP get on the board here. 13-8, we go for the decider.
Touching tips, slapping swords, and at the end, well, everybody's shouting out whoever it may be on their phone.
What?
Brother, your phone is off. There you go.
There you go.
There you go. But what a map here coming from MVP to retaliate. And as we were talking about, you know, coming into this, you look at MVP, and they've had some good performances in the past here on split. Your previous roster, yes, versus ZOL, and then versus Oasis, almost bringing it out there in the end, 10-13. So this is not too surprising, and as soon as I kind of saw, you know, map number 1 of where the series was going to go, I already kind of thought this should probably go to map number 3, and that we will.
Yeah, exactly that, right? And we saw it, especially in the first half. MVP Esports, strong execute, strong ways to play, and having that lead from the attacking side was such a big buffer against the small little spurts of energy that we saw from GameLab.Alpha. In terms of the MVPs, though, you can see Exotic on one side, Aeonix on the other. Exotic came up big with some stellar kills out of nowhere, but there were also big moments from GameLab.Alpha. We saw from Aeonix, we saw from Owen that they just get in position, that they're able to find those frags against MVP. But I do feel like once MVP gets their structure going right, when they don't end up in those scenarios where they get isolated in terms of the timing, they're just so stellar at grouping on up and getting those kills anyway.
Yeah, especially when they can, you know, actually play to the way that we know MVP can. That's where they really look their best here. Finding that timing, as you said, and playing as a cohesive unit, making sure to really shake up GameLab, who like to sometimes just press the pace a bit too hot for even they themselves couldn't handle. GameLab sometimes around where that scramble just easily shut down here from MVP. Aeonix has had some great moments in this game as a duelist, and you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they explore this kind of composition more, where they have Aeonix at the forefront on the duelist role and maybe put Fall X on the back line, because Fall X has had good intuition as well on his lurk.
Honestly, I feel like that they're just doing this because of their agent comfort. Either you put Fall X in the front line, either Aeonix. It works here for GameLab.Alpha, and that's what their strength is as a team. This squad of 5 are all fraggers in their own right, but MVP Esports, it was their victory on the other hand, and V-Black, of course, calling the shots and delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. MVP Esports in that game, they really impressed us with the way that they're able to just stifle whatever GameLab.Alpha wanted to do. And if they can do that yet again, going into our decider on Pearl, then there is a chance for MVP to take this. But you can see how close this series has really gotten after 2 maps.
Yeah, especially knowing that MVP are a team that have proven to be resilient, but so have GameLab. Even after tough losses like this, we're going into Pearl, a map that, if you look at the statistics for GameLab, it's been, I think, a bit more proficient for them. We saw them, especially last season, kind of be such a menace on that Pearl map that when we go on over for MVPE, even though they might have some momentum from this map number 2 going into the 3rd and final of the series, I'm not going to slouch just yet, because I know what GameLab can do when put up against the wall. We're going to find out how it goes when we come back from the break.
The path to the playoffs is clear, and these matchups that matter do go the distance. We are back here, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 of our first series today. It is still GameLab.Alpha versus MVP Esports. I'm Dax in black and blue, the people with you here on the English side, and we've seen there. First game, it got close, but it was GameLab. Second game, it was MVP who took advantage. A little bit of life there from GameLab.Alpha near the tail end, but MVP delivered that win anyway, pardon the pun. But moving now into Pearl, it gets a little bit tricky for both sides in a way. And what do you think about this one right now? In terms of this decider, is it a bit more even, or who has the advantage moving forward?
I could really feel you're still GameLab.Alpha versus MVP there, because, I mean, as soon as you look at this map video, you kind of do expect that to come, especially you see the second half come on in, the first half rather, on this split map. But to your question, you know, how do I expect this Pearl to go? I would like for it to, you know, kind of be a bit more of a switch up from GameLab, because we've kind of gotten accustomed to how they play their Pearl, right? We see Volex on that jet typically, but I want to see them go back to that double duelist that we saw them really like to pull out during stage number 1. You have that Phoenix pulled up once more, and I think that's where GameLab really play their best. But this is a change up. They have the Sage come out here.
Yo, wait a minute. This is now Dritch on the stage, and this is, I believe, a little bit of an adjustment from what we saw against ZOL Esports last time around, that they're playing the Viper here actually. They're not running the Astra anymore, and a single Viper on Pearl. I think it's a little bit interesting, but on the other hand, look at MVP Esports, a true test of teamwork. Double wall setup on the map that, if you play it right, suits it.
Yeah, the double wall can just be such a big tool for that kind of, you know, utility shuffle, especially on the defense, but even on the offense, no matter where really you go, if you commit both walls towards the same site, you can keep on shuffling it back and forth. Viper wall up, then the Harbor wall, then Viper just completely have so much uptime that it can really burn out the opposition here. And I think that if you are GameLab in this case, where you have that Viper and you also have the Sage, which is a big real change here, I think you're going to really have to make sure that they don't get that control in the first place. Otherwise, it can be very difficult on the retake.
Yeah, we go to a matter of stopping power yet again. This time, it's for GameLab.Alpha. While MVP Esports has ran the double wall for pretty much their stage run in their past 2 outings, they did go to overtime. 1 win against RNT, 17-15. 1 loss against SR Nagate, 13-15 instead. So there's still a few openings, perhaps, that GameLab.Alpha can exploit here. But on the other hand, let's talk about GameLab.Alpha. Ever since they got destroyed by Oasis Gaming on this map, when they used to run the Phoenix and the Gecko together alongside the Jet, they've been trying to find that answer. And we saw them adjust just a little bit on Split a while ago. It didn't really pan out the way they want. Will this adjustment this time be enough for GameLab.Alpha to eke out that win? Or will the tried and tested from MVP Esports be the ones to give them the victory instead here?
We're going to have to find out for ourselves. The double controller, double wall especially, is what we've come accustomed to in the past 2 outings here of this MVP squad. Typically, when teams run double controller, it's going to be 1 wall controller and then 1 kind of, you know, target smoke, either an Astra, an Omen, or a Breach, but either a Brimstone. But in this case, a double wall, as I said, this gives you such a big advantage if used right, but you also lose a bit more re-hit power initiating. Luckily, on that Harbor, maybe the Cascade can give them something new. They're going to try and pry this art open, though.
And there you have it now. High side settled up. And Yonix trying to get the hell out of there. And Omen covering his rear as much as possible. Exotic, though, finds the frag onto the Viper. GameLab has no smokes now to work with. And Yonix trying to play towards main. And he still finds kill anyway. Volex on the board, too. GameLab.Alpha, some stellar kills to keep them alive in this fight. From now, it's 4v2 at MVP. They have to play towards a secret angle, too. They have the spike in hand. So if they can rotate towards B side, they might be able to take it there in the first place.
I mean, they have the wall there placed. Can't be long, but I'm curious that MVP kind of went for the conditioning option to place that Viper wall here early towards B, instead of, you know, kind of utilizing it for their push instead. And it might have kept the defense there early, yes, but you see, as soon as that Harbor wall is on its way down, MVP just lose a lot of their holding power towards that site.
And the fact that the Onyx survived for so long, right? That was such a big reason that they held that 8 together. But the Onyx now will fall. Exotic and Nico, an army of 2 playing in the back halls themselves. The slow orb though, keeping the pace at the crawl. Folex on the board, Nico with the trade. It's 2v1 and the swing comes. It's not enough though, as Rich will find the frenzy and find the takedown anyway. GameLab will take the pistol to begin our third map.
A bit too wide of a peak there. As you said, GameLab opening up here in this map on the defensive half. They just weren't able to really secure that A main position, which led to them kind of being trapped there within that A site. And while the wall on the harbor there, the high tide was pretty good, blocking off the flower, the pit, and that connector on Art. Just because, once again, the lack of the A main meant that the back site could be played. Now, if you had a Viper there, is what I'm saying, maybe snake bites there towards that backside, flush him out a bit better, and have that up wall on the up time of the wall a bit longer would keep him in the fight.
Yeah, well, the walls are there, and MVP yet again putting them on opposite sides of the map. GameLab though, anti-eco is the call. Owen with spam, he's the one who gets tagged in response. And here for GameLab.Alpha, what do you think about them only running the Viper right now? Is it because they have enough stopping power with the Sage also? Can they stall MVP enough here on this defense especially?
I think it'd be very difficult to have that solo Viper here on a map like this, because a lot of times you see a Viper commit that wall early on, and so if you are playing solo Viper, you're gonna have chances, or rather times, where you're not going to commit that wall early, as we see in this round. As Folex, they have to shut down, and see, look at it, not the wall, it just hasn't been placed just yet, because they know that they can't really gamble on where to place that wall early on. Now, at least they got the orb to throw any time around, but it can be very delicate, I think, is a big thing.
Yeah, they can rely on the Poison Cloud. You can pick that up later on, but Toxic Strain 100%, it will almost always be for that retake. A great round though for GameLab anyway. The anti-eco is very successful. Great angles and great flicks from Folex to stay in position towards connector. And, well, that's something that GameLab will have to be wary of. MVP Esports, since they know there's only a single Viper, they can actually mobilize around the map, look for a rotation, and then take advantage of the sightlines themselves.
Look at this. They place that wall there towards the deep, blocking off that elbow angle in the back hall to allow them a bit more space, allow the range advantage that they've got here with the rifles who come to play a bit more. Barrick comes on up. They got the default wall prepped here towards his B site from GameLab, which luckily for them, they got the right read on it. Keep him at bay for the meantime, but when that does go down, you're gonna expect to commit.
Yeah, top screen set up yet again. The Trailblazer looking for any kind of targets close by. Owen though dropping down from heaven. Here comes the flash, also keeping GameLab.Alpha at bay. And as MVP have the rifles in hand, they actually don't commit on the spike plant. They back away this time around. They're trying to see if they can get a kill, courtesy of Exotic especially. A small standoff though from both sides. Now Nico decides to go for the plant itself. Exotic, but on Aeonix does make the trade happen. Folex on the board as well. And it's GameLab.Alpha will make their way towards the side. Aeonix though keeps on pushing, keeps on chugging. And the trade here of Aeonix has no breaks whatsoever. A 4K even on the longest angle of them all. And the bonus one by GameLab even.
Just bad timing really here for MVP. They both waited too long at the same time. They went in too early, if that makes sense. It's really the timing of when it came. You see that when their push came on in there, Viper wall on the opposition here from GameLab was not down just yet, which burned even more time as they were trying to push on in. And then when they did push on in, their harbor wall, which was placed also a bit too early there, kind of was all on its way down, and MVP just lost the control that they wanted to of the site, and in that they didn't even have full site control, which you'd expect them to try and go for.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about in that first map. Timing has been a bit off from MVP Esports. When you're playing Harbor and Viper together, that has to be perfect, like a kitchen. Well, let's see which chef can cook up as a storm this time around, as A main is heavily contested here. by both MVP as well as GameLab. As soon as they get a little bit more presence there implied, they also do burn the wall, I believe, here for GameLab. So much utility to use here towards that A site. So GameLab happy to play anchor. They have to deal with the blades though.
GameLab. Operator out here for Fall X. Lock that B long down, and MVP, they're looking to rotate into it. Little do they know. You can see the adjustment here down MVP though, but I'm not too sure if this is the round that they want to be placing that Viper wall that way. A while ago it was for, you know, cutting down a bit closer, cutting down half of the site, but now it's placed towards blocking the entirety of CT, potentially Heaven as well. And I think they should have done that in the previous round, not on this when they only have a bunch of pistols. And Fall X slaps those blades away.
Absolutely blunted by the operator, and GameLab.Alpha, they have all the space now in the world to play with. Service and Cloud and the Cove, but it's Bogey now trying to play close. Slatham with a takedown. Fall X can hit on any of these other shots. It's Rich instead. Will be the hero here to hold things down. And MVP, will they be forced now to just push on forward? They still have the wall set up, but the Snake Bite and the Toxic Strain just gonna be in the way, dissuading them. They're on an eco round anyway. Nothing to lose, everything to gain, but their lives forfeit to the hands of GameLab.Alpha. There you go with a cleanup crew. Bring in the broom. It's GameLab with the round again.
Yeah, no way they get that round there. MVP with 15 seconds left. There's another Snake Bite also at the ready there from Owen QD on the defense on the back site. It would have been difficult for them to try and take, try and push through. Look at that. Fall X just tracing him. Making sure that as soon as he gave himself up more than just a head, would have been an insta-kill, and that it was. GameLab here, 4 rounds on the defense, and a lot of it coming off of, I think, not just them obviously capitalizing off of the mistakes, but also MVP giving up a bit too many opportunities for GameLab to utilize.
Yeah, and every single opportunity that you give up versus GameLab.Alpha, they will take. They make their own opportunities with very poison pill angles. They're willing to do what no other team will do here in the regular season of VCTPH. And it's time right now for MVP is just to try and clean up their act a little bit more so. The plan is sound, but as you mentioned, when they do it has been the problem. Maybe in that kind of round, they tried to play off with the Cascade a little bit more. As soon as they figure out the operator, try to just go for a heavier approach on the eco. And when they have the rifles, that's when their reservations can be a bit more applied. Maybe after that timeout, it's time for them to recover, as GameLab.Alpha can start running away with this if they don't let up.
Well, GameLab.Alpha, that operator still stays alive here on Fall X, and we've yet to see in this series if MVP are going to be proficient at shutting that op down when they're on the attacking side. MVP, they've made some presence known off of this, you know, guiding light here towards shot position, and Kel trying to swing off of it.
Yeah, well, the operator sound rings through. And instead, GameLab.Alpha backing away from both the left and the right angles of main, or of mid rather. They now have Link under control, courtesy of Boogie. They're still keeping tabs on Art, but have given that one up.
I've got your
Trailblazer instead to lead the charge. Richo going for the sword as well as the dagger. This opens up connector though, and Exotic will take advantage. Finding Dritch, still in construction of the wall. MVP find the first frag, and a matter of timing right now, perhaps. Here comes the swing, and Aeonix with the kill onto Exotic. Keldo solo, winning out versus Boogie in the middle. A regroup perhaps towards the side. Aeonix standing up tall onto the dugout position. And Fall X cannot click fast enough. Nico, V-Black on the board. It's all MVP now, who are on site and ready with a 3v1 advantage.
At least Aeonix is able to get a kill there for GameLab before being taken down, but advantage heavy here of MVPE. You kind of want Kel to be in these kind of forward positions as he currently is here on Art, holding down that. It's going to be V-Black actually who makes a contact first off of Owen QD. He has a better angle, but still Owen QD connects it on the head. They know where he is. They can play off of this. It has to be Kel to be the first contact.
Very doable, and Kel is found. Doesn't expect Nico to be playing the same angle though. And the short swing to end it all. MVP, a single survivor for a single round, at least though. We see from them that if they get a bit more of that map control, a few more angles to work with, they can play towards the side. Some strong timing there from Exotic, not afraid to put against the stage.
I mean, that's what Exotic has kind of gain variety for, right? Just being a gung-ho duelist who can really press the pace when they need to and find those openings if you put him in that spot to do so. They've got the lockdown, but importantly, the reckoning here as well to flush out the site on their take.
Viper split though to begin, and MVP, are they dissuaded so early on from it? The lockdown though is the answer. Just try to flush out the opposition as soon as possible. And I do wonder if Owen's gonna stay in this. No, he actually will back on away. GameLab.Alpha will give space. The reckoning's there, and Boogie with a takedown on the Exotic actually to begin with.
Can't push through. I think there was a snake bite thrown here by Owen Cutie to keep him at bay from pushing, and that's 2 big ultimates burned off of both sides here. But I think that just benefits GameLab even more. MVP have nothing for the take.
Exactly. They use the Reckoning, but they can't even go off any potential stuns. Instead now, MVP rotate towards that B side. GameLab.Alpha prepared for it immediately. And a Yonix found by V-Black to begin with. Good timing from V-Black in terms of that peak. But then again, Folex from above will find a target. Boogie also dancing here in the halls yet again. Ready for another one. He is a triple kill even. Nico though finds the operator. 1v3 scenario. Behind the veil of the screen, there is contact. There are targets. And as Boogie stays in cover, Dritch is already on the defuse. The swing comes, the peaks are there, and Owen at least, the watchtower himself, to keep GameLab in the fight. 5-1 now as GameLab get away with that one again.
It was a good dip into the fight there from V-Black, but just wasn't able to find more off of it. Boogie, way too quick here on holding down that back of the site. Way too outmanned and outgunned there, Nico, at the end to do much about it. MVP, I think really kind of their decision making on how they use these ultimates have been a big problem for them in this series, and that's very evident in this previous round.
Yeah, MVP, unfortunately, they just don't get the opportunities that they want. We talked about GameLab.Alpha and the problem perhaps of only running the Viper, but they're still getting the Soul next to the Sage, the Killjoy, and the Viper we've been talking about anyway. Speaking of though, Dritch adjusting as well, just a little bit more so to give him even more cover. Eco round here for MVP. They have one Spectre to work with. Let's see if Nico can make it count.
Blinded.
Flash confirms the suspicions of his presence here. Dritch has been playing this position over and over, time and time again. Oh, Exotic almost capitalizing on that opportunity once more. He loves to play off timing. They just run him over as they should be. So nicely done from MVP. They retrieve the rifle off of it. Shot doesn't connect from Folex, but Aeonic is able to get the catch on V-Black.
Yeah, all the way on that B side. A bit of revenge Aeonic has been looking for, but here comes the flood of MVP. GameLab.Alpha though building their own dam here on A site, and they doom MVP to a water grave there. It's GameLab again. It was an eco state from the offense. Maybe this time MVP will fight back with the rifle in his hand.
It's the attacking side, the one you typically favor here on Pearl. And especially for a team like MVP who have a 62% win rate on the attacking side compared to the 36, almost double negative here on their defense. And it's not painting a great picture for MVP so far. This round is really going to make or break their half, I think, is you give up 7 on that defense, potentially 8 because of the eco after. It's going to be very difficult to come back in the second half.
Yeah, we've seen these struggles happen, especially with such a big lead here. GameLab.Alpha, they're looking to run away with it. And now with the wall into play, Dritch actually has the operator, and he's going to back off this time. So a double off setup here for GameLab.Alpha. One on each site. Eventually, though, MVP knocking on their doorstep, backing on the way to go for a quick little reset. They're just waiting for the timing of the high tide until they execute. The 5% into play. Exotic is there too with the charge on in. Aeonix falls, but Owen's there with the trade. Nico trying to see if he's actually going to peek on out, but the Cove gets in the way, and Dritch will get the takedown instead. GameLab.Alpha, they still stall MVP before the plat even goes down, and this is now their advantage 4v3.
Once again, Dax, the execution here of MVP just lacking a few crucial pieces on that take. Where was the guiding light towards that back hall? Where is the snake bite towards the corner of the elbow of that back hall to flush out where the angle that you saw Owen Cutie swing out from? Those are the type of small utility mishaps that we're just not seeing coming from MVP, and it's been a big point of punishment for GameLab.
Absolutely, and now here we have it again. MVP though fighting back. B-Black, as soon as the screen falls, he will die as well. And it's GameLab.Alpha all across the board. Fly high, why don't you fall, X? Because GameLab.Alpha is soaring away from the competition. 7-1 now the scoreline.
What's funny is that here on the attacking side, you'd think really the big benefit of having this double controller would be to fake out the defense a lot more, right? You can play that conditioning game, and when you do take this site, there's so much more uptime to just not be able to utilize those strengths. And once again, not only are they not utilizing the utilities they've got, but the ones they do got, it just seems like they are unaware of how to really synergize that so far here in this half.
Yeah, it's a bit of a heartbreaker here for MVP. On paper, it looks strong, but the execution was a bit lackluster against a speedy team like GameLab.Alpha, and GameLab advantage after advantage now being taken. Bladestorm though out and about. If anyone can will MVP Esports to victory, it might be Exotic.
Well, he's got the blades. We've seen him cut up quite a tasty snack when he gets these random opportunities to isolate these duels with those blades. You're gonna have to try and help him, enable that a bit more to be a bit more successful. The A site is where the take is gonna come. High tide rear right now. High updraft as well for Exotic to try and find information, but they're just not giving it on up. B-Black good for the one. And there's a kill from Slavim.
A little too eager. Now the blades do come online. Exotic though eventually falls through the hand of Rich. Shortly there for Fallex. Doesn't lead to the kill actually. So that's a rifle delivered to MVP. Rezdo is there. 3v2 scenario as Owen only has a classic in hand. Kel trying to find the shot. Doesn't get it now as he has the off. Sladam though holding things down. Reckoning tries to play the hero, but Owen will just zero in and get that kill instead. GameLab again with a round here.
Thank you.
Oh, there. At the end, I think it was Kel kind of fumbling there with what he wanted to pull out. He had the op, he pulled out the sheriff, switched back to the op. At that point, just not enough time in the end of it. Good catch here from V-Black, but it was a great res timing as well from Breach. He knew the other one was going to commit on that spike plant and simply left a single gun up online, and they could train it down there to make sure it doesn't get taken down. So MVP 8-4, not out of the question to come back into in the second half, but they have to start here right now.
Yeah. What else can MVP do by this point? The struggle is so apparent. They're getting found on the lurks. They're getting found within the smokes themselves. In GameLab.Alpha, just every little nook and cranny that they can exploit, they do so to fruition. The Trailblazer leading the charge. Aeonix anchored down though towards the back halls themselves, and it might be Owen who finds first contact. Not like that with the pit, don't peek, but Aeonix is there at least to get that takedown after the dash. Sladam though now knows that Halls is taken here by Aeonix. The cascade into play. Here comes Rich though, just overrunning Kel yet again. One more time, MVP can't find the off angle to work with. 4v3, Aeonix still there, and Aeonix wins it all anyway. No problem for Aeonix and the rest of GameLab, as they will just hold things down and win the round again.
He's not moving. You can tell he's probably fist bumping the wall or something. GameLab, as of the moment, just look unstoppable here on their defense, and it's not even down to necessarily, I think, the comp that they've got. Yes, the slowers, I think, are the biggest point here that have been really a big problem for MVPE, but just the way they've been playing in general is so counterintuitive to what MVP are expecting, that MVP are always caught off guard, even if it was Owen who got caught off guard in that round. But the rest of MVP, they're the ones who just aren't ready to win these fights sometimes.
I think actually that's a perfect term. We had this discussion way back when, or how do we translate Lason for GameLab.Alpha? That's counterintuitive nature. Just the way to play it! Whoa, Fallex!
That's
counterintuitive. That's counterintuitive. I'm just gonna say that was a misclick and call it a day as the lockdown's there.
Yep. It happens to the best of them. Sometimes you think you backdash, but you hit the E first before the direction key, and go. It happens. So
Yeah.
unfortunate, but well, at least they're able to find the opposing jet, and Vipers here both on either side chiming in.
Yeah, whoa there, partner. And well, as we are back in the saddle here on A side, Aeonix finding V-Black one more time, makes it a 3v3 scenario. Mid is taken here by GameLab, but MVP have the site anyway. And from the arc, Aeonix trying to find at least another angle. Perhaps strokes of the brush with the rifles even. Now the lockdown is the piece, the resistance. The op cannot stand against the rifles of GameLab.Alpha. And this leads now to the double digits. Such a lead made by the defense.
That was a big flank here coming from Aeonix from that mid position. They get the kill on the V-Black. Then rotates back around here towards that arc. Quick rotate. The timing, look. As soon as Slathem looks the other way here, as that harbor, literally the millisecond he looks away, the peek comes in from Aeonix and he gets Valoranted.
Yeah, it cannot be understated that Aeonix fits like a glove for this roster. Their new addition between Stage 1 and Stage 2. A familiar face for those who have been watching these young guns in their careers, but now you can see why he's here. 14 takedowns and the one to rely on to anchor that A site as we go to the last round of the first half.
I mean, you should be paying attention to these young guns right now. Looking really primed, separating themselves from the rest of the pack so far here. GameLab in this map specifically. Operator up here on the updraft angle off of the tower, and it's gonna be a very deadly point because they haven't been using this angle GameLab just yet, so MVP aren't conditioned to expect it on the execute.
Yeah, MVP though also hurting with Exotic, and do they know how many are stationed here already? Quick little peek though for Fallex. Exotic on the lurk might be able to get the backstab on him if they don't check the corner. Aeonix though is still keeping tabs, so he has an idea that Exotic's still nearby. The rotate from MVP, looking to vie for mid. Maybe just wanna wrap around and try to move from Art instead as they put some pressure towards doors even.
Exotic has to be patient here. Has to let the contact be made somewhere else so he can maybe find better timing. Otherwise, it's not going to work out. I think they're trying to be anticipative of this. Exotic still wins that fight. Trade in from Fallex, but he got the one that he needed.
Yeah, there's no escape though. The crossfire was set, and if you dash away, you'll get caught. The Viper's Pit though into play here. The Cove's there too, and no one cannot spam through. Seems like GameLab, they see the site so far towards MVP. They want to play close though, and Boogie's in there yet again to get that takedown. Slathem with the trade now. Owen trying to find spam by his Fallex, and Dritch on the board yet again. A bit of high ground, a bit of elevation, and now V-Black on the hunt. He's in his own territory though. 1v2 inside the pit. Despite the numbers, there's still the outlines here for MVP, and V-Black finds the right hue yet again. A shade, perhaps, to try and get around here, but Owen instead will outclass the Hunter himself. 11-1, and the Viper wins an enemy territory. What a way and what a half here for GameLab.Alpha.
1-1-1 on the scoreboard, up on the top. And this is looking like just such a detrimental map here for the hopes of MVP. Moving forward, they shouldn't be out of the question just yet for the playoffs, but one could wonder how this type of performance can, you know, transfer further. I think GameLab is a real story here to be able to punish these type of opportunities. Yes, MVP are giving them on up, but need a good team to be able to punish them in the first place, and GameLab are just so hot-handed, Dax. You give him a microsecond of a peek and they're gonna slap you for it.
Bro, they have the power of the suns in their hands, and well, it's time to see if they can finish the job off early. This is the last real chance of MVP in a fair state. If they lose this, they're forced to go on the force buy later on, and GameLab.Alpha, they know this immensely. Some main control here, thanks to the high tide, courtesy of MVP. Exotic though, he still wants to play the hero. Flicks on over, gets the takedown on the Fallex, dashes back into the sight lines of the rest of GameLab, and now the push coming to a shove itself. Trailblazer leading the charge. The Cascade though to go for the Swade, but here we go with Rich putting up the wall anyway. Separates the link angle. Boogie with a takedown off the Slathem, and this side is GameLab's to take.
Snakebite there, tagging them on up on the retreat. Look at Owen, he's taking a lot of damage there. So here has Kel has Aeonix still winnable from MVP on this retake. If they can find these high HP players first, they get it down to simply V. Blacku. Boogie off the crouch angle, gets it, and match point secured early by GameLab.
Yeah, they're just knocking it out of the park by this point. And GameLab.Alpha, can they hit the final round with a home run? You can see, though, just no fear whatsoever. They have ways to dissuade, and they have ways to protect through the cascade. You know where to put that wall. Some good aptitude there from GameLab.Alpha. And, of course, the punish onto Exotics over eagerness. One last chance, and this is it. Look at the investment for GameLab. They want to finish it off with a rifle already.
See this push coming in from GameLab. Could be where they end this. For a perfect half, 2-0. MVP, they know Force Buy is their only option as of the moment. Harbor Wall Cascade being thrown on out. Arc being taken by FallX, overrunning the defense. Bit of a team blind, but it doesn't matter. MVP crumbling.
No matter where you go, no matter where you stay, no matter what protects you, you will be slain by GameLab.Alpha. GameLab.Alpha called for the game over against MVP Esports. What a statement at the end. 13-1 on the third map. Cheers for this squad. You can see that they just want to continue on moving into the playoffs.
My goodness, GameLab, what a statement performance, and that should secure by far definitely their debut, rather their reappearance into the playoffs. Second time around, second time in a row this year, and what a performance coming in from GameLab. We saw that every single opportunity taken by them was one that just simply went unanswered here on their attacking side, and then you go on over to that defense, especially in their first half. That defense of theirs is just unstoppable in how they're able to constantly retake the site, even if MVP have control.
Yeah, and just we're worried about the Gamble playing only the Viper, but as of right now, we can see that just running that Viper and the Sage together really fits the GameLab.Alpha mold. Know where angles they can come from, protect the angles that they need to protect, and then let their stars shine on the frags. Not just FallX, but Aeonix especially. An amazing anchor towards either side, just bringing the fight towards MVP. And one thing we also notice here from GameLab.Alpha is, yet again, just a matter of their timings in terms of the adjustments. They slowly but surely see what they can get away with in terms of the composition and in terms of the angles, and try to take even more from that point on.
Well, how do you even stop that from happening when, you know, MVP, they can't really get themselves going in a round? And sometimes, while you know you're making a lot of mistakes, it's hard to just get into the mindset of doing the right thing, getting the right timings on things if you haven't been able to be successful. Makes you doubt yourself and doubt how, you know, the team is performing as of the moment. And there simply is no doubt, though, at the end of it, that GameLab are the better team in this series. Owen Cutie delivers a win in the end with Grab Unlimited, but the team as a whole just delivering a spectacular performance for map 3.
And with this victory, GameLab.Alpha, obviously they've been already secured about the playoffs, but in this state, right, they know that it's all about that revenge arc moving forward. Everyone above them on the standings right now are the only teams that they have lost to. They're trying to cement that position. They made it to third place the last time around. With their talent, how far can they go into the playoffs? And for MVP, not all hope is lost. We were discussing it backstage, right, that in terms of the head-to-head, it was still victories both against RNT and SR Nahage, so they should be still fine in terms of moving into the playoffs if ever that's the case. But that's a story for another week. It's GameLab.Alpha's victory to tell, and especially in that Pearl map, that was such a statement victory that this is a team fully loaded with so much talent.
Yeah, I think after this win, this should secure at the bare minimum a 4th seed for GameLab.Alpha. Potentially they can get tied up with Action if ZOL are able to beat Action later on, but then again, Action did beat them in their head-to-head, so that's how things are going to work. In the end of it, though, GameLab should be happy with the way they've performed. As you said, we were wondering how that Viper will really kind of affect the play here, but I don't think we even kind of were able to see that come into full effect because MVP just weren't playing their side as good as we would have expected, especially for their attacking side, and so we weren't able to see some of the problems of having a solo Viper sometimes on a map like Pearl even coming to fruition. Luckily, they got that Sage, as you said, because it just patches up so many holes that otherwise could have been left on open here, and it gave very little opportunities, I think, for MVP to punish.
Yeah, who needs a smoke when you have a wall itself, right? When you have something absolutely solidified, and effectively, GameLab.Alpha, they're solidifying their position now moving into the playoffs. This is something that you have to always watch out for. This is the team that you might not want to meet in the first round especially. So there's a lot of notice right now that GameLab.Alpha just has that bounce back. They needed it after such a tough weekend last time around, and with that statement especially on Pearl, then you know they are good for it. What a series though, and what a fight from MVP Esports. We have like the adjustments they've done so far, and well, the panel, they're gonna be breaking down what just happened, what is next for these two teams, so let's go on over to them now.
Napakalupit na series between GameLab.Alpha and MVP Esports. Ray, in-expect mo ba na ganun kadikit yung laban?
Kasi sobrang na-shock ako. Pero talagang yung third map yung naging definition. Pero balik muna tayo dito sa Ascent. Nung pinili nga to ng GameLab, lahat tayo ni HG, tsaka ikaw, syempre Maritres, pinili nila yung Ascent na maganda din naman yung experience ng MVP. Kaya kitang-kita po, muntikan pa nga mag-overtime into 13-11, di ba HG?
Oo umabot din tayo sa puntong split ay talagang kinuha nga nila. We had a really equalized game dito in Ascent to the point na nagsasalita na lang sila dito kung sino ba yung magkakaroon ng lead, kung sino ba yung makakapag-agawan dito ng momentum. Alam mong may sagutan lagi. Ang bilis sila makapag-adjust, ang bilis sila makasagot, ang bilis ding natalo ng MVP Esports nung Game 3. So, ito yung naging theory natin madalas for the side of MVP Esports is ang bilis nila mawalan ng energy or mawalan ng spark kapag umaabot na talaga tayo ng long games hanggang umabot tayo ng Game 3.
Yun nga akala natin na fix na nila to. Narinig na rin natin sa interview in the past na nag-focus talaga sila dito. Pero parang today, iba talaga yung dinala dito ng GLab sa table kasi tuluyan ng naubusan ng lakas etong MVP nung napunta tayo sa map number 3. Pero ano nga ba yung nangyari dito, HG? At kakaiba naman yung lakas na pinakita nila nung andun pa lang tayo sa split. Ilang beses natin nakita na meron silang sagot sa mga tanong na binubuksan ng GLab dito.
Alam mo, like, ang sinabi lang nila dito, amin ang teritoryong ito. MVP Esports, they know the in and outs dito ng split. Alam natin na ito yung isa sa mga favorable maps nila at na one-sided nila, close to a really close game pala nila dito yung Oasis. So, alam mo, may ibibigay talaga sila going on forward on split. Pero in Pearl, sobrang husay ng GameLab.Alpha. Hindi ko akalain na magiging really one-sided ito dahil hindi na natin may sugarcoat Umabot tayo ng 11-1 na game dito sa Pearl.
Alam mo, dagdagan ko lang yung sa side ng MVP Esports, sila ay team na sobrang lakas. Pero kapag longer yung matches, sobrang nag-iiba talaga yung energy nila. Compared dito sa GameLab na parang mas gumagana sila kapag mas lalong tumatagal. Parang wine, ika nga. Pero ngayon, syempre guys, kita naman natin lahat ng performances ay syempre na kay Aeonix himself. Biruin mo, ang average combat score niya ay 200 plus. Like guys, saan nyo pa nakita si Aeonix? Nag-killjoy na nga, nag-raise pa, and 280? One of like pinaka matataas na ACS.
Basta, alam mo, nauubusan na rin ako ng salita kasi pagdating talaga kay Aeonix, walang ibang phrase na masabi kundi perfect fit siya, perfect addition dito sa team. At time and time again, pinapatunayan niya talaga sa atin na ito yung value na kaya niyang dalhin dito sa mesa. Pero eto na, Ray. Dito na magtatapos yung ating samahan dito sa second series. Kayo rin, kanina nagtanong yung casters, meron bang mga final words bago mapalipat sa cast later? Baka kayo, meron rin bago tayo pumunta sa ating quick break.
Ako na, mauuna na ako. Sabihin ko lang sana walang Ray-Rakers sa next series natin. Kapag yan tumagal talaga, maiiyak ka. Pero anyway, super proud talaga ako sa MVP Esports together with GameLab. Ang dami talaga nila naging growth sa mismong series na to.
Ganda nga eh, hindi ko akalain. Or rather, ito yung gusto nating maging finisher para sa side ng MVP Esports. Na, alam mo yun, this is the last game for this weekend, for the regular season, at hindi sila nagpahuli. Kahit na natalo sila dito on the series, pinantayan naman nila dito ng gusto ang GameLab.Alpha.
Solid performance talaga sa inyo, guys. So, palakpakan muna natin sila, guys. Kasi yan na yung last game nila dito sa ating regular split. At tingnan natin kung magkikita-kita tayong lahat dun sa playoffs kasama etong dalawang team na to. Pero sa mga nanonood, wag muna kayo aalis. Magbabalik ang VCTPH Split 2.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead. While the spike, unfortunately,
they're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. Whoa. He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Xavier K with a peek. Elias will respond. Georgia with a trade though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds 2,
wait a minute.
Finds 3, able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is, Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the 2 players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately,
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out two. He spots out two! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Xavier K with a peek. Hell yes. Will respond. Georgia with a trade though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills. The Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it. Blurred is sticking it. They're shooting through the box. And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or the contest. Eventually goes up. Marky finds two.
Wait a minute.
Finds three. Able to get four. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the two lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the third kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately,
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. He spots out two. He spots out two! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Xavier K with a peek. Hell yes. Will respond. Georgia with a trade though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills. The Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it. Blurred is sticking it. They're shooting through the box. And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or the contest. Eventually goes up. Marky finds two.
Wait a minute.
Finds three. Able to get four. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. It's the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead. While the spike, unfortunately,
they're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Xavier K with a P. Kelly S will respond. George, you're going to trade though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds
wait a minute.
Finds 3, able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. It's the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike, and that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately,
they're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Xavier K with a P. Kelly S will respond. George, you're going to trade though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds 2.
Wait a minute.
Finds 3, able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have been, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early.
Muling nagbabalik ang VALORANT Challengers Philippines Split number 2 at syempre kasama natin ang mga casters natin turned into panelists for this one na si Dax and of course ang kanyang partner na si Black and Blue. Guys, kamusta naman kayo? Black and Blue, pansin ko, matching tayo ng background niya. No? May mga kakaibang colors in yung lights mo.
Oo nga,
Uy, ako
syempre
rin!
tinapat ko. Tineron ako, nakita ko kay Daxin kanina, medyo di ba, mag-green. Sabi ko, ay, kay Laika, alam ko ng kulay nito. So, sabi ko, di, ako na rin. Ako mag-adjust.
Crap. Nakikifilter tayo dito. At ano ka ba? Tiwala lang talaga tayo, guys. Marami pa tayong kailangan tsagain dito. Sinabi mo, mga caster kami. Sabi namin sa isa't isa, o nga pala, Tagalog na kanina. English speaking. Now, eto pa, may isa pa tayong matchup.
Ano ba, nagiging mahirap ba yung transition nyo from English brain to Tagalog brain dito sa panel?
Hindi mo pala, pinapagalitan ka palagi.
Hindi nyo nga alam eh. Literal mga 1 or 2 seconds bago lumabas yung mukha namin dito, sumigaw ako, Tagalog nga pala.
Okay, try nating practicein kung kaya lang. Hindi naman natin pipilitin. Pero, sasabihin natin yung mga sponsor spills natin in Tagalog. Nais po naming magpasalamat ng sobra sa aming napakalupit na mga taga-suporta dito sa ating broadcast. Katulad na lang ng Riot Games, pati ng Mineski Philippines.
Uy, madaya yung sayo. Ba't madali yung sayo? Pero kasi nga, i-celebrate natin ang magagandang panalo at masarap na pagkain at enjoy mo ang libreng delivery kahit is every single day. What I'm trying here. Subscribe ka na sa Grab Unlimited now. Libre siya sa unang mong month.
Huwag natin din kakalimutan na ang VCTPH Split 2 ay officially sanctioned ng Games and Amusement Board.
Pwede na. Papasa na yun. Tatanggapin natin
Hindi mo naman Tagalog ng sanctioned eh. Ano bang sanctioned? natin.
Nagugulat ako.
Translate mo.
May pumapalakpak sa background. So papalakpakan ko rin yung English speaking turned into Tagalog speakers.
Pinahintulutan. Oh, yan.
Sige nga. Sige, sabi mo. Use in a sentence.
Ang VCTPH Split 2 ay officially pinahintulutan ng Games and Amusement Board.
Tatanggapin na natin yan. Maraming salamat po sa inyong suporta. Pero ngayon, ang nangangailangan ng suporta ay isa sa mga teams na medyo naghihingalo dito sa ating standings. Pero huwag kayong mawala ng pag-asa dahil may chance pa rin talaga. Dahil ang upcoming match natin ay between ZOL Esports pati Action PH. At nakita naman natin sa standings, etong APH safe na. Ang ganda ng run nila so far. Pero on the side of ZOL naman, medyo mag-ingat-ingat na lang sila dito. But then again, as I say this, ipakilala na muna natin ang unang team na i-discuss natin dito sa panel. At yan ang Action PH.
Now, finally, we got Action PH. Nandito na naman ang team na talagang ina-expect natin talaga nung last season to perform, I think, if anything, finally here, katulad ng nakikita natin in this past. But Sigadores ang huling pinapasok na dito sa laban. We haven't really seen Derek really be fielded into the play. Pero napakaganda ng performance, and this is more of the Action PH na talagang ina-expect nga natin. And looking at how they've been playing so far, especially with the veterans, na pag tumingin ka kung kahit sinong miyembro dito na talagang may experience stop playing in the VCT, playing internationally, hindi ka na magugulat kung bakit nga sila ang pangatlong seeded team ngayon dito sa ating liga.
Yun nga, diba? Nakikita natin the good, they just become better. Kelly S, absolutely impressive as per usual. Na na-slot in na nga nila Gadowers last time around. And ang laking panalo yung nakuha nila versus GameLab.Alpha. It was a stellar 2-0 para ma-secure ang kanilang third spot. And we noticed here from the side of Action PH, maganda ang sa nilang foundation. Pero bit by bit, all throughout the weeks, nakikita natin yung mga adjustments mismo ng Action PH just to get better. Yung playbook rin nila especially, nag-widen the more so that they play together
Totoo yan. Sobrang nai-impress talaga ako. Ang laki ng difference. As in, ang solid na nung APH na nakita natin nung split 1. Pero going into split 2, pinakita talaga nila na they are a force to be reckoned with. At hindi sila basta-basta magpapatibag talaga dito. Kaya ang ganda so far ng run nila. Only losing to the likes of Oasis Gaming as well as ZOL Esports. But with ZOL being really hungry for the win, feeling ko they're gonna be up for a challenge now. At as I say that, saktong-sakto dahil eto na, ipapakilala naman natin ang makakalaban ng Action PH na walang iba kundi ang ZOL Esports.
Hindi lang gutom sa panalo dito ang ZOL Esports, pero more so isa siyang must-win scenario coming into this one. Kita natin dito, 276 Naro, Hydra, Zind at Patman. It's been medyo interesting talaga sa side ng, I'd say, ZOL Esports. Yung especially nakita natin recently nga si Netflix na pinapasok dito sa kanilang roster. So far, umaabot pa naman sila ng playoff spot. Pero just with the big shifts na nakita natin recently in terms of the squad, parang nawawala konti pa rin yung identity dito ng ZOL Esports. Pinasa pa nga si Coach 2766 para maglaro. But the players you can rely on, andyan pa rin yung talent. You have Naru, you have Zint. Alam nyo naman ang kaya nilang gawin dito, especially in the frag potential that we saw last time around nung kalawan pa nga nila SR Nakage.
At saka yung panalo talaga na yun versus at SR Nakage squad, gano'n ang sinabi mo, Dax, napaka-crucial because they're really in a position na talagang baka mahulog na sila dito sa standings, and that kept them alive. If they win this matchup versus Action PH, hindi na lang sa magtatay ang GameLab at saka Action PH in terms of standing nila, pero may chance na ding umabot pa rin ang ZOL if maybe the numbers work out their way dito if after winning this match na huling laban nga nila.
Yun nga delikado talaga yung ibang teams natin dito. Pero so far, andun sa safer side etong ZOL Esports. Kung ikukumpara mo siya sa likes ng NCG, pati ng RNT na alanganin sobra sa ating standings. Pero yun nga, kung manalo ang ZOL dito, defining factor na yun, na ibig sabihin, yung dalawang teams natin sa ilalim ay wala nang magagawa. Ang magiging factor na lang dito ay kung baga kaya pa nilang sirain yung perfect run, for example, ng ZOL Esports, o kaya naman masira pa nga yung momentum na nabuo na ngayon ng Oasis Gaming. Pero going back into this, pag-usapan naman natin ang dalawang highlighted player natin ngayon. Nakita na natin sila na mag-Sova at napakalupit talaga mula kay Netflix as well as kay Kevzi dito, Dax.
Yeah, I do wonder kung makikita nga natin dito si Netflix today. Pero siya yung isa sa unang sinub-in para sa side ng ZOL Esports. On the other hand, isa talagang reliable players dito si Kevz ng Action PH. And we see dito sa kay Kevz mismo, ang I'd say analogy of how Action PH has grown. Mas nagiging stable sila, mas nagiging reliable, bumabalik yung mga old favorites and yung, I'd say, old performances na sobrang galing dati with a completely new twist. Especially here from the side of Kevs, notice na naasahan nila sa side ng Postman dito sa Action PH, palagi na lang magandang utility na gamit dito ng parehong players actually. And I do wonder ano yung magwawagi dito, especially in this kind of matchup, right? The new shuffles na nakikita natin sa ZOL Esports or the stable positions na alam na ng Action PH.
I mean, even though may contrast on Dax, they're both playing a similar role and they're both coming off of that win from the previous series, and a lot of them was really parang maasahan mo talaga at masasabi mong dahil sa dalawang player na to. How many times have we seen Kevs kind of just give them a double kill out of nowhere na talaga marerely mo in that post plan katulad ng sinabi mo, which is surprising because a lot of times you'd see Kevs be one of those more aggressive players as a Sova, but in this case, he's been on that backline because they have players na pwedeng kumuha ng pwesto na yun, pwedeng talagang umabante, and he along with Micro, you know, for Action PH, they've been playing that backline. You look at Zol naman dito and Netflix along with 2766, yung mga ini nila have been playing that backline as well, at talagang to have that clutch potential between these two players, that is something that even though ayaw mong umasa na paabutin ng clutch lagi, minsan hanggang dun lang talaga umaabot, and when it comes to it, you would not be able to pick better players on either team than these two to get that clutch going.
And in fairness naman, sometimes it just takes one clutch to turn the game around. Nabiglaan na lang mabubuhayan yung loob ng mga players natin at tuluyan na nilang marirebuild yung momentum na nawala sa kanila pag nandun na tayo sa mga round per round natin na nagaganap dito. And speaking of round per round, paiikutin tayo dito sa ating map selection. Medyo literal dahil ganun talaga yung decoration natin dito sa ating stage, no? Pero pag pinag-usapan kasi natin to, black and blue, sa tingin mo ba, Haven ang magiging first ban? Kasi sa totoo lang, tingin ko, kung Zol yung masusunod, dapat iwasan nila yung mapang yun.
I mean, I'm looking at Zol and yung previous performance nila nung kalaban ng SR na Kage. At least medyo nag-close game. Siyempre, nahirapan sila versus Oasis, which is one of the best teams we have so far here. Pero Action PH, tinanggal naman ngayon ang split, or rather, ang bind dito na nakita naman natin nung huling beses na nilaro nila yon, it was with a different roster, so doesn't really have much in terms of experience. But I think open map pick, pinag-usapan mo nga yung Haven, and ito yung mapa na talagang nahirapan sila, especially against Oasis Gaming, but they did well against MVP, so I wouldn't be surprised kung iniwan muna nila dito at hindi nila ipinik. It could be their second ban moving forward. Ascent ang una nilang pipiliin, and if you look at the Ascent dito ng Action PH, it has been by far one of their best maps, arguably their best map dito. Natalo lang Naos, natalo lang ang GameLab, so this is a good opening pick.
Pero naman sa kabila ng ZOL Esports, sino ba natalo nila ba? Natalo nila MVP, natalo na SR Nakage, at natalo rin nila Oasis. So all in all, I do feel like ang magiging konting advantage dito ng Action PH is still yun nga, stable ng roster nila at alam na nila ano ang plano nila dito. Instead though, this is a bit of a curveball. Makikita natin ZOL Esports picking up that fracture map pick. It was a convincing win against SR Nakage, at kung tama yung pagkakaalala ko, dati nung unang split, ito yung permaban ng Action PH. Mas pinaprayo nila ang bind, at ngayon mapipilitan na tuloy maglaro ang APH sa fracture dahil pinick up to ng ZOL Esports.
Ang interesting talaga na ito pa nga yung mapa na mabubuksan on the side of APH. Pero exciting na makita yan kung anong klaseng strategies yung ipo-pull out dyan. Pero gusto ko lang ibalik dun sa point mo kanina, Dax, sa sinasabi mo na etong Action PH, kumbaga mas set in stone yung mga roles na ginagampanan nila. And I agree with that. Parang mas in favor ako, at least for now, sa split natin, yung trend na nakikita ko. Kasi so far, yung mga teams na hindi ko masasabing play it safe, but more like mas structured in a sense, mas maganda yung execution nila. Unlike sa other teams, nararamdaman mo talaga na, oo, nakikita natin flexible sila, pero ang dami talagang adjustments na kailangan nilang habulin dito.
Yeah, yun nga, diba? Parang ang late na into the season. Tapos na nga yung season. May shifts pa nga. I'm honestly not sure kung sino makikita natin dito sa ZOL Esports. For sure ako, makikita natin yung Haven na pinag-uusapan yung dalawa. And it will be contested, syempre. There have been some highs and lows. Naalala ko pa nung ZOL Esports, nung open qualifier, maganda performances nila, especially against Kadaliman. Pero tama nga, diba? Regular season has been a struggle on the side of Action PH. Yun lang, sige, loss against Oasis, win against MVP, and all in all, yung pinaka-interest ko is ano kaya makita natin sa fracture from Action PH, kasi yun nga, first time nila ilalabas to sa tournament stage.
I mean, they're both in a similar spot, di ba?
Sorry,
pagdating din sa Oasis, parang sila natalo, tapos nanalo pa sa dun sa lower seeded teams. Pero ang punto ko lang is just echo kind of Dax's point is, I think Fracture is really where you're gonna see ZOL dito na pwedeng bumawi talaga, because I'm not looking for them to come in with map number 1. Pero map number 2, din talaga yung malaking chance dito para umabot tayo sa Haven pa sa dulo.
Ayan na nga. Actually, sorry, kaya kita na-interrupt kasi nung pinapakinggan ko yung mga statements ni Dak so far throughout our entire panel, medyo consistent na nararamdaman ko nagli-lean towards APH ka for this series. Is it safe for me to assume na yan ang magiging prediction mo for this one, Dak?
Oh, huwag kayo magpawis dyan, guys.
Bias
Alam
ka
niyo
pala
naman, nakikita natin dito. Kailangan mag-predict ano gagawin ko. You can see, honestly, ang stability ang isa sa pinaka-importante for a long run kind of thing. And ito naman talaga, kaya tayo umabot lang regular season. The addition of Kelly S cannot be understated. The fact na yun nga si Gador as well, incredible rotation na pwede gawin. And everyone on Action PH has just gotten so much better. Galit one with, I'd say, medyo hindi naman lugi, more like I feel very wary about ZOL Esports kasi hindi ko alam ano mismong ZOL makita natin today. So yun nga, APH tayo ngayon.
I mean, kahit anong ZOL ang makita mo, to be fair, even if you get the best ZOL that we've ever seen, we still haven't seen those same heights to nearly the same extent na nakita natin katulad ng Action PH. And so, there's no world na ang maging projected kind of favorite dito in this series is ZOL. And I would like for ZOL to be able to do something here, to maybe shake up our standings. Pero at the end of the day, I believe this is going to be Action PH all the way. Fracture ang pinakamalaking question mark. At ayun talaga ang pinakamalaking rason kung bakit pwede pang bumawi dito ang ZOL, but I have to go at Action PH. At the end of the day, they've been playing spectacular, napakaganda ng team play nila, and individually they can all perform and deliver.
Grabe nga naman kasi talaga yung Action PH. But you know what? For me, ganun din eh. Kung ano yung theme kanina nung first series natin, naniniwala ako na who gets the first map. Kasi Ascent yung first map na naman natin dito, and it is an APH pick. I feel like they got this covered. Oo, hindi pa sila dito sanay pagdating sa Fracture. But with the dynamic that they have, yung kung paano sila ka-structured as a team in general, feeling ko hindi man sila sanay dito sa Fracture, they're gonna pull out something from their sleeves at kayang-kaya nilang i-own tong map na to. So I'm very excited to get the ball rolling at simulan na etong series na to. Kitang-kita nyo, eto na naman unanimous ang ating panel for Action PH. Now, it's their turn to prove us right for this one. Para naman tama yung prediction natin. At syempre naman for ZOL Esports to prove us wrong. At with that said, ipapasa na ulit namin kayo sa ating mga napakagaling na casters. Take it away.
Lots of things being emphasized by our panel here, and it is going to be the final weekend for the regular season here at Split 2. My name is Asarai. With me now here is Raf, and as I was mentioning, this is one of those really important matches series between Action PH and ZOL Esports, and we are about to begin in just a few moments.
I like how you build it up, and then just to follow it up in a few moments, guys. We'll get there. We'll get to the finish line. You know, the rest of the world is walking. But yes, absolutely, it's important.
True.
Again, I feel like both these teams are gonna play spoiler to some because the head-to-head is definitely going to count in the scoring system and whatnot for the playoffs. But before we get ahead of ourselves, I think this is the perfect time to actually go grab a snack, guys. So don't forget to do that. Remember, the first month is, how do you say it, Asrai?
For free.
There you go. He's had his moment.
Oh yeah,
he's had his moment.
Adam Sandler's rolling in his bed.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
He's still alive and breathing.
Yeah, that's why I said
like, yeah, I hope, you know, what a great start. What a great start. It's been a good minute since me and Asrai shared the desk together, but here we are, back at it again, as if nothing has changed.
It's been, what, a good solid 2 weeks since I got to dip my toes in the VCTPH casting, maybe a week or so. Any case, to the nitty and gritty of things, it really is such a pressure right now for ZOL Esports because of the issues that I think that they have been pressed with. I think it was Dax that was mentioning how even here at the final week of the regular season, they're still trying to figure out which players will go where, and it has been such a big issue for them. The thing I think, the thing that I think ZOL at least has a good margin here for maybe victory, is Action PH's weakness are very, very bare to the rest of, I think, the teams that are competing right now. I think one of the biggest factors for them is if Blur can, you know, perform. The thing that I have been mentioning before is he's an amazing player. The unfortunate thing is if he gets too much into his own head, especially when he has that operator, he tends to really hit a certain plateau that he can't get over on. And that's a thing that teams have been using against Action PH to really one-up them.
I think Micro has been an X factor for APH too. Most of the wins, if not, I guess 90% of them have been credited to a great volume in terms of contribution on the side of Micro, who's been really, again, popping off, right, when he does perform. I think another fundamental flaw in Action is that, yes, they're good at adjusting. Yes, their team play is great, and individually, they're all very scary players, but they have no big conditioning tool. I feel like that's what's been lacking. They just don't have that set play to lead the dance per se.
Yeah, that's true. But I think at least with that, it has been alleviated, or has been they figured out the solution specifically with Kelly S. I think the addition of Kelly really has evened out the opportunities that can be given by Action PH because of just how aggressive and really consistent he has been. You know, you talk about Micro and his ability to clutch. I feel like you also have to talk about Kelly S and how he alleviates that pressure from Blurred to being the only possible duelist player right now from Action PH. And at least in this regard, it has really elevated Action to a point where I feel like they have solidified themselves as maybe the top 3-4 team, you know, right beside GameLab.Alpha. And again, the statistics shows they're right beside each other in terms of the wins. And right now, ZOL, I think, is the one team that is still trying to keep themselves afloat. Because remember how we were talking about while we were still waiting for the game to start, right? That the tiebreakers in this particular split is the head-to-heads of the series that they've already played. And when I look about the two teams, MVP and ZOL, MVP have won their 2 series against SR Nakage and RNT, Rambutan ni Tatay. ZOL has lost their series against SR Nakage. So, if SR Nakage can win their series tomorrow, just saying, there is a possibility that I'm really just saying it's a big if. It's a big if.
What's that supposed to mean? You know, like
it's a big if. Yeah.
I'm just listening to you, and he's trying not to like smile. I get it.
Yeah, because SR Nakage is gonna go against Naus tomorrow. So just saying, there is still a possibility. Yeah, it's a very challenging match.
Incredibly challenging, but like we mentioned, right? Everybody has a pretty much fair chance against every other team here. This is, after all, the top 1%. But to dissect the minds of our wonderful players even more, we're gonna jump into the agent select. Now, sorry, when we talk about Ascent, this is yet another map where it can really go either way, which brings me to my point of the map veto overall. I'm not entirely sure how this fracture is going to look for APH, right? Because again, it's largely unproven for them. This might actually go into a 3-game series unless ZOL can have a good start.
Unless ZOL can have a good start indeed. Because again, even though they have figured out the, as we were mentioning, the configuration that they have been very much okay with, it hasn't really proven to be fully fleshed out yet. Again, Xin being on the Sentinel has proven a lot of merits. His anchoring is incredibly strong because of just how well he performs as a certain player. Naru is always good on the first contact. His follow-up leaves a lot to be desired with, but that gets, again, erased if he's able to just get that first contact moving for them, which is, again, a really good adjustment that we saw from ZOL, even though they've been put in a spot where they were forced again to keep juggling their players, which again, it is an achievement in of its own, which is crazy.
Man, again, there's just an identity loss, as the panel mentioned early on, for ZOL, because suddenly there's so many shifts in terms of role, in terms of who's going to be playing where, and I would assume that this is truly for the longest run because the window for them right now is so incredibly thin. The margin for error is almost invisible too. So
yeah,
with all those things considered, ZOL have to really perform, and I think we have a bit of a mirror match here, Asterai. Again, I think this is one of the reasons why I'm not a fan of Ascent. I wish they kept Icebox in and swapped Ascent out.
True.
But here we are anyway.
Yeah, because again, there's a lot more interpretation that you can do with
And
Icebox,
nuance.
with the compositions. Exactly, the nuance of it. Any case, Ascent, it's your very
It's a basic
strong
map.
yet basic map. Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Any case, first contact, I was mentioning Naru doesn't really have to think about the follow-up. It's all about him and how he goes in. There's the setup already. Quick little dash. Uses the 2 cloud bursts. Actually, he was dropped a ghost here, interestingly enough, but he's going to get decimated. Although the follow-up is good by his teammates, it still leaves only Hydra by himself. Now, this is getting a little bit problematic because he can't really jump up, get the pick first. You already see Kev's backing away, waiting for his teammate. Now they find a contact. Now they know where he is, backing up into Dice. Smoke's about to just block out here. That recon guard exposes him to Blurred. Blurred. He might lose the fight. Okay, misses a couple of shots, but still gets the win in the end.
I want that ghost skin now. No, I don't want to do this. But actually, no, I really do. But Action Page off to a blazing start. As we mentioned, ZOL, they really have to take as many advantages as they can find, because I think another weakness in ZOL right now, since they're shifting in so many roles, Aserai, in the middle portion of the game, particularly just before side swap and just at the beginning of the second half, they tend to underperform. Something that I've noticed. Action PH has just been stable through and through, right? As long as they can play that adaptoid game where they have to adjust. But that's not the case. Blurred falls again somewhere. Somewhere across the map, but a little confusion here on the side of Kevzy, but he's gonna back out.
Well, oh, this could be dangerous. What was that about? I mean, I get it. They wanted to swap the weapons, keep it away from the prying hands of ZOL here, but with Kevzy just trying to pick up a weapon of his own, this is just falling onto the wayside. You know what? Again, we talk about the woes of ZOL, but Zind has been the absolute constant factor for his team. You talk about how, yeah, they have to keep shifting up the roles. There's a difference between understanding the agent that they play and understanding the agent they play with alongside the team. But Zind still does it so well. And because of that, they've already gotten the B site.
I actually thought it would make more sense if we had Zind on the Jet and Naru on the Sentinel, because again, Naru's a bit of a beast when he gets going. We've seen those disgusting shots that he's providing for the team, and a few trades here and there, but ultimately still ZOL taking the round, and convincingly, honestly, just like you mentioned, a few stumbles leading to another.
Yeah, that's going to be a big blow to Action PH. They bought so many strong weapons in that particular round, a couple of Bulldogs as well too, and the Phantom.
Yeah.
So expensive round. ZOL capitalize, get their investment in, and they're building actually a pretty decent economy right about now. Look at that. A couple of players already above 3,000.
Oh boy.
Now,
I mean,
yeah, sorry, just technical pause.
Again, it's just a little questionable what Action Page did. As we mentioned, they're trying to evolve. They're trying to add more tools so they can set the pace and rather make the opposite team adapt to them. But so far, it's been incredibly unrefined. The ideas were present, like you mentioned. Execution, not completely there. And once again, I go back to my original point. Zind, when he was on that Jet, was one of the bright spots of SR Nakag. It was very, very rare for him to underperform. So having him on a role that requires a lot of stability does make sense. But sometimes it feels like ZOL needs that initial punching power to really, really rattle the opposing team.
It's the woes of both ZOL and SR Nakage if you think about it. But at least from what it looks like, ZOL are just slightly above. They did not get the shorter end of the stick in that exchange, at least from what we're looking at in terms of just the firepower. Anyways, as this technical pause is still underway, that's going to be the call here for APH. Oh, this is something I did not actually realize. They also brought out Gadors in the Ascent map alongside Kelly S. I just saw that.
So once again, we talk about how roster shifts and adding new players can feel like a band-aid solution. And ZOL, right after the Senior Carl acquisition of Naus, just seems lost. Again, he was the top performer of that squad. And to lose a weapon of his caliber is somewhat daunting of a task, but they have recovered beautifully. I believe they did win their series against SR previously. And again, moving forward, we'll just have to see where this team actually sits, because the shifts this late in the season, not too sure about them.
Sure enough. That was a hard-fought battle, though. The match that they had against SR. They did have that 13-3 match in Fracture, but I mean, it is Fracture though. So some teams still not really wanting to play the heavy rotation map. That's why I don't think we play it as often in the PH scene. But any case, yeah, it has been such an adjustment period here for ZOL. I do want to go back to what you mentioned about how maybe Naru should have been playing as a Sentinel. That is kind of an interesting talking point because I feel like he hasn't played Sentinel at all. It's always been just a duelist initiator for him. So maybe that's just more of like he hasn't really been put or hasn't put the hours in to transition into Sentinel. That is to why we're seeing him as the duelist, alongside from the point that he just plays duelist again well.
Well, that being said, right, they do have a lot of scrims that they go through, and I feel like it just makes sense for Naru to be a Sentinel. His again scalability and his just inherent trait that he does get better over time would make a lot more sense as a Sentinel instead of being the duelist, because sometimes as a duelist and you are treated like a glorified recon vault, but you need that front-facing power. You need that ability to just kind of operate off instinct in those moments, and sometimes I feel like Naru is a step behind, just at least in comparison to some of his peers. But again, he does have his strengths, and the role shifts can be incredibly disorienting.
That's true, especially with this being such a clincher for ZOL here. This today, I feel like, is the day that has the biggest bearings, right? If you think about it, I think Dax was the one that mentioned it to me as well. Because if you look again with the matches that we have, today is the only match where the bottom two players of the top 6, MVP and ZOL, are playing, and then the bottom 2 of the overall teams, RNT as well as SR Nakage, will be playing tomorrow. Again, a sheer force of will or a miraculous win for tomorrow's matches could shake things up, at least against ZOL. But even then, right? In any case, even if they get into playoffs, which we are thinking that they are going to be able to do as well, what's going to happen to this particular team moving forward? All of the things that they are adjusting. At least we do have that waiting period first, a week or two before playoff starts. So there is still chance to scrim, start figuring things out. But again, as we do end that long technical pause.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well,
let's get into this one.
At the very least, we had a few talking points, if not quite a bit, actually. But again, let's get back into the game here. ZOL looking to go for a very, very heavy hit here. No matter which side they go anyway, Action PH is not going to have the grandest time trying to resist this, but movement on the side of Action PH, probably prioritizing those orbs, but at the same time, ZOL still a little wary. They have no form of control over tree or any of the closer avenues, but they will have this site without any issues whatsoever.
Yep. Now that they're in the site, they should have an inkling of what the play is already, and that is the massive stack on the A site. There it is, the quick contact by the turret, and Hydra is going to have a field day here if he just plays his hands correctly. There's a couple right in front of him, and only 2 were dropped, but Zin's already with the team. About to look for a couple of picks. They do get themselves the Vandal in the hand of Kelly S here. Could be a more expensive endeavor as Naru was not working, or rather looking at the proper direction. Goes down to Godowers. And actually, a pretty doable round, maybe? But Spike's about to explode, though, so they could just keep them in the site and die to the explosion.
I mean, once again, a very, very tested option, but it does look like Patman lets go of a fairly easy kill here, but Godowers, he's ready to stand and fight. Both of them relatively low, but Patman, once again, thieving in the night. Interesting choice yet again on the side of ZOL. Obviously, it still worked out for them, but expensive. That's still 2 rifles being dropped down. And Hydra Kid obviously could have done a bit more, but the disorienting nature of having a target with not the greatest feeling.
True, timing was just a little bit off for ZOL there, but they still were able to convert, especially with them just forcing APH for that long rotation. Any case, we're now on the gun round here for APH. Quick little activation, couldn't break the dart, or rather the KO blade. And this could be a swift push onto the B side. That smoke
just barely stops Blur, but unfortunately he already had the peekaboo angle, and Gadores has the same. They have themselves a beautiful crossfire here. It can deal so much damage, but Zin once again almost gets it back right back up, but he's alone. 1 versus 3 back on the site. Takes a little bit of damage already. If he can isolate, maybe there's a chance, but Micro finds him before he can even breathe inside the site itself. Too much of a stifling, choking control on the B site by APH.
As we mentioned, this is the type of map that can go really in anybody's direction here. And quite frankly, both these teams still trying to feel out what they can do and what they can get away with. Gador is getting that massive double kill to just try and hold on to the fort, but as you mentioned, it's still ActionPH finishing it off. But I have to wonder what is going on with ZOL. Some of these rounds, they look really clean. They look like they know what they want to do, but in rounds like that, they seem unsure of what routing they want to take. Again, Kelly S trying to play off a very default smoke here, trying to ward off any early aggression, but mid seems like the way to go for ZOL.
Yeah, if it doesn't go according to plan, feels like their ability to get things back into the swing is leaving them to be desired. So they really need that good start to get things, well, rolling. In any case, speaking of which, Hunter's Fury get the ball rolling on the A site. Blurred still has a position here, still holding on short. Kelly S handles A long. There's going to the fight, but he has a couple of flashes, but Naru finds him. Traded by immediately by Kevzi here, and it's going a lot awry. Patman by himself. He's trying to hold on. The door was closed right in front of him, and they know he's alone. If he can hold on, maybe, just maybe, but not gonna happen this time. 4 versus 2, and ZOL 2766 and Zin together, but a KJ ultimate will make things very difficult for those trying to play the post plant. 2766 trying to run away, but unfortunately it's only a game of trades, and they know exactly where Zin is. They're isolating him, trying to force him out, but the Cloudburst gives him a little bit of momentum. He can win the fight here, and oh my god, Zin, the dark cover, and it gives him enough to defuse the spike. Oh, that was so good. Zin almost clutched it, but my goodness, could not find the opponent inside the cover.
So close, yet so far. Again, ZOL having a valiant standoff there towards A main, but ActionPH had the numbers advantage and used it beautifully, making it a little expensive. Again, like you mentioned, that Killjoy lockdown, that's crazy insurance, to be honest with you. And to think we're only, what, the 6th round?
Yeah.
Now, ZOL, what idea do they have for ActionPH? ActionPH, they seem to mix it up. They have some moments where they really hard anchor on the site, especially with Gadors. But sometimes, as in the previous round, they're just ready to give it up for the retake. And again, it's these layers provide so many problems with Hydra Kid opens up the site for ZOL.
That's gonna be a picked up weapon too.
You should run.
Just in case they need a little bit more. I mean, it's only Naru that will just want the weapon here. Speaking of weapons, Blurred again on his operator. They're waiting for the KJ ultimate to get the value first. Hunter's Fury not really used to break the lockdown here, and he needs to hit the flank, but Micro's right there, right beside him. Tries to go for the updraft. Blades missing, and this might be a really risky, if not expensive round for APH. They've committed so much, and Hydra Kid is not yet done. The timing on the flank, and Gador spots it out straight from the get-go. 2 on the side itself. Smoke to isolate the fight. They already know one is going to be on Amy, one going to be on Heaven. Hydra and teammate waiting for the fight. Great flash together as they push up. And again, this is a slow approach for the retake.
Last player
Straight up, that was a really confusing set of sequences there as Hydra Kid on pace to get all 5. And I don't think Kevzi has enough time to stop this. Where did Hydra Kid go? Kevzi's left to wonder. But it seems that he might have overplayed his hand here. And what is the question? Hydra has spotted the hand. How many shots can he land onto the face of Kevzi? As many kills as he got on this round. A beautiful ace, and yet another equalizer for ZOL.
I don't know how... Alright, here's the thing. Did Hydra Kid actually go for the super big brain play? Because you look at where... I don't know if we're going to see it here in this replay, but look at where Kevzi was looking at after he half defused that spike. He was looking at Heaven, thinking that was going to be the position where Hydra was going to peek up, because again, it makes a lot of sense. It's the position where first contact you see this spike. Not going to be on A main where Generator is blocking that vision, but in any case, Kevzi flinched and missed the beat. He should have won that fight, but unfortunately could not, and Hydra, full confidence, won it to get the ace, to get the clutch on the round.
Like I said, could have been a moment of overplaying, but it's only overplaying if you fail it. Beautiful, beautiful recovery there by Hydra, and just overthinking really on the side of Kenzie. So now Action PH, they're suffering a lighter bite. And ZOL, they recognize the situation despite landing the first shots. Action PH, they're falling like flies. There is a Vandal still in the hands of Naru, but Naru so fragile. That fragility will be taken advantage of. Micro maximizing his gains with this classic, but only for a moment as Hydra Kid seals yet another round for ZOL.
And ZOL is going at this with a strong arm-minded approach, just really brute forcing their way into these fights. And it seems like Action PH can't really find the position to time themselves really to, well, get into better spots, to be honest. Quick little tech pause once again. But APH, they're starting to lose momentum here. They're starting to lose control. And ZOL, this is the point where they really, really love to be in.
I can agree with that statement if Action PH lose this round. If ZOL capitalize on this round, then that just means Action PH have been adjusted on. Therefore, Action PH have to adjust in turn. That was an eco, so again, not a big surprise that they lost it. They did make it somewhat expensive, which is always a bit of a consolation prize. But again, we are here at the Tech Pause Podcast, the Technical Pause Podcast, ladies and gents. And once again, it is 7 in the evening. Go grab a snack, go grab a drink, make yourself comfortable. This is potentially a long night ahead of us, Asare.
Potentially a long night too, because again, all right, series aside, placement in playoffs aside, it really is a big deal right now for ZOL to win this, because of the fact that if I just look at the stats real quick,
just a head-to-head,
ZOL's, yeah, they haven't really won any of their matches up against the top 4 teams that we have right now, and I feel like there is a certain disparity with the top 4 to the bottom 4, in the point that, again, if they can win this match against APH, that means that there is a certain amount of efficiency as well as ability to win with the roster to just keep shifting from ZOL, right? Shaky waters, but if they can sail through that storm, there is a treasure on an island that they can find. Well, let's see if they can, uncover it and find it just in the nick of time, especially when, again, playoffs is just around the corner.
So I was thinking you might have gone for a Treasure Planet reference, but again, you just went for the literal one. Basically looking for whatever resources they can maximize, so on and so forth. And again, we know the stakes here. But at the same time, I wonder what might be going on here. As, once again, Action PH, usually it's a little more impressive, again, in this period of time. But it seems that they are a bit slower. Again, if ZOL wins this round, then that is where we have to start worrying for APH.
Right here.
Yeah, at least for Ascent, right?
Mm-hmm.
But again, my statement feels like it still rings true with the ability of Blurred to hit the shots with the operator. Again, it sounds like I'm really harking on Blurred, but I have the... it's just one of the things that once you keep watching the matches of APH, you tend to see it much more clearly if you focus on it ever so slightly. In any case, right now, you're absolutely right. This is that round where APH, if they lose this one, they really dry themselves up. Good little flash, actually. That could give them some wallbang kills here if they're able to follow up very quickly. Unfortunately, not going to happen, and Micro immediately smokes it out. Just get damage counters, Hydra, Naru, and Patman. Just going to keep a little bit of love taps. Zin setting up here, making a bit of noise, but the rest of the team right now looking to go A. Hydra was second-guessing if he's going to join up with Zin, but not for the moment, right? As for now. 1 minute left on the clock, and the push from Blurred gets spotted out.
It's unlucky on the side of Blurred. Again, we talk about him being the spearhead here, but a bit of an overextension. Naru, he is going to try and do the same. He's still on the field. Fairly risky teleport here, but ZOL's already had security from the main. Action PH have to make do with what they have. They still have that KO ult and potentially a scouting Omen ult from the shadows, perhaps. But it doesn't seem like that's in the plan here. Kelly still needs to find a little more space. Maybe a pick for him to initiate But there you go. Exactly what they needed. Doesn't pop the ult just yet. Looking to brute force their way into the site. Potentially waiting for the smokes to dissipate. A beautiful paranoia being thrown out here. But Zin, a stalwart, is still not allowing anybody to pass through. But Kelly S nearly clears out everything. It's up to 2766. Kelly S so low. And my goodness, not even a slight feel of nervousness in the side of 276's. He knew he had that. He knew he had that.
Kelly had 7 HP. And he was still getting kills, man. He almost got the ace. Unfortunately, that spot, yeah, very much wall-bangable by 2766. The man had 7 HP, and again, 27 just gave him the absolute respect. As you mentioned, no nervousness right here. Played it with the wall bang in mind. And just won that round, and this is where APH, the struggle continues. They only have Kelly here, who does have the hero Vandal. He did save his ultimate for this retake, for this particular round, or maybe that last round. It just didn't make sense for him to use it because there was nothing too big that he can really do at this point. That is a big no-no, and Micro can't find the shot. He has to go for the reload, but he's already been just swarmed by the rest of ZOL here, Godot, as well as Kevs on the late lurk. They hear the shot popping in. There's a couple of the lineups, but that's not even gonna make ZOL flinch. In this case, Hydra's just waiting for the paranoia. If they peek out, it's all gonna be donezo for them. And Kevs, there it is. And ZOL, my goodness, just running away with the first half.
Interesting choices really by Kelly. Not entirely sure if he was really trying to save that ult for the retake, but again, still unexpended. 3-6. Maybe, just maybe, Action Page need to adjust their plan here. Again, Blurred not having the greatest of starts. Maybe he needs to hang back just a little bit more, because ZOL has been pretty aggressive on their stance toward Ascent. They've been mixing up where they're pressuring. A lot of times, though, Action Page has not been able to stop that bleeding from mid. And here we go. ZOL, they look to strong arm yet another site. They have the utility to do it. Hunter's Fury on the side of Pac-Man. Interesting choice. Knowing Gadores has that lockdown, but Micro gets one for himself.
That's really huge right now, especially when Naru's going to be the one that opens up the site here for ZOL. Thankfully enough for them, they're able to, well, access the site. Pick it up already. The KG ultimate is Hydra. No, he's just going to straight up reposition. I thought he was going to go for the Omen trick. But he's all the way through spawn. This is going to burn a couple of minutes or a couple of seconds, maybe. Unfortunately, Godores finds it. Zen and Patman are the ones to remain. The push out is... Oh, that is a beautiful flash. And Zin is by himself. Nothing that he can really do. And Godores, it's a bit of a fancy footwork. All right, I see the moves right there. He's a Dance Dance Revolution nerd. And through the replays, a couple of good kills.
Now what we're looking for here is how Action PH is going to continue the momentum they stole away, because so far ZOL hasn't really ecoed in how many rounds now. And when they did such a job on APH that I feel like APH is giving ZOL too much space. ZOL, they've been taking it beautifully. Again, Hydra's been running around doing Hydra things. Naru also not having the greatest of starts. Again, both Jets not having a good time here, but a fight might ensue out of mid here. No, actually, no resistance from Action PH whatsoever. Just utility for anybody trying to crawl a tree.
I'm surprised that, again, they left mid so open here. But there is a smoke there just to make the offense flinch a little bit. But because of how early it was placed, that is going to vanish in just a couple of seconds. And this could be really bad. It's only Kelly that's really holding the angle here. Thankfully, he does have a molly. Now he spots a little bit of that position. Now he knows where it could go to. He places himself very perfectly here, but B-Main could be difficult, especially when Zen is on the case there. Again, 2v1 is very easy for the man. Kevs, he's got the angle, and that deals, again, with Zen very quickly.
Very quickly indeed. Where is this going to lead is the question. Kelly, yes. Throws out the fragment, isolates the fight. Now Naru is out of play. Blurred, tucked in position. He will get yet another player on the side of ZOL. Patman must be spreading bullets right now. He's surrounded on all sides, and he can hear every single thing. He doesn't get cleared though. Kellyas gets taken out.
30
That is
seconds
a little unfortunate on the side of APH because they need as many rounds as they can. And Patman, it looks like he's turning red hot, turning nuclear. Does he realize he only has 7 bullets here? PH, they can't give any more kills away. Otherwise, ZOL could potentially steal this away. A dart is available in a few seconds. No more ammo here. He has to be
10
absolutely
seconds left.
precise. Time is still running out. Micro's doing a good job of pinning Patman. Patman has no choice but to concede.
Yeah, he's gonna have to just leave the weapon here, but solid hold altogether by APH right there. You do see the plan in the heads of ZOL, how they wanted to approach that. But unfortunately, as Xin falls down, they were just forced, feel like they were forced to just push up to mid. Unfortunately, by then, the defense was already locked and loaded. That Molly really separates the rest of ZOL from making anything happen as of now. And as he mentioned, as Patman tries to go nuclear, all he really had to do was just step back, let it implode, and it'll just not really be a hassle anymore for APH. Speaking of the team, they've actually called for the timeout. They know that even though that was a round 2 have been given to them, it wasn't, I still think, the cleanest, especially with how the first half has just been going back and forth between these two.
Well, at the moment, I think a symptom of the team's problems, and this is true for both of them, is that they've been just going for these hyper-committed hits on either B or A, that they aren't really looking for what's making the other team flinch. Again, if you look at Action Page, where they really died, or rather ZOL, where they really died on that previous hit, is because they were all funneled towards lobby. They didn't really pressure towards A to delay the rotation. They didn't have too much presence in mid to respect, again, the lurk threat, so on and so forth, right? And in turn, that just gave APH the attention to just kind of hyper-focus B main.
Ooh. Okay, a couple of ultimates actually going to be available for ZOL there moving forward. They're close on the null command as well as the lockdown here. Blurred has pushed himself so far on mid. Could actually be really bad now that he gets tagged. Oh, buddy. But he's actually fine.
Buddy. Like I said, right? Like, that was such a risky play. They're not necessarily trying to be methodical about how they approach the map. They're going for these super, super heavy and slow pushes that just warrants a punishment. Now, again, Blurred, he does the same thing, right? No reaction on ZOL whatsoever. It seems that ZOL has gotten the message. Kevzy might get a tag here, Asarai. Duel. Is it gonna happen? And Patman doesn't make it too much of a duel by getting that headshot so quickly.
Even if Patman, again, just backs away from A short, still perfect. Look at how just alone Blurred is, and he doesn't have a dash there. Blade should be spotting out the 2. Timing's going to be very crucial. Blurred, he has to be aware that there's going to be one more chasing him down. And that was just a perfect approach. Who's at the back of the site? It's going to be Michael because of the ultimate right now, but he doesn't know.
Oh my.
Until 7-6 was just that near. In any case, it's all left into the hands of Gadowers. He's cleared up B main, but does not clear speed lane. And that's just going to be all done and dusted for the first half, 5-7, favoring ZOL.
Remember, ladies and gents, it's not speed that kills, it's the sudden stop. Now, what I'm really curious about is why Blurred decided to stay here, Asar. Here he got his 1. He could have backed out. Again, he might have been tagged and might have gotten a bit of a slow from the shots. But he would have been ultimately safe. He had a teammate in sight to back him up, and I find that, quite frankly, incredibly uncharacteristic of him. We talked about Blurred being the man that's super in the box, super compact when it comes to duelist play. It just seems that he's trying to force that heat up here. He's trying to put gas in the fire.
Isn't it just because of the fact that they had a 2-pronged approach? Kellyas was not able to deal with the push through, where was it? Market. So Blurred, because he stayed so long on B, he just had to hold it for the foreseeable future as they were pushing in, because there's no way for him to rotate into the site safely without getting picked off by the market players. So that's just my assumption as to why. They did, I think.
No. They didn't. There was a gap between it, but again, pistol round. Maybe this is the reset that Action PH need. After all, they are a bit more impressive on that attacking side, and beautiful timing there by Gadors. Looking right in the direction of a Hydra that's possibly permanently decapitated. KevZ trying to hold on to. Everybody swinging from heaven. Kelly S is already doing quite a bit of lifting here, Asteroid, but so is 2766. The rise of the machines, perhaps. Blurred Cause the Rebellion, as he is the chosen one, but Batman nearly gets it again. But Blurred, who's been under a microscope, shows up big.
My gosh, Batman almost converts that victory. He was solid, very concise. Like, absolutely right. Blurred, the savior of that one. Almost. There's still another round to buffer here, but look at that. The adjustment, body shot into the almost clutch. If only. But in any case, yeah, this is still where it gets a little bit messy though, right? Because again, can't really dismiss that the first half, that thrifty round going the way of ZOL, that's going to be a bit of a wake-up call here for APA just to clean up the act, especially if their opponents are on the weaker weapons, because that's when they start to play a lot more widely. That's when they start playing a lot more trade heavy. Strange? Yeah,
it's so strange to me because Action PH, again, fundamentally speaking, they're very disciplined. So falling to the lesser weapons is, once again, a peculiar choice here. Naru trying to close the gap here. He even gets a freebie on Kelly. Yes, Gadors, though, making work of this Bulldog. I don't know how much effort nor how much priority Action PH is going to put trying to deny these guns, but Hydra has picked up a ghost and will be turned into a ghost himself. Zind and Patman, again, pistols. The question is always there. What can they really do with what they have? Oh, well, that answers one of them. Patman still getting value. All alone, yet again. I have to say, though, Patman has been doing fantastic in these last few rounds, Asteroid. Despite some of them not converting, he's been performing.
That's true.
Spike planted.
He's been deciding, or he's been very intelligent with how he wants to go for the target acquisition here. That is so dirty. They really wanted him to peek the turret first, then the paranoia follow-up, and then he just has to just throw his hands up in the air and wave them like he just don't care, because he has no chance in hitting a shot there.
I have to say, these games have been chaotic, to say the least. It's been really coming down to who's been out-muscling each other. And Ascent, once again, sometimes it really boils down to that, especially with teams that are incredibly default-heavy. Now, ZOL, they have an idea of what might happen here. Unfortunately for them, they are placed on the opposite side of the map, but they do have a little bit of orb control to their name, Asteroid. Action PH rescinds a little bit. They go for the mid-take instead of the B-take.
Go for the mid-take instead of the B-take. It's going to be a quick B, to say at the least. Zin is right here. Is there a recon dart available? Yes, there is. Could give Zin a little bit of leeway here as Patman is just frantically shooting through the smoke to give his Brody some cover. Unfortunately, not going to work out. And they get themselves a straight-up B site, all laid on a silver platter. The rest of the players right now from ZOL have already come into play. They're trying to pop shot once again, but unfortunately cannot find a beat. Blurred still holding on onto B main. They have to be aware of this. Great shot to start off for Miter Kid. There's Kevz. There's the fight. And Blurred and KevZ, the two former players of Nalas here, are starting to make some waves, starting to make some splashes. And it's all down to Naru by himself, closing in onto lane. Telias underneath. There's the double swing. And Naru just cannot convert quickly enough.
I think he felt it in his bones. He thought he was going to win that clutch, but like you mentioned, right, just a lot of chaos happening, and quite honestly, a lot of really, really weird and out-of-place shenanigans. At the same time, ZOL and APH are making the most of it. What I do find really, really interesting on the side of ZOL is that somehow their rotations is delayed. I feel like if there's just so many rounds where, oh, it's an isolated 1v3, oh, it's an isolated 1v2. Could you imagine if ZOL would just kind of compress a little bit more and just approach the map just that much more disciplined? I think they would be taken, or rather would have not lost that round lead.
That's true. It's more of, again, they're trying to get those individualistic wins. A couple of tags here, and
hey, that works.
Micro did not change his position there. He really just held the angle and pop shot it, and he basically got 2v1'd.
this still, again, is good damage onto Naru and 2766. There's the use of the ultimate by Godowers already. Pops up the shots here. No smokes on the spawn. Gives them exposed to Hydra Kid. And okay, this is starting to get a little bit risky. This is starting to get a lot risky as they're starting to fall down bit by bit, piece by piece. Kellyasi's got to take a breath here right now because he's about to get isolated. Oh, that's not good. And Kevzi is 5 HP. He can convert. He can get those wins. But with him being this incredibly low, and I want to see, yeah, Patman has a Sheriff. If he decides to do so, and there is like a good percentage chance he's going to be able to hit like a wallbang shot here. That could be something. But nope. Held stays off his hand, waits for the rotation. And as I mentioned, man, APH, the Thrifties are really hurting them somehow.
Is it complacency? Is it just impatience? Is it a mix of everything? But again, I thought it was really curious for them to invest a lockdown here. Again, that's a lot of respect on the side of ZOL being shown towards those sheriffs and for the right reasons. But at the same time, Action PH, this time they're the ones that look so disjointed. I don't know what happened. You were just mentioning on how they're so sharp and keen on finding those trades, yet those are completely absent in that round.
Also is the factor because of the loss of Micro. No smokes, right? And you usually push the B site with not having to worry about opponents seeing you through market and the B main or the B spawn entryway. But the thing is, Blurred played it so that he can close the door and seal things off. Unfortunately, that's again the woes of somebody who dashes into the site. Left his teammates to react to him, but they were too far to give him any form of credible support. So that's going to be a blow to APH. Still isn't like the worst because it's still 8-8, but still the impact of these rounds, man, still being pretty much felt.
I honestly think that is such a big deterrent on the side of Action PH because right now the map feels like it's completely sealed away from them. Look at this. They go for a very, very similar take they did in the previous round.
30
hopefully it'll work out, but they might get caught on rotation here. Patman with a beautiful dart. Unfortunately for him, he finds a marching and a charging Godowers. Now Zin all alone in the site. They haven't cleared him yet, but he's given himself away, and he's even going to eat a shock dart. Zin in a world of hurt, and Blurred is going to put him out of his misery. Hydra, one on how many people? It doesn't really matter here as Kelly S, like a Terminator, gets every single kill, and just the style on 2766 a little bit, pulls out the classic with a quick draw. Bam.
Man, that was unfortunate for Naru right there. If he had one more blade, right? Unfortunately, he didn't. So, yeah. But they were able to deal with Zin so quickly. Look at this. Pop, pop. Ah, I didn't see the day 2 damage, but there you go. Swings out with the classic, and that's just gonna be solid for them. This game has just been so back and forth, and I think it's because of the fact that both teams are just able to deal with the Jets actually pretty well on both like Naru and Naru and Blur respectively, as I mentioned.
So, well, I will expound that point after this match, after this round ends, and now Action PH, they barrel through with a lot more confidence this time, and ZOL, they are rattled. Again, not having the best weapons, but they did some damage on Blurred here. Patman still has that rifle in hand after. I'm really surprised they're not going for the safer approach. They both have Vandals now. Micro could potentially end this round even before this retake happens. Zin shows his head. That's going to be him out of it. Micro, like I said, will be the proverbial gatekeeper of market. And I just kind of want to point this out because you did circle on it. Both the Jets are struggling. It's not because the teams aren't supporting them. It's because both teams have no clarity in what they really want to do. That's the problem, right? People think Jet is a brawling agent. No, she's not good at brawling. She's not good at brawling. I mean, yes, she does have an escape tool. It's a one-time thing. And a lot of times, teams are going to use it for a heavy execute. What are these teams lacking? An execute, a proper execute. So both the Jets not really getting too much value in terms of volume.
Makes a lot of sense if you think about how the follow-up or rather the ideology of how they want to approach really is
lost in translation of how they want to do things. That is a beautiful paranoid, whoever threw that out, because now ZOL, they have time to react. Gador tries to push it, but Naru is already there to punish. Blur comes in for the swing, but Zin was so close, so quick on the trade. It's all down to Micro, but unfortunately too many to handle. And that is going to keep ZOL in the game. I was about to say that APH was starting to pull away ever so slightly, but then ZOL comes in for a quick little haymaker to even things out just a little bit.
Beautiful. Beautiful stuff by Naru here. I want to expound on what I said. Jet is not a brawling agent like Reyna is. Reyna is tanky. Jet is slippery. Those are very two different approaches on how you want to fight. Both are difficult to kill and both are difficult to have a straight up fight with. But again, the way they're kitted, completely different.
Yeah, I think the best example of that is the part where Blur was holding B main without the dash. And if you had a dash with just Jet, you're obviously going to be able to deal with that situation so much more because there's always that escape tool. Oh, you are just in a world of hurt. Hydra spotted because of the recon. Nobody was able to break it. And ZOL, they were setting up for some janky, if not sneaky, mid-control. And it just got ripped apart in half. APH 11-9. And they're coming closer and closer to finishing off this game here. But of course, ZOL, as always, not far behind. 11-9, as I mentioned.
ZOL, they're sweating a little bit here as our action page is getting that read. Again, a team that's excellent when it comes to just parsing data and playing off of it. It feels like they've gathered enough. They've completed the download so far. And now ZOL on a force buy. Not a good look. But Action PH has not been able to capitalize and snowball off these types of rounds either. So, still a bit of a coin flip here. Gadors does have that lockdown, and I don't think anybody on the side of ZOL have any reliable way of stopping it. So, if they want to go for the penultimate round, they could possibly do that. But a lot more patience and temperance being shown here. Going for a bit more controlled approach. Once again, not a lot of presence on mid by ZOL. And by right, they got absolutely demolished, as you mentioned, in that previous round.
If they actually force this A main push here, this could get incredibly deadly. There's 3 Molly abilities that APH will have to go through as of now. And the thing is, right, I'm looking at it. Yeah, Kelly doesn't have his null command. The blade is too slow to deter a KJ when she can activate her traps very efficiently. There's the Molly first to cover things up. There's the push back. Zin can always just play far back behind. No. He's fully blinded though, so this could give chance for Naru to get things, or rather Blur to get things in. And they're still fighting them. Oh my god, almost hits that shot. 4-3, and APH are starting to make things work. Blur has found access to the A-long side. I thought it was going to be him to hit the shot with the shorty, but it's Gadors to help him out. And Hydra is 5 HP. He is going at this. He is wanting this. I think it's just too tall. Above. Oh my god, he almost actually hits the shot on Blurred, but not gonna happen. Not this time.
Another small choice that I found really interesting on the side of ZOL. They knew they had lockdown, so why put Zind in such a committed position? We know Zind can make so much work when he works like a turret, but at the same time, had he been in a more passive state, in a more, I guess, protected position, then we could have potentially seen that lockdown come into play. Give the round a little bit more value, and maybe stop this 12-9. But it seems with a limited weaponry Aserai, this is still an incredibly difficult endeavor on the side of ZOL.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like if 2766 was right there, well, technically he was, but then he exited the site. That would have been much better. Unfortunately, he decided to just, again, leave the pinch play. Any case, this is a step in the right direction. Patman has been spotted. They know he's somewhere inside the smoke. Just can't really find him through the cover of it all. And he might win this battle, but Blur just has that enough amount of HP. 2766 wins the duel against Micro, though, but he's tagged heavy down to single digits. But it's just still very effective between the two of them. Kelly S is just going ballistic right now, but it's not always what the doctor orders. And what is happening? All down to Kebzy. They haven't really spotted him yet. Now they do. And they live to fight for another one.
what is the diagnosis here for Action PH? They have barely won any rounds against an eco. It must be the winds of change, Aserai. Again, I find it so hard to explain because they do get the trade on Naru. Sure, that's the first bonus here. And suddenly it gets really messy in the fight mid. Not supposed to lose that much HP against the Spectre, especially in that range. But perhaps Action PH, like you mentioned, just a little complacent on these rounds that they should have converted. I feel like if they did, this map would have been well over. But they've given a second win to ZOL, and now ZOL is fully equipped. A lot more dangerous than they could have potentially been a few rounds ago.
Absolutely. And this time, Zind, as you were mentioning, he plays not on the side, but on the sidelines of the site, as he does have that ultimate for the retake. There's no need for them to hard commit the defense on A, when there's always an opportunity for ZOL here to compensate for that post plant. In any case, APH, they're gonna go for it, and the Malcolm is absolutely beautiful. The charging for Blurred, but he goes in a little bit too deep. Two players right here, right now, but 2766 is holding so well on that tree angle. Spike has been dropped. Spike has been dropped. How are they gonna be able to pick this up? As two players, two players gonna come in through the A main on the A side. They're gonna have to fight this, but unfortunately, there's just too many of the ZOL players to deal with. One more round, and we can go into overtime.
Oh my goodness. Again, it's nerve-wracking, but at the same time, if you're an Action PH fan and even a ZOL fan, some of these rounds are so incredibly frustrating to watch. Because again, a lot of things have not made sense today, Aserai. I hope you agree with me on that, because again, the way that we know these teams and the profile that we set for them, just completely absent for some reason. 2766 are really heating up, and Hydra as well, really stepping up to the plate, not taking away from anybody who's been making the best of whatever situation they've been given, especially in these types of rounds. But at the same time, you have to wonder, where's the structure? Where is the philosophy that some of these teams have taken months upon months to build on?
I don't know, man. And I think it just goes to show how confusing the rounds have been, just purely from our reactions. It's been just going everywhere right here. As you mentioned, why is this happening? Maybe, again, it's the pressure. Maybe it's the adjustments that they have to go. Maybe it's the weaknesses of each team showing itself. Combination of all of that. In any case, it has at least resulted into the rounds just being so... What's the word? It's a swing of the pendulum, if I could just at least describe it in that particular manner. Any case here, still a chance for APH, but they're under-equipped at this point, only having at least 3 of their players on the rifle. Godowers does show himself on B main here, and here comes the rest of the rotation from APH, but the call as of now is where they're just waiting, I think, a couple of seconds just to see if anybody pushes out. That's the thing. But nobody from ZOL is wanting to show their face, at least out in the open.
I think it's a good call that they're doing this. Again, Action PH, they've been, just body language, have been so impatient with this game. They want this to be over, but at the same time, they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot by rushing the process. And oh lord, if Batman hears the sound, he is going to let that Odin rip. Blurred is going to somewhat take attention away from him. But now the turret gets absolutely destroyed. Godowers, beautiful shot onto Patman. And now suddenly ZOL is looking a little confused. They couldn't exit as much as they could. Patman couldn't get any value off that Odin. Once again, we've seen stranger things happen. ZOL have clutched out so many of these situations in particular. But as time passes, Aserai, it seems that all the sticks of butter are melting. 2766 though, he's still looking toasty. But how long is this gonna last? The spike's already been planted. Kevzi is particularly low, but it's Godowers to finish it off and give the first map to Action PH.
Once you saw that prep of the dash from Blurred, you already knew what was gonna come right afterwards. But the biggest thing was Blurred didn't overcommit. He waited for the pinch from those B main players to come out, and that was, I think, the biggest thing, because then now it's not just him against the rest of the players in the B side. It's him plus his teammates, which is, again, what APH were definitely looking for in finishing off, closing off that particular game.
I just really feel like there was no plan of action on both sides for a lot of the times. There were hard reads definitely on the side of APH, and it's benefited them greatly, but a glaring issue they had was the failure to convert all those rounds. And I feel like today I'm a little extra critical of these teams, and I think that's for the right reason. The playoffs are around the corner. You cannot show up to the playoffs looking as messy as this.
I agree. Again, remember what I mentioned about there is a disparity with the top 4 to bottom 4 teams that we have right now. There is a huge amount of performance that can be shown with teams such as GameLab, Now's, Oasis, and coming into the playoffs, it's going to be such a big if you're going to be able to perform if it's like this. Again, sounds like we're harking too much on the players, but the thing is, we know how far they can really perform.
Absolutely.
For the moment, for right now, it's APH that comes out on top, and at least it's going along the plans or the predictions of the panel.
Yeah, to be fair, again, the way we've been looking at this match is how far these rosters have gone in terms of development, and understandably, ZOL is having some issues with the finer details of the game. And again, there's just so much nuance in having an established chemistry that just kind of feels absent sometimes in these retakes. There are some moments where you obviously don't have a verbal cue, but enough of that. Action PH's Gadowers delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. Again, congratulations. This is the perfect time, by the way, folks, to go grab some dinner, go grab a drink, and just, flat out relax. We still have quite a long night, and with that being said about Ascent Aster, I am just honestly very curious how Fracture is going to go.
Yeah, very curious about how it's going to pan out as well, considering how truly chaotic this rounds can really unravel. And Fracture, I feel like, is one of those maps that if you're chaotic, you can get extremely heavily punished. Doesn't matter if you're on the attacking side or the defending side. If it's the same DNA of the game that we're seeing from Ascent, it could be a very what's the word here, string together quick rounds for one team. And I don't know if it's going to be ZOL or APH here, because that first game, Snowball, exactly, that game was still incredibly what's the word, close. And then there's another question as well. Are we going to be seeing Zind maybe go into a duelist role? Double duelist isn't really bad for Fracture, so we could be seeing maybe Zind and Naru, side by side as duelists, so that could be something to also watch out for here. And we know that ZOL is willing to not only just adjust their players, but also the agents that they have for those specific players. So there's a lot of things to definitely watch out for here on Fracture.
I mean, again, just to quote a good friend of mine and the ex-coach of the Capital, Philip, it's not necessarily about the comp you want to run with, it's the philosophy and how you want to approach the game. Again, there's just a very deep understanding of the pros. The margin for error, as we've mentioned, is very small. But any closing thoughts, Asarai, before we throw this to a short break?
I'm just waiting to see who gets themselves a win in the series, to be honest, obviously. Anyways, we're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be game number 2.
Lights, camera, action as we jump into the second map of our second series, ladies and gents. My name is Raf. That beautiful gentleman over there is our director, and of course, with me is Asarai Gaming. And again, Asarai, wow, what a chaotic first map, to be honest with you. Again, it just felt like the teams had an idea of what to do, but it was kind of all over the place.
It really kind of was, especially with how we were just seeing. I think you mentioned it that it wasn't really like there was no follow. It was more of like they just didn't know what they wanted to do as they started to get control of certain positions around the map. And that resulted in the Jets being the big collateral for these certain type of plays. And because of that, that means that, you know, if you don't have your Jet to clear out as the glorified recon dart, as we were mentioning, then what happens for the follow-up, right? If you don't get the site, if you don't get the retake on the site, where is the follow-up on that? Because there's just so many angles that you have to deal with. And if Naru or Blur get picked up so early, their success chance of whatever you want to do just goes down so ever drastically.
Absolutely. Because, again, yeah, you know your Jet is going to dash, get the switch, close the door. But the follow-up, like you mentioned, was just somewhat lacking, and the way they executed just felt like they were kind of going in no look, basically. The map control was a little questionable too. Again, for a lot of the hard hits, sometimes it's better to just kind of have a solid clump. But at the same time, they're really losing valuable information by doing that.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen here. I did mention how, as we are prepping to get into Fracture, that if it's going to be somewhat of that similar make of plays that we saw from Ascent, this could really go quickly by the rounds because of just how brawly it's going to get, as well as the punish of just if you're not able to have a clear picture of how you want to approach, Fracture can get really debilitating, if not incredibly punishing. So definitely something to just watch out for. And another thing that I did point it out before we got into the break was, could be a possibility that we could see Zin and Naru just have the double duelist here, or maybe Zin gets the helm back, they bring Naru back on the initiator. I'm not entirely sure how that goes because 2766 plays as the initiator as well, so it's a whole conundrum that we have to see again. But that's usually just what ZOL has to deal with. So again, just waiting for the agent select to push through before we clarify things, or at least have that concrete answer.
Because the biggest thing about Fracture is it's a map about intention and what you want to do as an attacker. Because really, as a defender on this map, you are really susceptible to being manipulated and how you want to rotate the map and which avenues that you can really flood through. And again, with that nuance kind of out of the way, or just has not been present even towards that Ascent game, I am very, very worried on how this is going to look on ZOL and APH. But APH, they do have a head of steam. The glaring issue was Asarai, and this potentially was just not even a map type of thing, but they really could not prioritize and snowball off of those eco rounds.
Yeah, they really do struggle with that. Interestingly enough, it just feels like there's always that one little gap that turns into a gaping abyss that APH stumble upon and never really recover from. Anyways, I'm looking at this one. No duelist from APH. Oh, there it is. Kelly S with the Raze. And on the other side, it's the same thing as well. We have Hydra also on the Raze. Zin gonna be on the Cypher here. 2766 and Nateflix. So they brought out Naru, brought in Nateflix, and we're gonna have ourselves I'm double checking, almost mirror match with just the Sentinels being different.
Interesting. I mean, there is a camp where people would prio Cypher over Killjoy on this map, but again, that's ultimately up to how you want to approach. And again, just make sure to tighten your game plan, man. Those words did not make sense. But what I was trying to say was it depends on your philosophy. Deeper lurks, Cypher. A lot more turtle-like, Cypher also. A lot more potency on the initiation, Killjoy. A lot of, I guess, reliability and ease of use. I would still put it on Killjoy because Cypher does take quite a bit of time to learn all those, I guess, fairly intricate trap setups, perhaps.
Yeah.
Again, ZOL, they have to pick it up. They're pretty decent on this map the last time, Aserai. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to see that again.
Yeah, I remember Black and Blue just, again, talking about how, oh, I know this setup right here. Why didn't he use it? You know, I can already hear it, you know, in the back of my head.
I know. I am, after all, just a little bit of lore, too. I was the Cypher main first. And suddenly everybody plays Cypher main. Yes, Viper, Cypher. I was always an anchor type of player.
Anybody that has a purr.
Yeah, actually, that's true. But what is purr without the permanence, apparently, has Action PH. Letting the site go, Aserai. They want to go for that full retake. And we already see Zind with the invisible blade. Gonna stalk and potentially just have a decent coverage of what might happen. I like the fade pick, honestly. And I even like it better when Ghidorah is responding. Beautiful stun. Beautiful miss. Action PH. Oh, Nate Flicks. That's a disgusting, disgusting use of that. 3v3 still, but time is running out, man.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, wow, Zin has gotten the double flank of his life right there. Micro's by himself. He's going to have to chase these two, but they're just playing ring around the rosy. There's the jump out and an easy kill for Nate Flicks. The heroics of Zin pushing through the molly. Big stuff, big cojones, and the big payout is definitely felt.
I really like the fade pick. I appreciate the fade picks on both sides. A lot of people are like, oh no, she's unusable because she's nerfed. I don't know about that one, man. Again, she did have a bit of a fall off in terms of popularity and usage, but I still think Fade is a very, very serviceable agent. She still packs quite a decent brawling capacity, and if anything, just her mastery within her mid range is great. I think she's still fairly unrivaled, in that regard.
Which fade nerf are we talking about? I haven't checked the patch notes in a hot minute, to be honest.
The Prowlers are a little more fragile.
Oh, yeah, right. That one. That's a long one. I thought it was like is there a new patch I didn't know about?
No. I think this was a patch from Lock-In that they made her Prowlers a little more fragile, which I think is fair. I don't think she's a bad agent still.
Yeah. Because it's kind of ridiculous how a lot of the tracking abilities have so much HP. Ergo, the Boombot before, now it's 5-second live time from the 10 seconds, right? So, yeah, it makes sense. You don't have to...
lifespan?
Lifespan. There you go. Thank you. You know, we have technical pause. We have time to mess around again.
Live
you know
time.
What? Yes.
I like it. I like it a lot.
You know what? At least I still find the words to use.
The approximate words, you know what I mean? You're not too far from the ballpark, but...
Yeah, exactly.
You got the spirit! But I totally get what you mean, right? Like, they're just kind of hyper-focusing the roles into something more specialized, which makes sense.
True.
And having a duelist that has such an oppressive bot... Me, personally, I thought it was a big nerf, but it makes sense. I wish they'd bring it up to 7. But that's just my Raze main.
Ooh, the punish
here. The punish indeed, and Nate Flake. What? Okay. Well, that's right. We talked about chaos, and this is exactly what's happening. They better pronounce and, again, just kind of snowball off those picks. They're fairly expensive. Don't lose the classics now.
No way. This is such a good spot. Pow, pow, pow. All they got to do is wall bang him, but he's still hidden behind the wall. And there you go. My goodness. Chaos theory. Everything.
I love that game.
Yeah. I was actually going to say Life finds a way.
Life has found a way. And again, an interesting interaction there, especially with the nade doing that much damage. I thought they would have anticipated that because, again, as we mentioned, you know, Nate Flicks being on the board here. The combo, so on and so forth. Action PH. I don't think they had a good start either in the previous map, right?
No, not at all. Again, remember the dreadful what was it? The thrifty round where they bumped heads against ZOL and then unfortunately was just not able to find a way out of that hole. Any case, yeah, these technical pauses. Yeah. I do have a question though, like off match here. Obviously, the Radiant Entertainment System, the Res, is an homage to the old retro consoles. But obviously, it also harkens to one game, or one console company that's also releasing a pretty big game on their newest console.
You know what? It really saddens me that, again, this is a little off topic, but
yes,
I cannot believe the PS2 is considered a retro console now. Oh my goodness. This is the craziest thing, right? The PS3 is about to... Actually, it already is.
It is.
Oh my goodness, we are getting up there.
Yeah, we've passed the PS4 already. It's already PS5, brother. So
I can't believe it's already been how many years since the PS5 came out. But again, guys, welcome to the podcast.
Like 3 years already? 4 years?
I think even more, honestly. Speaking of the skin, though, I do want the power glove. I just saw, ooh, fist.
Oh,
me like
which one?
Punch. The red one, or the orange variant.
Oh, the fighting game one.
Yeah, the fighting. Well, you know, I'm also a fighting game player, so
of course,
it makes a lot of sense. Also, I just wanted like a punch weapon in this game, and I think I want it, but at the moment, it is
yeah.
I'm stopping myself.
Speaking of things you can still buy or can buy now in Valorant, I gotta say the battle pass from last act or the battle pass from this act sweeps the battle pass from the last act in terms of the weapon skins.
I should have bought the battle pass like the one before last act, the one from two acts ago, because that was with the Cyberpunk Reina. I feel bad that I missed out on that one because I already maxed it out. I just didn't buy it.
Yeah. Oh, that's brutal. I think I got that one.
It is brutal.
Yeah. Ooh,
Man. No. I'm a little upset, to be honest. But I do agree. This battle pass is pretty good. I think it's one of the better ones, definitely.
Yeah, I will say, though, the last... the one before this had better everything else except for the weapon skin. And this one has okay everything else and then really, really good skins. Like the Phantom and the Knife and the Bulldog is really up there in terms of the design.
My personal favorite is the one with the Prism Axe 2. I really like that battle pass.
Oh yeah,
because that was such an overpowered battle pass. Like you had the cute,
true.
What do you call it? The banners. You had the cute banners, and then you had the really good skins, very simple but very clean ones. Again, the Prism collection was really, really beautiful. Was it Prism? Yeah, it was Prism. I still have the pink axe. I still use it every now and then. It's my favorite knife.
I should use that. Yeah. It's the weapon skin or the bundle that actually coincides with a bundle. You know, the battle pass.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because of the Prism colorway. You know, the most goated though, I think, is the
first one with the Ruin.
Yes, absolutely. If you are a new Valorant player, you do not know the joys of that particular knife just because of how it looks and how it moves.
Because it was the first of its kind, you know.
The first of its kind, true enough.
Was it the Steel song that came with the Prism? I can't remember now. Again, I have not bought a battle pass in a good minute, mainly because my playtime has been cut drastically for a lot of reasons. But at the same time...
What? You're a caster that doesn't play as much Valorant? Blasphemy.
I was Immortal 2, get over it. You know, if chat's
I was
Immortal
Immortal 3, get over it.
Yeah, get over it, guys. Anyway... Again, also another thing, I don't think rank is a complete indication of understanding the game. Again, this is just a little off topic. I'm not saying this is specifically towards anybody, but sometimes you can get to max ranks in a lot of games, but a lot of game theory is left on the table, and that's true for any game, really. You can get to a really good rank without completely understanding what you're doing, but it does help. It does help a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
I also feel like there's a lot of nuance when it comes to Valorant that's just really not present outside of pro play. For example, there's just so many combinations and so many wonderful things about the compositions and how they interact. It's just completely absent from ranked, even in Radiant rank. It's completely absent.
And the timing, dude. The timing in like pro play is so different. And again, biggest example of that is lock-ins match with with Fnatic. Like that is just absolute perfect example of how great timing and reads, my guy. Just absolutely stunning.
Absolutely stunning. Like you, my friend. I heard you're pushing for the 325 now.
Whoa.
Was it
those
325
are
or
lies.
215?
225.
Oh, 225. Okay. For what? Your bench?
Yes. How about you? I've heard you're doing well in the leg department.
I know.
Yeah.
I think chat's like, what are these people talking about? Well, guys, we are in a fairly long technical pause, and it's only been 2 rounds. So,
well,
there you go.
Age appropriate
Anyway.
discussion though. That's why what does Azure look like? His legs aren't really improving. It's because I got weak legs, my guys. Shoutouts to all the gouters out there. Yeah.
The
Age.
gouters. Man, that's tough, bud.
Yes,
That's
sir. You know what's tough also? This technical pause.
It is pretty tough. Hang in there, folks. We're almost there. But since we're here, don't forget to go grab some food for yourself. Maybe just catch a nice little refreshing drink.
Yeah.
It is pretty humid today. It did rain, but
really
doesn't stop the
is.
humidity. Yeah. So, there we go.
Yay! Let's
We're
go.
back into it.
All
I
right,
was
all
about
right.
to-
Go on
I was
another
about to start
tangent
talking
with
about the upper body routine for later, but here we go, folks. Refocus your lens. Completely forget about the last 5 minutes or so. And once again, we are here on the bonus round, Asarai.
Bonus round indeed. But could still have some impact, though, as Hydra as well as Zin have already equipped themselves with the Bulldog. Ooh. Is this the play? Look at how out of position. Who is this? Kelly S is. He's not looking at the proper spot right now. He's actually priming his nade maybe for an A main push. But no. If this round is true, is real. Nope. It is not. So we are having issues. As I was going to say, they're leaving drop really exposed right there. So that was a big exposed position from Action PH, but I kind of guessed it. We do have a technical pause. So the woes continue, unfortunately. But you know what? It is what it is. Gotta just wait a little bit more, guys, to see how this round truly begins.
Yeah, and we are in the bonus round, so this is where, again, quite a bit of the game will unravel for itself. I do believe that Action PH, if they don't remedy that initial problem we talked about, right, that's going to be another problem. I do really wonder what is the root cause of them not capitalizing on those eco rounds, Acer. What do you think?
For Action PH? I think a big portion of that is... I don't know. I feel like it's because they're slowing down without really having any point of reaction. Because the thing is, they play it slow, they play it correctly. The big thing is they're just not reacting properly to it. I think the biggest example that I have of this is, remember that, well, the specific round where they actually lost on the Thrifty, they were trying to pick up the weapons thinking that nobody was there. So I think the read as well as just the safety of it wasn't going in the heads of APH. They're like, oh, there shouldn't be anybody else here. So if we just make noise as we are, pulling out this weapon back into our own site, nobody's going to punish this. And then lo and behold, there's just someone there. So I feel like it's a combination of not really knowing and then not really respecting that there could be somebody there to punish.
And maybe just overvaluing the weapon too, because I think when we saw it happen, it was basically like a... What are you doing? Like the type of moment, you know what I mean? Because again, let's say they do pick up the Bulldog and now they have to deal with that. And with that being said, it's still going to be one Bulldog versus 4 other weapons. So sacrificing another body for it just does not make sense to me. And logically speaking, it's a bit of a risk that they should have not taken. But the question still remains at large. Why couldn't they capitalize off the other rounds, Aster? Right? I mean, we didn't see a similar mistake. It just, again, the symptoms were the impatience, maybe disrespecting, like you mentioned. And I hope, I honest to God hope that doesn't happen anymore.
You know, that's actually a good point as well. Maybe it's the fact of, you know how you mentioned that, or how we've been talking about how there is a certain gap physically in terms of the positioning of the Jet players there. There's that timing where I feel like the both teams on either side is able to get a couple of really good disruption plays in. And that's probably the reason why we're seeing such a high capacity of or high success rate of thrifty rounds, specifically for ZOL, just because Action PH aren't able to really fend it off. Maybe because they're leaving Blurred alone, which we saw a couple of times, which also gives up. If he loses, a lot of the chunk of the map gets overwhelmed by ZOL. So that's also a possibility here, but because a lot of the forces of APH are dealing with positionings elsewhere on the map, at least for Ascent. So maybe that's a reason why.
So far from what we've seen on Fracture, again, it's the first 2 rounds, so it's not very telling of what the Grandmaster, or rather what the master plan is for any of these teams, really. But again, they're both playing very compact. They seem to want to approach the retakes and just the fights itself as a unit. And again, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but Fracture is a map that emphasizes on a lot of mobility. So when you kind of deathball like that, you're losing a lot of value, not just in terms of information, but just kind of approaching the map in a very, very conservative way.
Yeah. We are going to be looking to fix the round here, so maybe a rollback will go on to play. So if you saw like, oh, they already got the round and then it just resetted, at least you guys will inform about that one. It will take just a few minutes, I think, before we do get into resuming the particular match. Man, this has been a trial for the teams. You know, just not just because of, or not just for the viewers, but for the teams themselves. Imagine the amount of mental fortitude that these guys have to go through, not just from the pressure of the series itself, but also from just being able to perform, basically. Straight from coming out of such a long tech pause. And it has happened in the past as well. So also interested to see how they're going to be able to adjust from that too.
And momentum, man. Like, you know, any potential momentum that they could have garnered or any heat retention would be much more difficult to keep intact from all the things you said. A lot of time is passing and the warm-up could potentially be fading. It's kind of like your pump in the gym, you know. It's only really there for about 30 minutes or so, unless you're still going. You know what I'm saying? Lightweight.
Yeah, lightweight, baby. A couple of hours, actually, if I remember correctly. Depending on, like... Yeah, absolutely. Depends on, I think, the type of intensity that you... volume and intensity that you go for. And speaking of volume and intensity, it feels like, again, there wasn't too much of intensity from ZOL on that Ascent map as to why maybe we're seeing Naru be switched out here between Netflix, or just because of the reason that he doesn't play as the Raze and they need to have a Raze, which, Hydra plays a lot more here for the ZOL Esports side. But again, this could actually be a better positioning for ZOL. Any case, now we're going to get back into the game. Lots of things making us scratch our heads. But we'll see if now we do find ourselves a proper beginning, as ZOL still on the top of that one, or on the top of this one with 2 rounds in.
Again, interesting choice. And oh man, once again, it hasn't stopped. This madhouse is still...
Oh, good though.
I am speechless.
Yeah.
This is the absolute pandemonium at its finest. Again, a sequence that has caught me off guard, has caught Aserai on guard. But ZOL, they still seem determined on taking this despite the weaker weapons per se. And Gador's, unfortunately for him, not able to hold on towards the tower. Kelly, yes, though, will pick up the slack. He'll find Netflix here. Now Zin, already so aware of a flag that might come through. Kelly, yes, worried about so many angles, but a mess of a fight is happening all across the map. Action PH still working off a deficit and ultimately getting quelled. And Aserai, the thing that we talked about, Action PH still cannot capitalize on rounds they should be winning.
That's true enough. And ZOL not wasting any time to just basically send it into the site. Even if Hydra was stunned and everything, he still was able to convert somewhat because Gadol just took too much utility damage. In any case, that's going to really be a gripe for APH. And remember, I did mention that because of how the teams have been playing, not map specific, but just series specific, this could get a whole lot snowballier
now moving forward, especially with ZOL, as you mentioned, being able to break down that bonus round very quickly for themselves. Oh, this is going to get really messy. Very straight with the towers. He's got the shotgun. Unfortunately, he's only going to be good for a couple. Kellyes, though, makes some waves, makes some splashes as he uses that nade of his to utter fruition. But this is where it gets risky. Even though it's a 3-2, the weapons is just so different, as well as the ability set up here for ZOL on the post plant. Aftershock, good flash. If there's an opening here, it's going to be marginal. It's very going to be minimal. But there's an opportunity. But not really going to be well executed.
I'm honestly still at a loss for words here. Astra, Action PH, they still seem fairly lost in everything that we talked about. Every single thing, every single team flaw that we've highlighted throughout the season is just that much more accentuated on a map like this, where it really punishes teams that don't practice their routing, don't practice their set play. And I'm not saying they don't. It's just, it's been a bit of a weak link in their chain, because everything else about Action PH is honestly really good. But once again, VCTPH demands just the absolute best out of everybody.
Absolutely. Ooh, the Dulwars. What a track. That's a step in the right direction. Now that they've lost Hydra Kid, the pace, the speed is going to get severely cut here. But, ooh, I do like the positioning and the call from ZOL here. If they're quick enough, not make any noise, but still actually rotate around, yeah, they're going to be able to sneak by. And Godot's going to have to decide to either stay on the side or back away. There's a smoke from his teammate here, trying to just go around the corner here. And I like the call right now, but it could get dismantled very quickly if they're not aware of that arcade push, which it absolutely is. Godot does find Zind, but that came out from nowhere. And now this is just going side to side, 3 versus 3.
3 versus 3, but ultimately Kevzi again doing things that he has been known for. An absolute nightmare. ZOL down to 1, down to none. Kellyes will finish the job, and the panel was talking about this, Asarai. Kevzi's just gonna randomly explode for a bunch of multi-kills for no apparent reason. But as we mentioned, Action PH, they have to be a little more tight-knit than this. Could it possibly be also fatigue? I mean, we are so late in the season already.
I don't know, man. In any case, it's the punish game in this round, or yeah, the punish game in this round was just beautiful from Kevs. I didn't even expect him to just hit that second shot. The first one, yeah, sure, because again, his opponent was out in the open. Patman was planning things. In any case, Kellyes here on the quick little charge.
Oh no.
There's one player just right there waiting for him. Anyone to be going to pick up? Maybe get the kill? There it is.
Don't do it.
Patman thought it was only Kelly. Only Kelly, but not this time. It's Kellyes and friend. Zind trying to get himself a bit of contact, but that Prowler was just timely.
Not a single Kelly, but a bunch of Kellys, apparently. That's what the S is for, Asarai. Look at this, Zind trying to get a little bit of control under, but Kellyes, once again, providing that much more space for Action PH to operate from. And again, ZOL just kind of chasing the rabbit there per se. They heard the movement, saw that the trap was denied. Pathman getting a little overzealous. The retake could potentially happen here. We do have a lockdown, but that is going to leave so much space for stairs. They could honestly just kind of... Oh my goodness. What has been going on? It's been utter chaos. They will flood out the site. Beautiful ultimate here, but Kellyes still on a rampage. That's a third kill for him. Will be stopped by Hydra. But Micro, the last person to get a kill, and the winning kill for at least this round. And that's Action PH, cutting it down slowly but surely.
Push a button. Save the day.
Ooh. That was close, too. A couple more seconds, and that would have been another ZOL round right there. That was a great bait and switch. I mean, it's very simple, not really needing too hard of anything, but Kelly really sold the noise.
True.
In that particular... play shenanigans that he was trying to do, and Patman, all he really had to do, or rather, that wasn't Patman, Micro, all he had really had to do was not lose the swing from Pat.
Sometimes I feel like maybe ZOL and Action PH are overthinking it a little bit too. When honestly, they can resort back to their basics, to their base fundamentals, and they'd still be functioning teams. Still be very, very good. But again, there are times where just, and it's easier said than done, but they've been overplaying, they've been overthinking just a little bit. ZOL goes for a very, very hard approach. And of course, Kevzi is going to take a rocket to the face. Equal trades still, but ultimately site control is going to go in the way of ZOL. Where are these last two players? ZOL must be wondering. Action PH are still having grand old time trying to hold back everybody. But Blurred and Godowers, they're, again, just a little disjointed here. Sorry, they are still fairly isolated here. So many members on ZOL have already vacated. They've gone to A main and Blurred completely exposed. Patman leaves. Godowers all alone. Can Godowers still salvage the situation? Absolutely not. ZOL look to reclaim the momentum.
They're usually distracted once I repeat.
There was a point in that aftershock where Blurred could have actually gotten a free kill. Unfortunately, he just checked a different angle. And I get it. Again, Zin was somewhere there in A main, but he had a chance. He had a chance to get a pick on that person that actually planted the spike in, and unfortunately was able to cross back into the side, which made things a whole lot more difficult in that retake. And unfortunately there, Godowers is just not able to hit the shots as everybody was just jiggling him ever so perfectly. Kevzi here, setting up his quick utility on the A site. Does spot a bit of noise, does spot a bit of contact. But this is where ZOL's Cypher pick comes into play. Even if they show their forces on A, it is so easy for them to rotate back. And now that all this utility from Kevs has been used, basically everything, they can choose to back away if they... If they wanted to, never mind. Kevzi, where did that come from?
Well, from Kevzi's gun, apparently, Astra. But again, yet another equalizer. Blurred. Gilias, actually, still fighting Zin post-mortem. And a 3v3. Again, the chaos still continues. No sense of order here for both teams. The smoke is there, but look how tempted everybody in Action PH is to push it. This is going to last quite a few seconds here. And Kevzi, he still has his haunt. He could potentially use this to scout it out. Is that going to spot up close? No, he goes for the A main instead. The stun is there. It's going to give a little bit of information, but it's all up to Godowers here to disjoint and potentially give an opening for his team. Kevzi actually finds Pathman. And now Action PH. They've hit the ground running. 2v1, 2766. Has the numbers in his name, but the bullets towards his torso, just too much for him to handle. Action PH, Asterai, slowly getting more momentum.
Slowly but surely is obviously the way to go right now for APH, just due to just how hectic these rounds really are going. This was so chaotic once again, but I like this call that they didn't actually push up onto Sands because they checked it or either crossed it as an unknown for them at the moment. So the use of that haunt, there you go, I was trying to remember the ability name. The use of that haunt, yeah, the spooky balloon to check out A main, even though it doesn't find anything, was a great way for Godowers to find access to A main without getting spotted and getting close enough to actually go for the punish, which is a huge, huge deal.
It is a huge deal. And Kevzi even getting that kill there is just enough to tip the scales, even if Godowers couldn't, right? I mean, the attention has been divided.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Contingency's there. Beautiful ultimate from both sides. You're stopping majority of the damage, but Blurred, once again, finds a huge opening, and he is just going to barrel through. Zin still has that neural theft, but how much thievery can he get away with? The sound spots are there, and he's going to be completely blind to his execution. Action PH, 4-5 now. ZOL, they have to keep their mental in check, Asterai. Otherwise, this could be spelling doom for them. I love the response. You see the orbital strike just to counter the rolling thunder, but again, the window of opportunity was completely abused by Action PH.
Oh yeah, they were already so far from the situation at that particular point, right? So there was no way that Orbital Strike could really find any value, especially when, especially when they're all stunned, right? Maybe if one of them wasn't, there was a chance. But that was a perfectly placed ultimate from Blurred, and he even picks up a couple of kills there to even give him more chances to just get these charges rolling. So in any case, APH, even though they did start off slow at the start of the second game, they're really bouncing back. Oh, Blurred, he really just wants to get this pick and control onto A main, and he gets it. And now, that's going to make it difficult for ZOL to actually go for the pinch. And you already see the body reaction from them is just to go all the way around. There's the stun. Kelly spots it out. No need to look at B main. It's all there. They hear it. And if they commit to this, well, they're going to get welcomed by... Oh, Patman. Ooh, that's huge. That's huge. Maybe access to B side. Oh, A side, rather.
No way. And Kevzi, he still finds that kill through the bloom of that smoke. And you can see ZOL is flinching like crazy here, Astor. At first, their attention was towards B. Now it's towards A. And Action PH, they have been just having a grand old time abusing the fact that these openings are only so finite, but micro. Once again, they saw the flinch. They hit him with a big haymaker, like you said. And Action PH, they look like they're in control now.
True enough.
It was an eco.
True. Although, if they didn't get the kill on the Patman, that would have been straight access to the A site. And then I honestly have to fear for APH because you do know how tricky it is to deal with ZOL once they have their post plan in motion.
That is true. Something about ZOL too in the last few outings, especially against SR, they play very unpredictable. And I think that's still present here, right? Because it is causing a rut for everybody, including Action PH. Now Zin has the opportunity to do it, but Kevzi gets the trade immediately. I'm not even sure how Kevzi was so aware of that. They do throw that Nightfall away, Aserai. I think that's a huge, huge investment. They do get the spike down, so at the very least, they have space to work with and a little bit of control. What does Action PH have? They still have that orbital strike if they want to zone out any of these areas on these retakes. But it doesn't seem like they're interested in doing so. Blurred, limited utility. But again, timing and execution is everything. And just as I say that, that's an unfortunate find towards Ghidorah's. It seems that this retake could be potentially falling apart, Aserai. An expensive kill on Hydra. Could open a window yet again, but the spam and Patman. Just so sharp. Oh. And ZOL, they recover. They recover well.
That's the trickiness of the postman, man. There's just so many angles to try to deal with here. And Zin, an expert at the start of that round, just finding the first elimination. Like, if you just go head-to-head with Zin versus everybody else in APH in the 1 versus 1s, it feels like he always gets the upper hand, which, if he's given that opportunity in the actual match to find, that gives so much options for ZOL. Now, Action... Again, they're the team that actually uses the timeout in this particular start of the series, interestingly enough. And with good intention, because they really need the breather at this point.
Oh, yeah. I actually thought that this was a very, very smart timeout. Again, it's just at the end of the half, but this is usually where ZOL gets a little sleepy, perhaps. This is a window. I keep saying window today. What is wrong with windows? But again, a moment for Action PH to really capitalize on. Pistols, though, have not been too friendly in action. Maybe that's something that they're going to be reassessing. But Ultimate Economy is heavily in favor of ZOL here. If Zin can find literally anything, that Neural Theft is going to snowball everything. Netflix has that Rolling Thunder that's been absolutely great for both these teams. And a technical pause. Lovely.
Ah, yes. Here it is. There she blows, the tech pause.
So, talking about the game a little bit, Aserai, there's not...
Yeah.
Have you seen too many variations on Action PH's defense? I don't think I have. It's either they retake, and again, this is very, very general, right? Sorry for the gross oversimplification, but it's either just been really retake or get a value off a wayward push.
That's really it, to be honest. I don't see them really pushing out. And that could be just because of the reason that they can't, because they don't know where the Cypher plays, right? So, better the devil you know than the devil you don't. So, playing inside the site, even though it's risk, even though they get bullied from time to time, it's better than pushing out, giving a free kill to Zind, and basically having a gaping hole in the defense of their setup.
That's fair. That's fair. Zin has been pretty effective on these isolated duels. Meanwhile, we have Kevzi, who's been slowly waking up. He's been getting quite a bit of space for his team. Now, Action PH, though, as a whole, Kevzi's just 2 away from that Nightfall. Potentially could get... actually, him and Blurred could potentially get it before the switch. But with this technical pause, it proves that things are still going to be that much more interesting. ZOL, though, Patman, he had a bit of a burst in that last few... again, the last few stretches of Ascent, but now on Fracture, he seems to have come out of that slump, and he's really performing.
Absolutely. So with that being said, right, APH, they're very close to having big utilities again, and those very forward aggressive pushes come from these particular ult plays. We did see that with the Rolling Thunder play from Blurred, the Nightfall play from Kevs, which both of those abilities are 2 points away from being active once more here. So APH, they're really at a point where they can capitalize on such things.
Well, Action PH, once again, not necessarily one of the teams that would throw a lot of set play to dictate the pace. Instead, they're the ones that are very, very ready to just kind of huddle up, turtle up, and play from whatever data that they can scavenge throughout the map. ZOL, very unpredictable. So again, you see the dynamic of the matchup just making it so messy. Again, for the lack of a better word, it's been chaos, it's been pandemonium, it's been the wild, wild west.
Oh, yeah. You know, just the description because we live in Southeast Asia. Anyways, moving forward.
That's true.
Kelly S. And a good chunk of the players here are actually going to be pushing up to A main. No flinches from ZOL. Maybe they're just thinking it's going to be no actual pushes. And this could really be a bad thing for them. I mean, the line broke, man. Nobody even flinched to actually peek. And it's going to be Punish City as soon as, they get the spike planted in. But the thing is, there's just so much punish play coming in from the rest of them. Zin's out in the open, and he's going to be easy pickings. No one even batted an eyelash when his utility was broke on their own side of the spawn.
Once again, it's one of those rounds where all you can really do is pull yourself back and enjoy what happened, because that was interesting. They already had a tell, but the wire broke, so even if it was just the Prowler that broke it, then they should be aware that somebody's going to be capitalizing on the lack of an anti-flank. And again, just maybe a timing issue here. Action Page did a great job of closing the distance anyway, Aserai. But here we go. ZOL on the proverbial weaker side, or just really the literally weaker side of this map here, statistically speaking. And Action PH, they look to bring the hammer down and potentially seal the series.
It's still pretty neck and neck
for the meantime.
But we'll see. How do you set up this this setup from Zin, though? Where did he place the camera on? I mean, I know where it is, but how did he place it there? Never seen that before. That's pretty tricky because
he'll probably know.
That's true. Great use of the foliage there. So, I mean, there is still that gleaming red spot, but not going to get spotted too quickly. Anyways, there it is. See? Right there out in the open. Perfect timing.
Just jump spot that. Yeah. I mean, just jump place it. Zin gets micro. They can't exit the site. They've just been pretty much funneled here to try and stand their ground, but that nano swarm is just going to be a bit of a pain here. Gador's making a lot, and I mean a lot of noise. A 2v2. Gador's is very low. Blurred is trying to get some spam here. And it is effective. They are doing quite a bit of damage. Now they're chasing him. That stun could be the round. And no, Zin finds a small gap, tucks himself in the corner, and will eventually get that kill.
It was actually going in favor of APH for a bit there, even though it was a 3 versus 5. But ZOL, man, with all of the utilities that they have, that Cypher Cam tag, the immediate ping on the haunt, there was nothing these smokes actually did for APH, right? Because it just basically spotted every single one of them. Ooh. And ZOL really are such a polarizing team, right? There are players that make these plays that just elevate the team, and then there's just some of these plays that would just go to the wayside. For now,
true.
Yeah, ZOL makes them big plays.
What I like about ZOL so far is that despite the roster changes and honestly some fairly wild ones, it seems that they've still kept that identity intact where they're a very, well, actually no, that could be an honest misinterpretation, because when they still had Senior Carl aboard, it was still very reminiscent of that old playstyle they had on SR Nakag, right? Where it is very slow, very systematic. Here and there, they would have their bursts just to throw the tempo off, but now it seems that they've completely gone for the more straightforward route. Just try to win the gunfights, pivot from the bully, see what happens next.
The setup from Zin is so dirty, man. How are you going to be able to push through this, even with the smokes and everything? There's the stun. Actually, this isn't too bad. Being able to get the access through Arcade is going to be huge. Kilias gets immediately flanked, though. No chance that they plant this. No chance that they plant this. There's the nade, though. Somehow was able to manage to do so. Okay, never mind. But cleanup on aisle 3. As it seems like Hydra Kid is looking for a stab. Kevs is by himself. He's just going to have to wait for that spike to get defused. And don't forget, still has to also lose his life for that extra money, if I do remember correctly. There it is.
There you go.
Yep.
All's well and ZOL, I suppose, but ZOL commanding lead here. Thing is, Action PH didn't necessarily give themselves enough room for a reliable cushion for that read type of playstyle. But if ZOL remain the way they are right now, then potentially Action PH have the window of opportunity to seal it. But again, it looks like ZOL just have that much more control over this map. And oh boy, Action PH, if you don't win this gun round, then you are going to be leaving me very confused.
True enough. This is a pivot point in this particular game because, again, APH, they've been thwarted so many times on their buy rounds that it's actually quite alarming, especially, yeah, it makes absolutely no sense. But to be fair, though, they haven't done a really good job at dealing with the utilities that Zin has set up, and Zin has been very tricky with how he sets it up. And because of that, it results in free kills. They gotta wait for something else, man.
Oh, look at this.
There's a tag. Okay, he's in the corner, though, so he's gonna be fine. But you see what I mean? Kevzy, though, he's had enough. He beats him down, stops him dead in the water, and now it's gonna be a straight little retake here from ZOL.
Is it going to be a straight retake, though? It does look like it, but they will find, and I mean find, a resistance from the Sands position here. And Hydra, no stops on this man. Still gets so much value. Kelly S trying to hold it down. Wins with a spray. And Blurred finds Nadeflix to try to charge at him with, once again, undeniable zeal. But my lord, we were worried for Action PH. Incredibly worried for Action PH. It just looked so Ori at the beginning again.
They were just running it down. Look at this. Hydra Kid's just like swing and a miss. And everybody just keeps swinging as well. Everybody committing to the crouch sprays, and it actually is backfiring. Thankfully, again, Kelly S is right there to pick up the pieces and actually complete the puzzle and how to get the round in. My goodness. In any case, they have the margins of success here have been razor thin, and it is resulting in teams really having to purchase their money. Is Blurred on like 107 HP? I don't think he actually bought up a shield.
Did he
not even the half. It's impossible for him to get tagged all the way from arcade somewhere, right? So he probably didn't buy anything.
Could be a fatal error here. Again, a minor detail that we don't want to harp on too much, but we'll point out anyway. Just means his dueling capacity is not going to be as high as it potentially could be. Hydra still has that showstopper here. Is he going to capitalize? No. Instead, it's Zin being an absolute brick wall. Rolling Thunder is here. Zin doesn't need it, though. Maybe not at the moment, but Blurred is going to find a sneaky trade. Hydra has to maximize this. He barely does. Will do a little bit of damage. No spike plant whatsoever. Patman denying Kevzi and Micro. They have to shoot their way out of the situation. Astra, they only have a Molly to their name. Kevzi gets one. That gives him Nightfall. And this changes the dynamic. Look at the double tag, though. But it's only going to be a few body shots away from death. And despite everything, despite the valiant effort, ZOL still take the round.
Still take the round, take the hearts out of the beating chests of APH here, as their lifeline, which was that round, because again of how incredibly mismanaged the economy is going to just be really felt up until this point. And I gotta say, man, again, they hit a site where Zind is, they just get severely punished for it. They play slow, gives a chance for ZOL to respond, and then at that point they just don't, they still have no idea where to check, and they're just gonna have to play via stimuli, reaction to stimuli. It's not pay off too well for APH. True. Oh
yeah, well, once again, Action PH is a team that takes its time, really goes for those hard reads when they can, and kind of snowball off of that. ZOL have been doing a good job of keeping it together for the most part. There is going to be a retrieval of a Vandal here on the side of Gadors, but unfortunately those shenanigans for him, it's not going to last too long. Making it at least very expensive here is a Brimstone ult being expended in Kevzi. What was that, actually? I think it was the Aftershock completely ignoring him, but wait a minute. A brawl might ensue. Hydra Kid lands the first shot here. A jab to set up the cross, a jab to set up the uppercut, but Kelly S weaves and counters. Phantom on hand. And Micro still has that orbital strike. And the lineups, I think that's going to go a bit left. Uh-oh. Doesn't matter. If that lands, then that should be a beautiful salvage play. They do stop at the half. So maybe the Molly's there to stop it, but that's not enough time.
No, it is.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
There's enough time.
If he threw out the Molly maybe a second or two faster, no chance for anybody to actually have the defuse there. But again, who could have known, right? When and what time to actually throw out the second part of that lineup. Unfortunately for Kelly S, because the smoke dissipated right as his opponent, or because he committed to the fight, getting traded like that, especially when he had his ultimate up after that kill, is such a big blow to APH. Even though that was, you know, such a, what's the word, dilapidated purchase, still should have been able to get something, maybe even the round win through a Thrifty.
Again, valiant effort on the side of APH here. Just a very, very expensive investment. It doesn't seem like they are deterred, though, whatsoever. ZOL have to vacate this. They have really nothing to stop this, but a big, big flank is already in the works. And a weaker weapon on 2766, but the moment they get a pick, he's going to have a grand old time here. Look at this, Action PH. Still not completely aware of the push or how many players are involved. They're going to swarm. But again, the swarm gets swatted out of the sky, at least for the moment. 2v2 still, despite everything. Zind is chunking health for whatever reason. And Kevzi trying to defend this post plant. Oh, wow. Hydra, despite not getting that initial nade, will fall eventually. And it has been coming down to the wire, Astra. I think the panel talked about it too. When you have to come down to the clutch to win rounds, it may not be the most reliable thing.
Well, at this point, anything and everything you can get to get that advantage, even though it's as grueling as this, as skirmish heavy as this, you're gonna have to take it as Action PH, because you don't want to give an inch anymore. It's too close for comfort to give any more leeway to ZOL when they're 10 rounds in. Good thing about that, though, is they did force back ZOL's economy here. Still, they do have to play careful. One wrong step, one wrong, what is it, tripwire play, and there is a straight up utility usage from Hydra here. That stun is gonna... Gadors, run for your life! Oh my god, he's dead. He's absolutely dead. 4-4, though. Okay, we still keep the round going. What is happening? No one is defending the planter. What is this?
What is this? Is ZOL has been quite excellent, honestly, with these weaker buys, Asar. I think that's something that we haven't been highlighting as much because, again, it really did look questionable on the side of APH. But something that we have to take into account is that ZOL is making it look questionable. Netflix is defusing, but that is going to stop because Micro is going to cook him. Micro is still cooking. And Chef Kevzy here, too, looking to add a little bit more spice, a little bit more flavor. And now Action PH. Ever so close to taking that round. But at the consolation prizes of ZOL are they're heavily favored ultimate economy. That's right. Rolling Thunder, we still have that. Yet another showstopper actually by Hydra. He has had quite a bunch this game. Very, very active.
Very active indeed. Oh, and he has been getting so much contact from everything, even though his kill or his assists don't show it. He has been at least on the great end of getting these eliminations. Speaking of which, Hydra is really going for this push. He has 3 people right beside him, and this could go bad for Godowers. The timing might be a whole lot off, and there it is. If they push onto the A site, Hydra Kid might not even second guess to just use his ultimate straight from the get-go. They do get the plant on the spike, and he decides otherwise. That's a big thing. But now, there's the punish. There's the follow-up. It's a lot tricky, but Kelly S swats him away from the heavens. Batman right in front. Okay, and this is still somehow going the way of APH. How did they do this? Kelly S comes in for the big fly swatter picks. Oh my god.
And those are the types of rounds that Action PH have been just employing these last 2 series. After they look fairly, again, suspicious in some of those rounds where they're still trying to get a grip and trying to get a read. But once they have completed that database, they just look so commanding. And ZOL haven't responded in 3 rounds or so. Could potentially be the same way. Patman is 1 away from that orbital strike, so that's something that they have to take into account. But Action PH have fumbled a few ecos here and there. This is not the time to do it, though.
I am so lost for words. They can look at that. They can always perform, which is the craziest thing. I think at this point, honestly, anybody could win. We could be seeing in game number 3. There's the ultimate. They're gonna have to find him inside the smoke where there's so many coverage, and Kevzy line of sight is just suspect to him. 2 versus 4. They have all the weapons in the world. Kelly S.
They don't know.
He has a chance. He has a chance to shine. Blurred's gonna have to peek through this. There's the stun. He's waiting for the contact, not making any noise from Canteen. But Kelly, or rather Blurred, can just exit and maybe go through on the A side. But he wants to go around because he doesn't want to leave Kelly by himself at this point. But there's just so many angles. Oh my god, he gets the first one. But there is a multi-step process. Blurred is going all the way around. There's 30 seconds, and Kelly S is giving them all the position needed. He should be able to hear it too. And he's getting the punishes! Oh my god, Kelly S! What is happening? He gets the 4K and the savior of the round, which shouldn't have been in this particular position in the first place. But APH, 24 kills, and the hero that they need is the hero that saves the day once again.
That is the Kelly S effect. Again, making these rounds that, again, in all honesty, guys, I will apologize. Action PH, not really the Action PH we know. A little messy, maybe a little tired, but Kelly, he is really hanging on there for the team. And that's right, there goes their hero. Watch him. And he gets 1. I thought that could have been the end of him. He still has the showstopper, but chooses to go for the gunfight. And the rest of the team reinvigorated. Hydra Kid, he's going to jump back. He's going to have a little bit more safety towards him. But Action PH, they've already done their damage, man. 2 for 1. That's already enough leverage that they can pretty much harp on. But them staying in front of the door, not the greatest decision as Hydra. You cut him once, he's gonna come back 3-fold. Very, very low health here. It's a 1v3. And he is just gonna boop Godowers away into the loving crosshair of Zind. And ZOL respond in such quick fashion.
Oh my gosh, my heart is just beating out of my chest at this point. Anything and everything that could go wrong is going wrong for actually both of the teams, to be honest, at certain situations right here. But man, these contact plays are so brutal. you just don't know who's clearly going to win the particular fight, right? But at least coming into this one, Action PH, again, they call for that breather. Every single time that they've called for this time out is a moment for APH, or rather has given APH a moment to recuperate themselves, and it actually gives them chance to find that clearer picture, especially with these 3 big ultimates to push them possibly into match and series point. This is the most crucial that they've called a timeout, at least for this particular series.
Oh, I am still befuddled. I'm honestly taken aback by everything that's transpired here. Action PH, they had a grip on it. Somehow that's been violently ripped away from their hands, and it seems that they've incurred a little bit of bleed. And now, after the pause, they have to make do with what they have, because so far both economies in a fairly fragile state here. Really only Netflix has the luxury of, actually no, not even him, to buy a gun in the next round. Hydra does, but once again, Ultimate Economy is going to pendulum the way of Action PH, as you mentioned earlier. But what are they going to do with it is the thing. ZOL, they've just found a super disjointed team and have beasted and feasted upon them.
At least they clear up the B site, and there's nothing to be afraid of at this point. Kevzy able to plant out the spike. Oh, they're going to exit through. Ooh. Okay, he's just going to throw this so that they can position better for the post. And if we look at this, they still have the lineups from Micro. And Micro has the lineup. They have the Aftershock. They're going to be swinging. Kelly, yes! No! Oh, they're going to get pushed by Hydra. They're going to have to use the Nanoswarms perfectly there. Could break the ultimate, which it does. But they are going through this separated, which could give time for APH to find their markings. There's the first lineup. It's already been halved. They have to push through this, but Netflix missed the shot. It's all down to Micro. Can he actually get the win? Can he actually get the pick? God. Because Netflix is looking for the punish, which he does get in the end. And ZOL pick up this the match point round. Oh, what? How did Kelly not get the kill? They looked at each other. Oh my
God. Lost in their eyes. Oh, you're a very good player.
So he popped the shot.
I know, and again, just a very confusing sequence of events here. You would have thought they got this, but again, ZOL, they have just this habit of making things so unpredictable. And the night is only so young. We might be burning the midnight oil here. As Action PH and ZOL, they make it so competitive. Asterai, Zin still has that Neural Theft, hasn't really found anything, but Kelly, yes, he is fed up. He only has a Spectre, doesn't take any damage here. The counter flash is there, but ZOL may not be expecting this type of tempo and pace. Padma still gets Gadores here, but Kevzy on the trade. Once again, Kevzy, he will do everything it takes to salvage and make this as close as it gets. And Kelly, yes, once again, like a wrecking ball, will destroy the Sentinel of ZOL. And they have now finally have had a foothold onto this overtime. It's still up to 2-7-6-6 Hydra and Netflix to really pull this back in their favor. They're very close to tying up the series. Still have a single Prowler here, but Micro once again going massive. And Action PH, they bring this to the end point. Going the distance, really. This is the first overtime. I wonder if it's going to be our last, though.
Honestly, I can't answer you anymore, man. This game has just exceeded expectations. It has gone totally out of proportions with how just ballistic and insane the players are going at this. Kelly is about to hit the 30 bomber, while there's 3 players on ZOL that are hovering 20+ kills. I mean, anything could happen. To be honest, everything is actually happening in the second game at this point. Somebody makes a mistake, everybody makes a mistake. Somebody does something right, everybody does something right. Somebody gets a clutch, everybody gets a clutch. It's kind of crazy.
It's like they're playing a game that could potentially lead to an infinite number of possibilities. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Someone's using the Eye of Agamotto right there.
Absolutely. The eye, but cannot reverse. Yeah, as soon as I was going to say it, they cannot really reverse the flow of what's happening here as Gadores. He is unstoppable, at least in that moment. That's still a huge double kill for him, Asterai, and this is going to be a major advantage that ZOL have to try and work around. We still have not gone the plant here. A stray fight, perhaps, but no. The door has been shut. And Blurred and Kevzi will make sure it is locked and sealed.
Too thick of a wall for Zin there to pop a shot through the wall bang. But as you mentioned, man, Godowers held this by himself, and nobody could dethrone him up until the point that APH, the rest of APH, was already there, willing and wanting to win the round already. And now here we are. Match point, series point, APH. As I mentioned, we still don't know what's going to happen here. But ZOL...
Who does?
Have they lost steam? True. Actually true. Oh my... Where is he coming from? How does he get the triple kill? He's 2 HP. Oh, the POVs. We got to need them on the replay. But dang. Kelly S. dropping the hammer of God at this point. He is the judge, jury, and executioner of this second series. Just give him the playoff spot, why don't you? I mean, they already have, but you know what I mean? Patman, conversion is king, and Kelly, even with such sliver of HP, can even get the ace. Doesn't really matter. Blurred finds the final kill, and that is going to be the 14-12 APH, winning the series 2-0. Look at the smiles.
That was fairly anticlimactic. Basically, Kelly S just said, okay, no more games. Let's end this thing.
Yeah.
And again, the Kelly S effect is so undeniable. At one point in time, he was the best Raze here in PH without question, and it seems that he's also gunning for that title, Asterai. And I have to say, that was a very, very exciting, confusing, very many things that could have been said about that series. But once again, big congrats to Action PH.
Yeah. You know, I gotta say it. Kelly S, he basically did a Thanos. Literally just wore the gloves and said, fine, I'll do it myself.
I'll do it myself.
And it really did. So let's check out the post game real quick. And I was talking about how he's about to hit the 30 bomb. He gets 32. My goodness. Kelly S, 351 combat score. And his Raze, the double satchels, the just willingness to just rush in and play off of his teammates' utility. I don't even think that util usage was, like, from his teammates was as clean as we were kind of expecting. But Kelly S just adapts so well to it.
Well, again, sometimes it felt like Action PH may have just started overthinking on how they want to approach the game. But sometimes the best thing to do is just to kind of bring it back to the basics. And if they can't handle the straight-up gunfights, then why adjust? You know what I mean? That, again, first and foremost, it is an FPS game. There's still a shooter aspect in this game if people have forgotten.
True.
Kevzi being the anchor to that core. And as ironic as it sounds, he was the anchor to keep them afloat for a lot of these rounds.
Man, I still can't believe it ended that way, dude. Like, my jaw is still dropped at this point. But the impact that we saw, but still gotta give it. ZOL were fighting hard in this particular game. We were kind of expecting that it was going to be straight up, maybe a clean, easy take for Action PH here. They made Action work for it, I gotta say.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hella, they made them work. They made them sweat. And again, that just serves the purpose and proves that playoff intensity is something else. They're really gunning for that spot, but that's a little unfortunate on ZOL, to be honest with you. I think we'll just have to wait for the results on the head-to-head, right, Asarai, if I'm not mistaken?
Actually, let me double check. In any case, the delivering the win with Grab Unlimited has been, of course, APH's Blurred, as he gets himself such a stellar banger of a last round at that point. So the thing is, ZOL would be 2-5 right now. But the thing is, the only one who can dethrone them at this point is SR Nakage. And SR Nakage's matchup tomorrow is going to be against the top 1 team in this tournament, which is Naos. So unless there's a miracle round for SR Nakage here, ZOL should still be in the playoffs moving forward from today. So just putting it out there. It is a huge hurdle for SR Nakage to even get a chance into the playoffs. But there's still a chance. Still a chance.
Indeed. Again, guys, we have to reiterate this every now and then, is that this is the cream of the crop of our region. Despite there being a power rankings, anyone can still beat anyone. But again, I think we're out of explanation here, Asray.
Yeah, we're just gonna give it to the panel right now to discuss things even further.
And they're still able to make it happen. So what a great performance here coming in from Action. At nakita naman natin, when the going gets tough, this team, they know kung ano kailangan nilang gawin, and to have that type of experience na tipong kahit magulo na ang sitwasyon, nagagawan pa rin ng paraan. Malaking bagay yon, especially against a team like ZOL.
Dito sa Galaxy na to talaga, kitang-kita natin na palaging may laban dito na Action PH, palaging bawi. And twice natin nakita, ZOL Esports, maganda yung umpisa na, eto nga, bagong dagdag nila si Hydra. Ilang team na to ni Hydra dito sa VCTPH. Nandun siya sa LFS noon, nandun ba siya sa RNT,
madami
tapos dito siya sa ZOL sa dulo. Totoo naman, di ba? Everywhere he can go, he was able to perform. Pero we go back to Action PH, and so many times nakikita talaga natin na sobrang acclimated sila sa isa't isa. They're able to always play off each other's utility. Kita natin nga na yung Sigadores na ngayon pinapalunod nila over kay Derek, and of course Kelly is also reliable. And what impressed me most is nung lumipat tayo ng Fracture, it looked to be more of the same na nakita natin ng Ascent. Sige, struggles at the start for Action PH, pero kunti-kunti nilang sinasakal talagang ginagawa doon ng ZOL. Ang rami natin beses nakita na si Micro nag-setup o si Blurred, tapos bigla na lang makakapatay ng 2 na 3 doon sa dulo si Kelly S. This is what Action PH really stands for. Sige, it takes them a little bit of time, no, para mag-ready, para mag-set. Pero pag go na sila ng go, hindi na sila napapatigil eh.
Hindi na talaga sila napapatigil. Pero sinabi mo kanina tungkol kay Hydra, siguro ang best descriptor talaga ay relentless etong tao na to. Pero kung tatanungin naman kita dito, Dax, sa tingin mo, sino ang mas relentless? Is it Hydra o kaya naman ang APH talaga as a whole? Dahil nakita talaga natin kung gaano kalupit yung comeback nila dito sa Fracture. Akala natin, aabot pa nga tayo ng game number 3, pero sabi nila, hindi. Amin talaga to. We got this. Kalma lang kayo.
Kalma lang talaga. Alam mo, kahit Haven yung third map, kala ko makakita pa nga tayo ng split dito sa series na to. Dahil lang, 2 games pa lang, ganun nakadikit. Umawat pa ng overtime. Pero we talked about it nga, diba? Eventually, Action PH, nahuli talaga nila yung ZOL sa mga pwesto mismo. And it really is such a good showing kasi first time nila ever mag-fracture dito sa VCTPH from Split 1 and Split 2. And just because of that, mukhang nakuha na rin nila yung tamang timpla hinahanap nila.
Well, who especially para talagang siguraduhin ang timpla na yon, aside from this man, Kelly S, na talagang we've always touted him as one of the best duelists dito talaga sa PH. And what a player para i-spearhead dito ng charge ng Action PH. That should firmly secure yung position na dito sa seedings coming to the playoffs, and an ACS of plus 300. Paano ba namang hindi when you have him at the helm? Kung siya pa naman ang raise, sino pa ba ang tatalo?
Hey, talaga naman. Pero alam mo, sa sobrang explosiveness at sobrang firepower at init na dinadala ni Kelly S dito, nako, Black and Blue, bakit parang pinagpawisan ka ng tuluyan sa mga nangyari yun? Okay ka
ikaw
pa?
din naman, pinawisan ka kanina, di ba, bago tayo magsimula. Kasi ang Action PH dito talagang naiinip ka, hindi mo talagang, hindi ka mahirapan maghintay pagdating sa mga laban ng Action PH, because you always know that yung pace na may bibigay nila is something that is really something to behold, and we saw that coming from both games. They can slow things down, pero when you have Kelly S, they can also turn things up.
Yes, truly naman talaga. Yes, Dax, may tutuloy ka pa ata sa sinasabi niyo.
Payag lang naman ako sa kanya. Yun lang yun.
Agree ka lang.
Talagang ito yun. Action PH, sila yung mga The Destroyer na nakita natin dito. Sila pwede pa nga masasabing mga Star-Lords talaga. And truth be told, we've been talking about Action PH for so long na sila yung may pedigree at sila yung may experience. Sila yung may foundation na nakita natin na sila ang... Ito na talaga yung tunay natin na fully enabled Action PH, to say the least. And I do wonder kung sila ba ang magiging biggest threat so far sa ating top 2 seeds na nakikita natin. Hindi gumana ng regular season for APH versus Naos and Oasis, but coming into the playoffs, and yun nga yung firepower at yung strats na nadadala nila, plus yung clutch potential, especially against all the other teams dito sa VCTPH, may laban nga pa pwede silang idala dito sa, syempre, road to Ascension natin.
Saktong-sakto yan. As we take a look at the standings na updated na dito sa ating end of day. Dahil, guys, sabi nga ni Dax, diba, itong APH, sila yung parang giant slayers dito sa larong to. Ang ganda ng performance nila so far at consistent talaga. Pero, sa tinitingnan natin, mayroon pa tayong schedule na mangyayari bukas between SR Nakage, pati one of the giants like Oasis and Naos, pati na rin sa R&D. Yan yung mga 4 na teams na makikita natin at mako-confirm yung schedule dito sa next graphic natin na makikita natin in just a bit. Pero yung scores talaga, sobrang delikado dito sa dalawang to. May chance pa rin talaga if ever manalo man sila against the Giants, aangat yung points nila at magkakaroon tayo ng tiebreaker na abangan na lang natin yung mechanics as we discuss tomorrow.
Ay, ang hirap tuloy nga kasi kakaiba yung masasabi natin, I'd say, tiebreaker mismo kung 4 sila, if ever, matalos ng RNT at ng Nakage ang Oasis at Naos respectively. 4-way tie, di ba? Sa 2-5 at may mga iba dyan na nakatalo ng ibang team. So, it'll get a little bit complicated. Maraming math na kailangan alamin ni Laika kasi siya mismo mag-calculate niyan.
I mean, pag kinalculate mo, at the end of the day, I think we still have some teams na talagang assuredly should be there. We know that the upper half, of course, pero I think like if you look at the matchup, MVP Esports should still be able to get themselves in dahil nakatalo nga sila ng SR Nakage and rambutan ni Tatay, even if mag 2-5 sila, even if mag-tie game yung SR Nakage or rambutan ni Tatay with them. So the head-to-head should still benefit a team like MVP Esports, but we're gonna have to do the math at the end of the day. I think so far though, parang almost sure set na tayo sa mga teams na makikita natin sa playoffs.
I believe so too. And with that said, guys,